Please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
What's happening?
I can't stop.
It is 8 minutes now past the hour. We have a brand new day in store for you, a new show. Here we go. Good Time Gang is here. Helmsy again off this week. He'll be back Monday. So it's myself, Speedy, and Greg Burgess. We got a lot happening today. We have a charity charge check to present. This time to 2x2 Rescue, the beneficiary from last month. We had some great money raised just by going and enjoying some great Buffalo Wild Wings food. We'll talk about that with Sonia King from 2x2 Rescue and tell you about the next charity charge and what is happening with that. Bible study live today, noon Central Time. And don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth. That contest still rolling at rickandbubba.com. We see all of the entries coming in, and so far you're doing a really good job. And what I mean by that is following the instructions, because the Dudney staff needs, they need the information to make the right decision and breaking it down to the top three, and so they got to know what they're dealing with. And so you can go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and enter Fix Mama's Mouth. About $17,000 dental makeover for somebody's mama. And that deadline is quickly approaching, so be looking for that. Well, I mentioned his name, Greg Burgess. There he is to my left. What's up, big guy? What's happening?
Here.
Huh?
Right back.
How about we just been discussing some things. We just sitting around shooting the bull, and the world's crazier than ever, isn't it?
It is. We got AI on the loose.
Oh, we got AI on the loose.
Man,
yeah.
I'm going to tell you, every day something weird.
Yeah. AI is the new craze.
Oh, that's all we're hearing. Everybody's panicking.
We've been discussing some of this off air. Really haven't sat down and played any of it on air. I know Chat GPT was conversation. Bubba was playing with that weeks ago. But, I mean, Elon, one thing that we've talked about, one warning he said, whoa. He said, what we got to be careful of, because it's happening, is the folks that are programming these AIs, they're programming them to rewrite history and put their far left view when it comes to history and politics into the whole process. And so you've got, the future could be a lot omitted from history, rewritten. And so I think in that interview, he said he would love to come up with an alternative to what has already been in the mix. And so I'm sure we'll jump into that a little bit more. But yeah, it's a crazy one. Yesterday, and I know you've been doing this. I think you said you're going to take a break from pressure washing, but I kind of felt like I needed to jump on board because I've just needed to get some stuff done around the house, and everybody around me has been pressure washing. There'll be a pressure washer cranked up every afternoon around the house, and it's that time of year. And you've been talking about how much you've been doing around the house, and so that's kind of got me fired up. And I talked to you about a buddy of mine, Jonathan, who does it on the side, and some secrets that he has. And I've been getting some email from you guys about, hey, what was that pre and post concrete thing? What was that? What are you putting down? He told me actually it's something for your pool. It's like a chlorinated liquid. Anyway, it kills the algae and bacteria and all this kind of stuff. And so I put some of that down on the driveway yesterday and went to town. And you get kind of, and it came up so easily. I mean, I was surprised on some of the dark spots and all that, how it just, you didn't have to stand over them long. It just kind of came right up. The surface cleaner that you have, it's the extension to the sprayer that you have. I thought, I don't probably need one of those. I only do this, once or so a year, and I don't have that big a driveway. About halfway through, I was rethinking that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, it's a game changer.
Yeah, but you get kind of. I don't know about you, but I get kind of lost in pressure washing. Where
it's a weird world. You get
in.
Your mind starts wondering.
Yeah. I know.
It's just weird.
and you come out of it and you look around, you're like, wow, so this world's going on. I couldn't find my my AirPods because I had taken them out to get ready to pressure wash, and then I couldn't find them. And I'm like, dadgummit. So I just did the whole afternoon with
Did you ever find them?
well, I had moved the cars out to the road to pressure wash. So I go back to move the cars back onto the driveway, and there they are. There they are sitting in the driver's seat. They had fallen out of my pocket when I got in to move it. But
Look at you.
yeah. So anyway, so that was my afternoon yesterday. I wanted to be like you, Greg.
You know, when I left yesterday, I almost texted you. My tire was low again.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I got it fixed on the way home.
So what was it?
Nail in it. I knew it. Because, like I say, you'll get that where it drops a few pounds and gets you below the line because it's cool outside.
Yeah.
But when you're 10 off, you know there's something happening.
Yeah.
But, yeah, when I went out to leave and cranked it up, there's that stupid light came on.
Gosh,
Anyway, so I just whipped in on my way in, said I got a leaky tire, and they took care of it.
Okay. So it was a good spot they could fix it, huh?
Yeah.
That's good.
Patched it right up.
Because you know what my Wilburn luck is over here? Hey, yeah, well, it's right there we can't patch that.
I got that last time.
Yeah.
It was right on the edge or something.
You need a new tire.
What? I figured yesterday that would happen, but it didn't.
Well, good. So you got it fixed.
Yeah, up and rolling, on my way.
And you didn't want to stop.
No, I didn't. But then I said, well, if I don't, I'm gonna put air in it. Then it's gonna be low again tomorrow morning. I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow morning. Yeah. So I said, I'm culling it. I don't care how long it takes. But believe it or not, they actually did it pretty quick.
Was it you that for, and I'm gonna say years, but I'll say months, you put air in?
Because it would hold about a week. It was a real slow leak, so it wasn't every day.
Yeah.
So about a year, I just about once a week stopped putting air in it. You believe that? It may not have been a year, but it was a long. It was a long time.
All right, so once it was finally resolved, what was the problem? Do you know?
That's something. It's just a nail in it or something. Yeah, but it was real.
I want to say it was months.
Yes, it was a lot. It may have been a year.
You just kept
about
putting
once
air
a week. I'd put air in it, and it would hold for about a week. So, but when I got to put it in every day, then I'll get something.
What is it about that we would rather do that than just go get it fixed?
I know.
Huh?
Because what we just said.
Right.
They go, well, you need to do this or you need.
Yeah.
And plus, a lot of times you pull in, it's crowded.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I hit it perfect on this one.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Got lucky.
Did you have to stay in this area or did you make it home?
I hit it in Leeds on my way through.
What made you stop there?
I don't know. I just saw it and thought, well, let's just get this over with. You know?
Yeah. How long did it take?
Oh, about 20 minutes.
That's not bad.
It wasn't bad at all. I hit it just right.
Yeah, good deal.
They had me off and rolling. And they reprogram my sensors so they'll tell me the right time.
Oh, good.
Because I brought it up. He goes, oh, yeah. He said, we can fix that.
Oh, that's good stuff right
so
there.
Don't lie to me anymore.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Huh?
Got it over
No
with.
sensor this morning.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The main show starts right after top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. We have a charity charge check to present. 2x2 Rescue. They do great work. About $4,500 was raised, and so we'll issue that check. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings, our buddy, will be here, and we'll talk about that. And give Sonia King, who helps run 2x2 Rescue, a chance to talk about how the money raised will go to great use. And then this month, we have got another great charity, the Kevin Derryberry Ministries. It is a great ministry. Y'all know Kevin. He's had a long history here with the show. He's got his big golf tournament coming up. It's a good time. It all marries right in there together. I think Buffalo Wild Wings is providing food for the golf tournament. There's a lot going on. I was talking to Kevin yesterday, and you know Kevin.
Okay.
He gets fired up. I tell you. I won't try to do, Bubba's got Kevin down. But He said, hey, look, I was talking to Tim Spencer, and we're actually going to do live music next Monday night of Charity Charge, because next Monday is this month's Charity Charge.
Yeah.
At the Alabaster Buffalo Wild Wings.
Kevin's going to be in there singing?
He said, we're gonna have a little area. He said, me and maybe a small band set up on the patio area.
Out.
He said, so we're gonna if you go to that location and it's one of the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations, we'll go over all that during the main show. But that's some cool news.
Help a cause. Here's some good music
for next Monday.
Eat some good food.
How about eating and then in the background you kind of hear some live music? Do you like that?
I do.
Yeah, just kind of
out.
Yeah. And so he'll be out on the patio. At the Alabaster location of Buffalo Wild Wings on next Monday's Charity Charge. Yes, sir. Also, don't forget, we're letting you register for Fix Mama's Mouth. The deadline is quickly approaching.
Fix it.
And there's been questions, too, on, hey, are y'all doing a Regions broadcast this year? Will y'all go out? And
is that how they sound when they ask it?
Yeah, I picture it. I picture it, even though it's in text because it's an email.
Yeah, but
for some reason,
that's the voice.
That's the voice they use.
I got you.
And that the question or the answer is yes. May 10th. May 10th, Wednesday, May 10th. Is the pro-am, and we'll be there on the patio overlooking.
Doesn't seem that it's time.
Oh, it'll be here in a blink of an eye.
You know, because it seems just like last year we were there.
I know.
Wow.
Remember all the promises last year?
Greg, it was last year. I'm just saying.
I know, but it seems like a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Do you remember last year your promise again that you're going to start taking up the game? And you, boy,
I do that every
I kind
year.
of like being out here, man. This is nice. I could see myself doing this. Hey, man, let's go hit sometime. Let's do this. Blank year later. Hey, man, this is kind of nice.
But see, I know I can't play it. I've tried. I don't even feel right swinging. I feel weird. I mean, I can't do what everybody tells me to do. I'm just not made for it.
Well, you hadn't even gone to the driving range.
Yeah,
you don't know.
I went to Top Golf.
What if you're like some phenom and we don't know it?
I'm Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
I'm happy I
and
show
like
up.
And like in 1 year from now, you're on the Champions Tour. You qualified and everything. And we're part of your story. Yeah, I used to come out here a lot.
Yeah, we told him.
Now I'm owning it.
Now I used to come to these events and I always wanted to play. And I don't know. I just watch other people play.
Yeah. Speaking of playing, but not golf, let's go to football. Did you see the Bills' Damar Hamlin is?
It says returning to the NFL.
Yeah, he's okay to play after suffering cardiac arrest.
And he does say he will take the field once more.
Yeah, just over 3.5 months after the cardiac arrest that we all remember. Damar Hamlin, he is the Buffalo Bills cornerback that, or was he safety? Anyway, safety that collapsed on the field in Cincinnati. We all remember that. He has been cleared by, I guess, the medical professionals within the NFL, and he shared a post, I guess, yesterday. No, actually, it was a news conference. And it's the first since the event on January the 2nd during the first quarter of the regular season Monday Night Football game against the Bengals that doctors concluded that he suffered a specific type of cardiac arrest. You going to go for that?
Commotio cordis.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's right.
Extremely rare consequence of blunt force trauma to the heart that happens at exactly the wrong time in the heart rhythm, causing the heart to stop beating effectively per the American Heart Association. Collapsing occurs within a few seconds, which we all saw him do that. He's 25 years old, and he's been cleared by multiple specialists. Returning to the field is something that he wants to do for himself. So he's coming back, he said.
So basically, they find no physical reason for him to be at any higher risk than any other person for this to happen. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It was just, it was a perfect storm. Everything fell into place. So if you want to play, you can play. Because we see no physical reason that you would be any more susceptible to this type of event than anybody else out there playing. Hey, would it be tough to go back and play?
Well, yeah, it would be.
I think it would.
Yeah, it would be. He said, my heart's still in the game, no pun intended. I love the game. It's something that I want to prove to myself, no one else. He said, I just want to show people that fear is a choice that you have. And you can keep going into something without having the answers and without knowing what's at the end of the tunnel. Or you might feel anxious. You might feel any type of that way. He says, but you just keep putting the right foot in front of the left, and you keep going. And I want to stand for that. And so I'm coming back
with an uncomfortable question. Football is a business.
It is.
I mean, what if? I mean, just the way it falls is part of it. What if you have to cut him from the team? He ain't making it. Or do you feel bad, or do you let him stay?
Let me just tell you this.
Are
real
you going to
quick.
catch grief if somebody goes, you cut the guy? You know what I mean?
Look at me real quick. He ain't getting cut.
That's what I'm saying.
He ain't getting cut.
That's my point.
Which
I'm not saying
not only was he at that level, but I mean, let's just go back to this being a business. You don't think he's going to sell tickets?
Yes, true.
You don't think having him on the roster is? I mean, look, he's been through a lot. We all know
it's an
it.
amazing story, and I can't wait to continue to watch it. That's my point. I mean, I mean, I get it. Absolutely. I mean, he's obviously good enough. He was there.
It says the final specialist, and he saw a number of them, went so far as to tell him that he felt returning to playing would be good for his mental health.
Yeah, probably.
So he hadn't just been cleared. The specialist was saying, hey, this will be good for him. So Damar Hamlin, the safety for the Buffalo Bills that had the cardiac arrest in the middle of the game, says he's returning, and he's been cleared to do so. So that's kind of an update from the official first press conference that he held. And what's the condition again?
Doggone it, you gonna make me say it again?
Yeah, I do, because I'm not doing it.
It's I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Commodio cordis.
Commodio cordis.
Like to me. COMMOTIO cordis. CORDIS.
And that's blunt force trauma to the heart at the wrong time in the rhythm of the heartbeat, right?
Exactly.
And that's what he got, which means you immediately collapse, and he did.
Yep.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. There's a quick update for you. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is here, and we're all spending more time in the sunshine and less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store. Plus, our family is getting dinner on the table faster than ever with their quick and easy recipes, especially the fast and fresh options ready in just 15 minutes or less. Now, if you're tired of making the same old dinners week after week, HelloFresh will take care of that. There's always something new to try. Their weekly menu of over 40 mouth-watering recipes keeps your taste buds on their toes, and it's easy to round out your order with snacks, sides, desserts, and more from HelloFresh.com. The HelloFresh market is ready. You'll love how the produce is fresh. The recipes are always easy and delicious. Your box arrives when it's convenient for you. So go right now and get 50% off on your first box shipped for free with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
We're at 25 minutes until top of the hour. We have a charity charge check to present today. We celebrate last month's charity charge where we had some great money raised for 2x2 Rescue. Sonia King will be here with 2x2 Rescue, and we'll issue the check. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings will be dropping some food by, and we'll be talking about Monday's charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central. Fix Mama's Mouth registration still going on in contest at rickandbubba.com. A lot happening as we move on. It's already Wednesday of the week, and so here we go. All right, so we've had a number of different conversations this hour. A couple of updates. Greg did have a nail in his tire, got it fixed on the way home. That was a bip to him, but he said he knocked it out.
Sure.
Puppy watch, are we good there?
Still waiting.
Still waiting.
Don't even
Okay.
talk about it.
All right.
Quit bringing it up.
And speaking of bringing it up, I brought a pressure wash treatment up from a buddy of mine, and I'm getting inundated with, hey, what are you talking about?
So you messed up.
It's actually Pool Essentials. It's a chlorinating liquid. Pool, like swimming pool.
I said pull. I said, what are you pulling?
Yeah, I probably did, because I think we said
Pool.
Going to the pool.
Pool.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a chlorinating liquid is what it is. It's a shock treatment for your pool. And you can get it at your home improvement store. That's the name and the brand and all that stuff. All right, we got a lot to do here today. We've done the DeMar Hamlin is been cleared. He's coming back to the NFL. We've got that going. We've had a number of different things happening. I saw a couple of different sports stories. Some that probably not that interesting. We just spent a little time on that one. Major League Baseball, are you giving that much? I know Taylor is a huge Braves fan.
Yes.
And is he helping any with your desire to watch it at all?
I like watching it, but golly, the long season is so far to the end, and you know. But if I'm sitting down, like it's the other day I was watching, I think it was the Reds and the Braves, and because we were discussing how people throwing in the high 90s now, it's just
Oh, it's just
a
standard.
given.
Yeah.
I mean, they're steady at it.
Isn't that something?
You know, it ain't like, oh, he stretched and threw 198. I mean, they do it every pitch.
Yeah.
So I got to get hit in the forearm by one of them.
Ooh.
That was fun.
That hurts.
But anyway, no, I haven't really, but I love watching. I just hadn't really jumped in yet. I mean, are the Braves on a hot streak? Or
well, they're out at in San Diego playing the Padres, and they won last night 8-1. But they're 14-4. I think they've won their first two out there. But how about San Diego? I mean, I know it's crazy out there. It's so beautiful.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The weather's just
never
incredible.
been there, but boy,
I haven't either.
Sure does look nice. Sure does look nice. Huh?
You thinking about going?
Probably not.
Well, y'all used to do that thing where y'all drive to baseball games.
Yeah,
that'd
we
be
went
a road trip.
We went to St. Louis and then to Houston.
Boy, San Diego would be a haul.
Mm-hmm. We're flying that one. We're flying that
Definitely.
one. It's National Garlic Day. Garlic.
Garlic doesn't really get into my. I guess it's in stuff that I don't know, but I don't deal with garlic a lot.
Mm-mm.
Do you?
No.
If this is something I ordered, I guess, but I don't take it and add it to nothing.
Yeah. No, I'm not doing. It's one of those things. What you just said. It's just like it's just got to be in there, and I
found some like cabbage recipe one time and tried to be sharp and do it, and I had to put a little garlic in. That's about the last time. Of course, you got the garlic powder, and then you got to actually cut the garlic up if you really want to be sharp. You know, the little bulbs or whatever.
Yeah.
Never done that, but not a lot of. So it actually has its own day.
Yeah,
garlic day.
It does.
Okay,
It does.
well, good. How about that?
Funny story here.
I knew I was excited this morning. I didn't know what it was about.
Right.
If I'd have known, it was garlic day.
As of right now, we don't have to worry about this. I know that a lot of folks listening in different areas might, but we don't when it comes to black bears. Breaking into things, they're moving in, I guess.
We've had black bear spottings.
Yeah. A Canadian woman caught a black bear on camera breaking into her vehicle and drinking dozens of cans of soda. I think the number to be exact is 69 cans of soda.
First of all, what's she doing with all that soda in her car?
Right.
Yeah. What's that all about?
A woman awoke to a bear late Thursday in her car, and apparently it had broken into her car and crushed dozens of cans of soda she had left there overnight. I don't know why she was in there.
The bear, I guess he probably swatted it and one of them busted.
Yeah,
he got a little taste of it. He said, hey, now.
Yeah.
So
her dog was, I guess, barking at around 3 a.m., and she looked outside to see the black bear surrounded by shattered glass from her car. He was drinking massive amounts of soda, and so she watched from the balcony, and she's taking some pictures. It looks like she's got like a two-door Jeep here with a soft top.
Did you say like 60-something cans?
69.
Wow.
She said the bear started with orange soda before making its way through cola and root beer, and stopped when it reached the diet soda. Didn't care for it.
Either it didn't like it or it was full.
She said she had 72 cans of soda in her car total. Bear drank 69.
What a mess.
She tried throwing cold water on the bear, something to get him to stop. Didn't work. She then tried reasoning with him, explaining she needed the car to get to work the next morning, talking from the balcony. None of that really worked. I guess a bear's going to stop when it wants to stop.
He doesn't tend to stop because she asked him to.
How about a bear will mess up a car? This is the shot of her of her car.
There's a big thing of toilet paper in there. I mean, was she using her car as a storage building?
I don't know. It does look like she ran to Costco's or something.
I know. I guess she was going to unload it later. I saw a video the other day. It was a guy, it was off his, I guess, like Ring video.
Yeah.
He was laying on his back porch like in a recliner.
Yes.
And that bear walked up. Did you see him? He was startled.
He was almost like in the little hammock kind of thing. Yeah. And he's just sitting there. Looked like he's on his phone.
And he looked and he saw it, and he jumped, and then he scared the bear, and it took off.
Yeah. Golly.
We got bears around here.
We do. I mean, there's been a couple caught on camera where I live. I would think more towards over where you are.
Absolutely, they have. They're not a lot, but they're there.
Terry has some relatives over in the Georgia area, and right around the Calhoun, Georgia area. And I remember visiting them years ago, and one of them lived up on the mountains. And he said, "Oh no, it's every day." He's like, "You got to be careful. Turn the floodlights on. know what's going on, before you just step out.
Yeah, when I'm at my old job, I worked all the way to the Georgia line, and there was a real rural area way out in the middle of nowhere, and lady's outdoor light was out.
Mm-hmm.
And I went out to fix it. She said, "Yeah, I'd like to have that light on." She said, "I got a BlackBerry." Comes up, and I was like, "What?" But she had a game camera. She come in and said, "I'll show you." She had pictures of him. She said, "Oh yeah." She said, "I like to be able to see out here at night in case he's out here."
Yeah.
So they don't bother him. She said, "It just comes around. Just don't leave food out."
Mm-hmm. See, we turned the floodlights on just so I can see where I'm going. I'm not looking for a bear.
No,
that's a game changer.
No, but they have not far from my house a year or so ago. They've been sighted. One was like running through a neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't like bears. Not in our backyard, and definitely not in our car. The car is absolutely demolished. She had some leather seats with a little some white leather outlined with some black, and it just tore it all up. But I'm like you. It doesn't say in the story why'd she have so much. She has a lot of like groceries and stuff in her car.
She like you said, she went to one of those bulk places, and she's like, "Well, I'll just unload it later." Yeah.
Something attracted the bear to a car, some type of scent, they say, such as a candy wrapper or air freshener. And they say you need to keep your vehicles closed, locked, and windows up, not to get robbed, but to keep a bear out. That's just crazy to me.
Keep it out.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Happy to have 2x2 Rescue in studio today. We'll issue a charity charge check to them and celebrate this coming Monday's charity charge that will benefit Kevin Derryberry Ministries. A lot happening today. You don't want to miss it. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
You've never knowingly feed your dog sawdust, but it's one of the most common fillers found in dog food today. Even the ones labeled healthy can contain powdered cellulose, otherwise known as wood pulp.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. Your dog needs a biologically appropriate diet. That's why I developed Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food, premium cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
This is my dog Cleo. She's a 10-year-old Chihuahua. Before we started Dr. Marty's food, she was was really not spunky, a lot of digestion problems, joint pain.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and is pantry safe.
Now she acts like a little puppy. She's running around.
For a limited time, save 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free pack of premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to one additional text. Text opt to opt out.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
The gravy,
what?
Please.
You didn't know you were on. I turned your mic on. Take a pop. 866 We Be Big, our number. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. This portion sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your vehicle performance? Well, look, we say look no further than the team at carshield.com/Bubba. Auto repairs can be a real headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. But you don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs with the protection plan. Plus, your price will be locked in and never go up. And that's nice. This is a good service, folks. Even if your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive cost. With plans to fit every budget, carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. So whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles or more, they got you. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. Call them right now, 800-451-7776, and save 20% on your plan. Or you can go directly to carshield.com/Bubba. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected with CarShield. You also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so it has been a year. Coming up in May, May 10th, right around. This is the last time that we, or I have seen and hung out with Riley Green. And because he played in Bubba's group last year.
Yep.
He has made the news.
I saw that.
Because,
we asked this question on the air.
Yeah. He has changed the lyrics to his on his live act to taking Bud Light out, and he replaces it with Coors Light.
Yep, I saw that.
And the crowd went nuts.
Because, when this all came out, we asked that question. We said, hey, is it going to affect his lyric live? Yeah. And I kind of thought it would.
Yeah.
As the crowd loved it.
Oh, the crowd, yeah, because he's singing it, and he gets to that part, and he says Coors Light, and everybody's like, ah.
Isn't it crazy how this thing is blown up?
I know. I thought about you every time I see him. I think about you because
you think about me.
Well, yeah, because you had him at your daughter's birthday party.
Yeah,
back in the day when he was kind of getting started
he's
and blowing
hearing
up.
That story.
Right, but unfortunately, I try not to bring it up every time I see him.
And he lives not far from me at all.
Yeah, and the people see big acts like him, and they think, oh, he just started. He's been doing it for quite some time.
A long time.
And did I say he's going to be at Rock the South? I know Chris
sure.
Stapleton's going to be there.
I know he's on tour with Luke Combs right now playing stadiums.
Okay. Well, I think I saw a billboard with his name on it.
Maybe
traveling down.
I haven't seen this. It's time for that again too.
Yeah.
And of course we've brought this up many times. The time that me and you were booked to Rock the South.
Yes.
To sit on a stage and interview.
Yep.
Phil Robinson.
Can you believe that?
I mean, that was weird. The crowd's sitting there, and we're up there. They had couches, and we're up there and we didn't know what to ask him. But again, we've talked about it before. The best part, which people didn't even see, is we got to hang out with him in his trailer before.
Mm-hmm.
They had trailers set up for the acts.
Yep.
Him and his wife, and he's in there in his sock feet. And we were told certain things because the GQ article had came out and all this, and they were like, "Don't ask this, don't." And the minute we walk in, the first thing he brings up is exactly what they told us not to ask him. He said, "You can ask me anything," and then he started explaining it to us.
Come on in.
It was awesome.
Hey, come on in, boys.
Yeah, I mean, he was the exact same guy that you see on TV.
Yeah. You remember me and you looking over at each other when we were sitting in the trailer, and he's laid back, likes just hanging out, and he starts bringing up what we were told not to bring up, and to what you just said, and you and I kind of looked at each other like, okay, well,
here he goes. I guess because he told us, he said, "You can ask me anything you want to ask."
How about the storm that came in when we were leaving?
We
got out just in time. Shut the whole place down.
I think they had to cancel part of it.
Yeah. We Rock the South is a huge outdoor concert. Coleman, Alabama hosts it, and summertime storms can come through the southeast.
Oh yes.
And large portion of the country that day had just storms popping up all over the place. And it was really nice place. I mean, you remember looking out and seeing how many people were there?
Oh, yeah. Remember how good the food backstage was?
Yes, good night. And then we wrap up and we finish, and about that time we see that dark cloud, and I had to make an announcement. How about when you have to make an announcement? Hey, we got to clear the area.
I told you the time I had to do it at Talladega. They have a big concert.
Yeah,
and that was ZZK would have one of us to introduce the band. I can't remember who it was.
Who
Florida
was it?
Georgia Line.
Oh,
I think.
okay.
Anyway, huge crowd.
Yeah,
and there was lightning coming, so they have to tell them, return. They don't have to do it.
Right.
Listen, they were hand gesturing me, booing me, like I had anything to do with it. I was like, hey, next time I'll know not to go make that announcement, because they didn't want to hear it, and they let me know they didn't want to hear it. Like I had anything to do.
Yeah.
I said, look, I'm delivering the message. You need to go, take cover, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, shut up. Ooh, get the band out. I said, okay, thank you. Y'all have a good show.
And I know you probably do. Hey, do what you want. I'm just telling you.
Look, that's the disclaimer. So when you get hit by lightning, no, we're not responsible.
Right. Yeah, we were on the PA saying everybody's got to clear, go back to your car.
If you don't go, I can't make you leave.
No. But I remember getting down and around the corner, and it hit, and we barely got out.
Oh, yeah.
Barely. Because when we were leaving, people were going to the cars.
I know it.
Yep. So anyway, but sorry for that tangent, but I didn't think I saw that he's part of that this year.
Well, it's a good event. They usually have a lot of good acts.
All right, so garlic was brought up just a few minutes ago because apparently it's National Garlic Day,
whatever that is.
So my dad has texted me.
Okay, he's weighing in on garlic.
Hey son, sounding great. Tell Greg I said hey.
Awesome. Hey, Mr. Wilburn.
Your mother really loves garlic.
Really?
I said okay.
Does he cut it fresh?
She's done research on it.
Oh, it is supposed to be good for you, I think.
She says it's a natural antibiotic.
Really?
Yep. She said, he said she cuts up a garlic bulb every morning. And he goes, and I have to eat raw garlic.
Wait a minute.
a little bite of it at a time.
Wait a minute. They don't just put it in. Stop it. That's rough. I bet that is not
He goes,
good.
wow. Anyway, just
Pretty
thought
stout.
I'd let you know.
So every day.
Every day.
Your mom chops up a bulb and makes your dad eat some of it.
Yeah, take a bite. Take a bite, John.
I'm not putting it in something I'm cooking. We eating straight up garlic. How about that? Maybe we need to try it. It's good for you.
I've been doing, it just made me think of things that wouldn't taste good. This Mother's.
The vinegar. Are you doing that?
I've been doing it. There I am doing it.
There you are doing it.
I'm doing like a little teaspoon, dropping it in.
Is it rough?
The key is that when you bring the cup to to your mouth, don't breathe in the nose.
Oh, really?
Just hold your breath and just take it.
Yeah, the smell has a lot to do with taste.
Yeah, it will make you gag a little bit. But so anyway, so we have that update as we're hopping around.
We
a little
might
bit
start
here.
doing that ourselves.
Yeah, I know. All right, so some other stuff to expect on the show today. We've been hitting the fact that we got food coming. Did you see this? Did you see this Illinois youth wrestler sucker punch his opponent after he lost?
I know. Again, I see it. I mean, knocked him down.
The dude's down.
And I wonder, am I just mad I got beat? Did we have words during the match? Do I feel like you did something?
I don't know, but I don't think
shot me.
Anything would justify that. But how about the dude got beat? Not just bad, but apparently 14-2 during the Beat the Streets tournament on April the 8th there in Illinois.
I punched him right in the face.
He was defeated by another kid from the Spar Wrestling Academy, and so anyway, the final match score was 14-2. As it's custom,
that's a blowout.
As it's custom in wrestling, the referee invites the two wrestlers to the center of the mat to shake hands and announce the winner. Well, as they were doing so, and the winner, extended his hand to shake his hand, the dude punched him, knocked him. I wouldn't say out, but knocked him down.
Knocked him flat on his back.
The classic sucker punch. And apparently police have launched an investigation into this. It got ugly. Everybody ran to the wrestler that got punched as he suffered a broken nose from the punch.
Dang.
And
I would have told the kid you punch better than you wrestle because you got beat 14-2. So.
We'll have that during the main show today, but that's one of the viral videos that's going around social media is the sucker punch from the youth wrestling match.
Never saw it coming.
Yeah.
That's a bad one.
Well, I mean, I know you get frustrated. I got it. But it's not like you lost on one last score. You got beat 14-2.
That's my point. You should have been halfway through the match. I'm over it.
Yeah. I guess he made him like it, and he got frustrated.
He did. And I don't know if he was talking it up, but still, you don't do that, even if he was talking it up.
No.
Because you see the kid, he's just trying to reach out and grab his hand.
You could at least say, hey, meet me outside. How about that?
Yeah.
But
not outside then. How about that?
But don't punch him like that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Spring is here, and we're all spending more time in the sunshine and less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store. Plus, our family is getting dinner on the table faster than ever with their quick and easy recipes, especially the fast and fresh options ready in just 15 minutes or less. Now, if you're tired of making the same old dinners week after week, HelloFresh will take care of that. There's always something new to try. Their weekly menu of over 40 mouth-watering recipes keeps your taste buds on their toes, and it's easy to round out your order with snacks, sides, desserts, and more from HelloFresh.com. The HelloFresh market is ready. You'll love how the produce is fresh. The recipes are always easy and delicious. Your box arrives when it's convenient for you. So go right now and get 50% off on your first box shipped for free with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. Taking a few scriptures. And
missed it bad, Rick. Missed it bad.
It goes back to this. Let's be careful not to build theology on concepts and pulling little verses out here or there. Let's base it on Scripture from the beginning of the Bible to the end. But anyway, let's say that that's your theology, though. Meaning, if I have enough faith, the snake can bite me because, I saw this in the Bible. Where Paul, when he's almost to Rome, a snake bites him and he slings it off in the fire and
it doesn't affect him.
Yeah, after they'd been shipwrecked, right?
Which, by the way, Paul
gathering up some wood.
They said it wasn't documented in the Bible, but they really said after he'd been through the shipwreck, been through all the problems on the sea, got on to the island of Malta, had the locals saying, "We'll take care of you. Let's build a fire for you." And Paul, even though he was tired, exhausted, and hungry, said, "Let me help," and tried to grab some firewood. And a snake bit him. That he did say, "You can't have nothing."
Right.
I mean, you can't even help. But anyway, so now that them saying, well, undoubtedly in the Bible, when you hear that, and then the other thing about that they'll be bitten by snakes and they won't die, that means that we're going to test God. And that means that any of us who are truly people of faith can handle snakes. And if we truly are in sync with God, it won't bite us. And if it does bite us, we won't die.
There's only one place in the Bible you're supposed to test God, and that's where you're given.
Thank you very much. It's the only place that says that. But here's the thing, okay? If you believe this, because listen to this headline, shocking moment at Kentucky snake handling preacher. The preacher is bitten and has to be carried from the church. Hear this next line. 4 years after his father, who was also a pastor, was killed by a rattlesnake. So if this is the lineage of this pastor family, if we believe the theology, don't we say, hey, I don't know, theology, don't we say, I'm not sure God's hands on these two?
Yeah.
I mean, you remember his daddy got killed by a snake. Was that not a red flag to anybody? If your theology says only those that have the proper amount of faith don't die from snake bites, what does it say about daddy?
Rick, now
the son's been bit, and they've had to take him out.
This guy, Cody Coots, is that right?
Yep, boy.
Pastor of the Full Gospel Tabernacle in Jesus' name in Middlesboro, Kentucky.
Yeah.
One of America's last remaining snake handling churches.
Is this the one they did the reality show?
It may have
on?
been. Yeah. It may have been.
The name's familiar.
Oh, boy.
You talking about Cody
we're
Coots?
rolling now.
Rick,
Rolling some of that now.
they said while holding the creature aloft, okay,
Look at that.
it snaps its jaw on the preacher's ear, causing blood to splatter down his light blue shirt. And
there it is. They got it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. We got footage of the actual thing?
Hit him in the head.
Well, a big congregation.
How about this? That's awful. That's awful close to the
How many
brain.
people want to do that?
Hey, that's awful close to the brain right there.
Let's see it again, Speedy. I was reading. I didn't see the
Oh,
the
Bubba
Popped
actual
him right
strike.
in the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
He gets to it.
Here we go.
Yeah, here it comes, Bubba. When you see it, and I hate for you to watch
All right,
this.
here he is.
I hate for you to watch this. I hate for you to see it. Bam. That's
Well,
all, but guys. That's awful close to the brain.
Sure, he
It
had a
said-
moment of doubt, and he caught him.
It said that Coots continued his speech, telling the members attending to keep playing. I'm not worried at all. God's a healer. I'm not worried. Yet it soon became apparent that Coots was becoming increasingly affected by the snake's bite as blood rushed down his face, no matter how many times he tried to wipe it away.
Please look right here. He's up there still trying to preach, saying, "Well, if I'm truly now you talk about the theology, because you have to go to the hospital and say, now under our theology, you should have been able to keep on preaching, because Paul didn't even. I mean, nothing happened. He just kept on rolling, and you told us that's what was about to happen, and it didn't. We're all taking you out here because you seem to be experiencing the downside of snake bites just like anybody would.
You want some of this? You want some of this?
Is that does he? Is that Sly? Oh my goodness!
Then it got him. Sorry for radio. We'll have links for this.
Look,
you can't understand it.
He sounds like one of them.
Yeah, it sounds like we're
thrash
here.
metal.
Is this the Slayer concert?
I didn't know
or is this
Cochran
church?
was preaching.
That's funny.
Thank you, Rick.
A lot of blood.
Thought I was watching Training Days for a minute.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. Much to do on the program today. That'll include, but not be limited to, your phone calls. We've got a charity charge check going out today. We'll give you another opportunity to participate in a charity charge with Buffalo Wild Wings coming up again on Monday. We'll break down the stories of everything that has happened since the last time we were together, and we'll update you on some of those. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler are here. We start this hour with the national anthem. is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. So we brand new hour is here with us. The fun begins. Helmsy's out. Should be back with us on Monday. I told you, though, that Speedy and the real Greg Burgess gave you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles in now for the YouTube experience, live and archive. All kinds of ways to get the show. You can get them live, you can get them archived, and you can find all those ways at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Really, if you look at it, all we're missing is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
I hear the morning sun. Somebody say, hey. There we go. Bubba, how do?
Yeah, we're good, Rick. How are you, sir?
Well, we are ready to go. We have a lot to do, as I mentioned. Sadly, we do. Yesterday, got the word that Dr. Charles Stanley went on in at the age of 90 into the presence of the Lord that he so faithfully served. So, senior pastor at First Baptist Church Atlanta, but as you said, In Touch Ministries was heard and seen all over the world.
Yeah, had a profound influence on me, and him and Billy Graham were always the big two in my book.
Yep, absolutely.
And everybody else was in line behind them. So hate to lose him, but wow, he's going on to a great reward.
Yeah, let me tell you this: nobody has to worry about that. And I'm with you. When I first became a follower of Christ, and of course, my grandmother, who was devout, you think she didn't love Charles Stanley?
Yeah.
So you think Meemaw Burgess didn't love Charles Stanley?
Oh, solid.
So anyway, so I read some of his writings and commentaries, and even a devotional that was helpful through some dark days. So Charles Stanley, he definitely will hear a well done, good and faithful servant, and finished well. And a lot don't finish well. And even people who start out really good don't finish well.
In a weird kind of way too, In Touch Ministries plays a key part of this show getting started. I don't know if you know.
I don't know that. I'd like to hear that.
Back when I was selling TV, I actually sold time to them and made my budget for the year. And I was promptly fired after that. So
yes,
then I had to
that.
go and get a job at the radio station there in town. And that ended up being where I was the chief engineer, and ended up getting you to come be the morning show
look at
guy.
that.
So how about that?
How about that?
Isn't that funny?
That is.
It's kind of a long road, but it is part of the road.
I remember that. I remember that story. So we've got that. We'll hand out another check today. I mentioned that at the top of the hour. So the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge continues to make a difference. We got the Bible study back today. We'll be in Revelation chapter 8. And, I was telling Greg, he and I were looking this over, and he said, I'll have to talk to you about this. He said, I thought that women would be in heaven. And I said, well, of course they'll be in heaven, Greg. He said, you sure? And I said, yeah. He said, did you see how Revelation 8 starts? Of course, I had, and I said, what do you mean? He says, well, it says for 30 whole minutes there'll be no sound. It'll just be silent.
Just send your email to it. Leave me out of it.
So you are going there.
It says for a half hour, complete silence.
Yeah.
No, it's just
Maybe they arrive late.
Greg, it's just a little fun. Fun there. That's all that is.
Little Joshua.
That's a joke that's been around for a long time.
Little fun.
Yeah, it's funny. All right, so anyway, but it is Revelation 8 today, and actually on a serious note, it's boy, don't let that be your plan. So you do not want to be around for all that. So anyway, we'll talk about that today. It'll be live noon at Central Time, 1:00 Eastern on the YouTube channel. There'll be an archive after that soon after Adler gets that out there, and you can take that on your own time, either on the YouTube channel or on the podcast channel. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth. We got May 4th is coming up. That'll be the cutoff. If you want Mama to have a chance to get that $17,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney, you need to get all the information we need for her to be considered, and that deadline is approaching. So go to rickandbubba.com where it says contest. Click on that, and I cannot stress this enough. Do everything it says to do. Follow it to the letter, so your mom will be considered. And we'll see. We'll do. That's another. We always enjoy those, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Also, we have several other reports out today we have to cover. We had a New York City garage collapse. I don't know if you guys saw that. That looked really bad. We have I don't want to say a good sucker punch, but it is one of the most clear sucker punches you will see at the end of a wrestling match.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was really bad today. We'll have to take a look at that.
When you say wrestling match, do you mean like a sport?
High school,
Yeah, it was like a high school thing.
Okay.
And somebody was not happy they lost.
No, they didn't just lost. They lost 14-2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would you say this would fall under the category of sore loser?
Yes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think so.
Yeah,
I think you'd have that.
It does sound that way, doesn't it?
DeMar Hamlin is in the news. Looks like he has been cleared to come back to football. That is incredible, by the way.
It really is.
It's crazy.
It's that DeMar Hamlin thing. I don't even know what to say about it.
I mean, if you're
it's
DeMar Hamlin, do you should you maybe just take it to the house after that? Or
He claims he's coming back.
Well, I don't want to get into all this because I don't know because they won't tell us, and because of the way the medical laws are set up,
right?
He doesn't have to tell us if he doesn't want to, and the doctor can't tell us. But you know how you look at stuff and you go, by the way people are acting, it makes me go down this road of assumption. And one of the roads I would go down is they know what happened to him and they think that it can be avoided.
Yeah, there's nothing that makes him at any higher risk for it than anybody else.
Right.
That's just
like that. Like maybe he had an insult that caused it.
Yeah.
That he no longer has.
Well, we'll see how that plays out.
They're giving the reason why.
The reason why he's going back?
No,
what caused
the medical reason of what happened and all that. They've explained all that.
The word, yeah.
Yeah, we'll dive into it. Okay. Also, DeSantis versus Disney. That battle continues.
It really does. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Starting to feel it now.
He keeps saying nothing's going to happen to him. Keep on playing.
Yeah, now.
Oh, wow.
Look.
Oh, my goodness.
Look, she's not sure he's going to be all right.
Yeah, and now he's starting to feel
He
woozy
better
now.
put Snake down. He's going to get bit again.
Look, he's got this. Look, everybody's like, now this is when the deacons don't know what to do.
Right. Getting woozy.
Getting woozy.
You see his color changing too?
Well, yeah.
Look.
There he goes.
Goodness.
There he goes.
Somebody get him to the hospital quick.
Cool stuff today. Really cool story we're going to talk about today. And we get ready for the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo coming up this weekend. All the details at rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. But if you want to win something cool from Moultrie, it's his first visit of what is soon, before we know it, will be the new hunting season. And I see some stories about that today.
Well, he's got a story today that's going.
Oh, baby, it's a dandy.
Rick, I got a preview of it, and
oh, I did too.
It's just disturbing. Disturbing.
I had a little fun with Dan today too. You got to watch that, but y'all missed that. It was good.
It was good.
But anyway,
he took the whole sinker on that one. There.
I was asked again last night by my wife why I do that, and I said I just enjoy it. And she said that now that my sons do it, and I said, well, yeah, of course they do.
I get to laughing. I can't. I can't keep a straight face.
You were wanting to see how far I would go, wouldn't you? You start begging for mercy.
I did. I started jumping up and down.
But anyway, so we'll jump into that. I read the story from Dan's daughter Ashley, and then I just heard Dan talking about it again. And any time a story features somewhere in there, and they had to remove the bear's head to remove his teeth from someone's body, that's a good story. I mean, that let me tell you something. That's a story right there, my friend. So we will jump into that, and we'll talk about that, and then we'll find out kind of what Moultrie and the Good Time Gang have in store for this weekend. And, I did get the word, and I don't know why we go through this every year, and I know I'm about to sound like Dan Moultrie, so I understand, but this really is no hyperbole or exaggeration that I'm aware of, because I know firsthand, because, it involved an uncomfortable call to Gary yesterday, that the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo is a hard sellout as far as exhibitors are concerned. And some of you are trying to get in, and now there's no room for you. We start talking about this thing a long time out, and I know y'all like to sit around and piddle, but if you want to be in the expo, you got to make a move before, Tuesday before the expo. I mean, you got to do better than that. And so some people are getting shut out now because they waited too long to try to exhibit. And so it will that. But the good news for you, the people that are coming, that means our selection should be great, and every booth will have something in it. So start making your plans to be with us, and we look forward to a little grip and grin too. And Riley Green will be there, and he's going to be on the show, I think, tomorrow or Thursday.
Yeah, we were trying for that. He's traveling, but we're going to try to get him on tomorrow.
And so that's coming up this weekend. But the bottom line is, we want you to come hang out with us, and it's fun for the Rick and Bubba family to get together. That's what we enjoy the most. But for all of you, if you are into the outdoors, and there'll be other items that are just kind of there that I don't know whether they truly fit under the headline outdoors or not, but there's a lot of
cool to have,
but there's deals to be had. So make a move, and we look forward to seeing all of you coming up this weekend. Whether you come in, on Friday night, on Saturday, or Sunday, or you do a little bit of all three, we look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, like you said, it's a great shopping experience. You get great deals. It's that time of year where you're trying to get those last minute things in before deer season gets going, and you got to do all that prep work. But it's like a big family reunion too, and I always enjoy that, getting to visit with everybody. And a lot of folks we've seen and known for years, and meet a lot of new faces too.
Well, I think what you'll like, there's some things that are just logic and common sense. You can't really deny them. Certainly, we all know that everybody there, whatever deal they have going, they've worked out a system that they're going to make some profit. They should. But, when you get to what the profit level is, there really is a very logical, common sense deal. If you don't know the work it takes to set up these things, and they would like to load the truck with the least amount of stuff as they can.
Absolutely.
So they're coming with the kind of deals that they think that inventory is going to move, so they don't have to load it back up in that truck and leave.
Rick, sometimes a 4-letter word is not good. This case it is deal.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So let's look back at yesterday. So Bubba, you have an update. Speaking of DeMar Hamlin, we have an update on Bubba's health.
Yeah. Again, I want to thank everyone for their thoughts and prayers. We had our 90-day CAT scan blood test early this week. Everything looks good, all clear, liver doing good. So we're good for another 90 days, and we appreciate you keeping us in your thoughts and prayers in that. And Rick, if we get one more good report, we'll get to graduate to only twice a year.
How about that?
Every 90 days.
Awesome. Yeah. So in the report yesterday was very, very good.
Yep.
So
all good.
That's exciting and much to celebrate.
Yes. And very happy to get that behind us. You have to kind of hold your breath there every 90 days.
Oh, I know, and I know that's no fun. But I know you have the right attitude about it. But boy, what a feeling of elation when you get a good report.
Like that. Yes. Always enjoy getting those. And you guys know I don't live my life expecting bad news. We got a lot of projects going on, but
yes.
You do have to pause for a minute and say, let's see how this is going to go. And so far, so good.
Well, and it's one of those things, and I'm not, again, I don't want to over-spiritualize, but I don't want to under-spiritualize. There's a lot of things that have happened with you, considering the kind of cancer that you were diagnosed with, that seems to be boggling the mind. It's in the beginning, it
some
was
oddities for sure.
Yeah, in the beginning, it was it's secondary. Absolutely, it's always secondary. And then we find out, praise God, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, and it just keep getting these great reports. And again, we none of us know the future. I was talking with a person that I know that's got a pretty grave diagnosis coming up, and he and I were talking, and I looked at him, and he knew it because he's a powerful person of faith too. And he said, I said, buddy, I said, there is a really good chance that you'll outlive me. I mean, and I said I may not ever have a health diagnosis, but I mean I'm about to pull out of my driveway, and if I don't do it right, left, and right again, or left, right, left again, I mean none of us. Jesus told us that. He said it's okay. By the way, don't take what Jesus saying that planning is a sin, because it's not.
Right.
The point he was making is, don't squander the day that's in front of you, because the day that you're planning may never come.
Right.
Deal with the one that's right in front of you. And as Jesus said correctly, it's got all the trouble you need.
Right. And deal with it, enjoy it. But I am thankful, and I do think it is miraculous that we have the doctors and we have the technology we live in now. That these CAT scan and MRI machines are so readily available in our country. I know a lot of people complain about our healthcare system, and it's certainly not perfect, but it is so far ahead of what the rest of the world has, it ain't even funny.
Matter of fact, the only things wrong with it are us tampering with it.
Yeah.
If we get the government out of it, it would even be better and more affordable.
Yeah, let the marketplace handle all that. Yeah. But to have that, and I want to encourage people to really early diagnosis on this, and I was lucky that I had a gallbladder attack, so they found this.
Mm-hmm.
Early diagnosis is the key. We can beat a lot of these things if they get on it early, but you have to be diagnosed. So make those doctor's appointments. Get those. Especially us men, we hate going to the doctor. We wait till something's about to fall off before we go get it checked.
Yeah.
Get your routine yearly checkups and get the scans they encourage you to get. Keep an eye on everything and try to stay on top of it, because it's not fun, but the other part of it's not fun either.
The when you think about
what a blessing to have the opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. And the I'm going to say this, and I know it's only this show would say this.
Mm-hmm.
In a strange way, those of you that think that Skinwalker Ranch is trying to kill Bubba, Skinwalker Ranch actually saved Bubba.
It really did.
I mean, I hate to bring that up, because we will
if you want to go down that avenue, yes.
We will give Skinwalker Ranch credit for going after Bubba's gallbladder, because it's gone after many, apparently.
Yeah.
But in Skinwalker's attempt to go after Bubba's gallbladder, it actually revealed the problem in his liver that probably saved his life.
Isn't that crazy?
So Skinwalker Ranch may have saved Bubba.
Yeah, it all depends on how you look at it.
It all depends on how you look at it.
So let's get one in the win category.
Right, and y'all got to stop saying that Skinwalker Ranch brought the tornado to Bubba's house. That didn't happen. Your timeline's off on that.
Yeah, well, and plus they're not known for that.
No, that's not on their list. Gallbladders was on their list.
Right.
But tornadoes not on their list.
Right. So anyway, all good. Thank you again, and please stay on top of your health. Don't let it get away from you.
Well, and Bubba, your commitment to stay on top of yours.
Well, I got drug in there.
Right.
It wasn't that I was planning.
Right.
I'm not saying I get a gold star for planning. Okay. I'm just saying take advantage of this wonderful technology that we have.
Absolutely.
These PET scanners, these MRIs. Golly, we got some good stuff.
Amen. And on that note,
and I like the CAT scan myself.
Is that the one you like?
Well, it's just a whole lot easier.
Right. It is. Get a little fur on you, but other than that, it's fine.
Bad part.
Of course, you got to find a good tabby.
Right. So, but on that note, to nutshell Damar Hamlin, I guess what they're saying is that Damar Hamlin is at no higher risk playing football for this to happen than anybody else who plays football. As a matter of fact, they say this happens a lot, unfortunately, in Little League, and it has to do with the way the heart is in rhythm at the time you get hit. The odds of it happening are very, very low. It did happen to him. It was the perfect storm, but back to him being cleared to play, they basically, and tell me if I'm oversimplifying this, every single person that steps on the football field is at risk of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and he doesn't have any more risk than anybody else.
That's what the doctors have said. Again, though, if I'm him, I have to really.
Yes.
Yeah, now that's different.
Can you put that helmet on and go play like you did before?
Yeah.
Without thinking about it. It's gonna be mental. Physically, he is fine. Mentally, it's gonna be the challenge.
I'm embarrassed to say this because it's not fun when you have to admit something. It has nothing to do with that. It wasn't near death, but I went through playing and never ever so fortunate, never received. Now everybody gets hurt in football, but I'm talking about getting injured, and I finally got injured. And midway through the playoffs of my senior year, which was a real injury. I never had a real injury. And I will admit, and the way it happened was something that happens in football all the time, just like this. But to your point, Greg, and I kept playing for at least another year, and it had nothing to do with me not quitting. But I do remember this. I do remember that the next time a bunch of offensive linemen fell near my foot, I went, whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, I had never played like that before.
Right.
But I became aware of the falling bodies and the piles.
I think that's it. You become aware of what's around
it's in your mind.
Yeah, it's because I'd never had anything get trapped like that and get broke. And when it does, you start going, well, watch out. That almost landed on me. They talk to you that about knees. The first time you cut, you just don't cut the same way. So think of it now. Picture my heart went out of rhythm, and I was passed out, and I had a heart event. And I know the odds of it happening again are almost zero.
Yeah.
But still. But that mental part is there.
Yeah. It's a big deal.
Are you more prone for it to experience that with a hit, though? There's just so much we don't know.
That's true.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Deal.
Yeah. And so, sometimes, we've seen deals that like Moultrie will run on his cameras and like the deals we talked about yesterday with one of our exhibitors on tractors and stuff that honestly will be kind of this is going to be for 2.5 days and that's it.
Yeah.
So anyway, it'll be fun. And I hope you'll make plans to join us. And if maybe you're somebody that's never been and you've heard about it for 4 years and now year 5, you go, by golly, we're going. So and it's
load up the truck,
and usually and always let us know if there's any exceptions. But if you've done some other expo type things, and certainly there's some good ones around the country. But sometimes, I think ours has kind of a family feel that I think you'll enjoy. Sometimes you get there and you kind of go, some of this looks a little shady and a little rowdy. This is good quality stuff and just a lot of fun being had. So hopefully you'll make plans to be with us. And all the details are at rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. And kids 12 and under are free. So if you got kids 12 and under, you don't even have to worry about a ticket. So, all right, we'll be back. Let's jump in it. Moultrie's here, and we have an incredible story involving an outfitter and a big old bear. I know.
Skin crawl.
I know. We'll talk about that when we come back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And they'll be big and bold this weekend at the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. As you roll in, night in hell game calls under $10, Moultrie cameras. He was just at his house. His dogs, he let them out to run a little bit. They actually got on a bear, he and his son.
Well, his son wasn't with him when it happened, but his son saw it, and he got his wife in there. But keep going, and then the newsreel tells about it.
So he was going to go out and check on his dogs, and dogs usually either tree a bear or, the worst-case scenario, are fighting a bear.
Yes.
And sadly, it was the latter scenario that Bridger Petrini walked up on, and then what happened next is unbelievable.
You want to run the newsreel? You want to tell
this
the
is
rest
courtesy
of the story?
of News 13. And if you've seen the movie Revenant, the bear attack scene, this is kind of what it looks like, but this is the story.
Well, after he was attacked by a bear while walking his dogs, he killed the bear while its jaw was clamped around his leg, and the jaw stayed that way for a while. News 13's Francesca Washington has the story and a warning: there are images of the dead bear.
Uh-oh.
From making their way through Angel Fire Resort to dumpster diving in Ruidoso, bear sightings and encounters across the state are pretty common. But one Raton man had a very uncommon encounter with a bear back a couple weeks ago.
I got way too close, and the bear was overly aggressive.
Bridger Petrini is a rancher and big game hunter. Last month, he was exercising his hunting dogs near his home just outside the small city.
When he saw me, he just he pinned his ears down and immediately made a big charge at me.
And that's when the struggle began.
Down the hill, we went again, rolling, and he had bit me a time or two, but he never was able to get on my upper body, and so my legs took most of the...
Petrini says he was armed with a pistol and shot the bear as he was being mauled.
Somehow or another, where he had bit down on my calf muscle, it had basically twisted it over his bottom jaw, and then he died with his teeth locked. And so I wasn't able to get away from him.
Raton Fire, along with Game and Fish, responded to the scene, but moving the nearly 400-pound animal proved challenging. So they eventually sawed the bear's head off, leaving it attached to Petrini's leg.
When they cut the bear's head off, then they were able to maneuver the head to where they could get it off my leg.
He was flown to UNM Hospital, where they deal with injuries from bear attacks from time to time.
Bears are huge, so you can see all kinds of different injuries, from bites to scratch marks from the claws to blunt force trauma.
But they had never heard a story like this.
I've never seen this before, so this is extremely unusual.
Francesca Washington, KRQE News 13.
Look at that! That when they showed that bear's head has bit down on his calf.
Yeah.
And then I guess it did a roll.
It did a roll.
And it did a roll.
Got that tendon.
Yeah, and then he died with his jaws locked.
There's a lot of folks from our home state here that's been out there and hunted with Bridger with us, and Ashley and Daniel shot a bear with Bridger, and we've been hunting with them almost 35 years, and when his dad had it, now Bridger's taking it over. But what happened, his wife told me, is when he came out of a little thicket where the dogs had the bear, were fighting him, and he said the bear looked at him immediately. And Greg's heard me tell this story, but on all the bear charges we've had in Alaska and whatnot, when the play-in's over with, when the bear's serious about coming, it's not a mock charge, they lay those ears back. And
it is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's the number. Come on, Tommy. What you do to me, don't get carried away. So, TheraBreath has been part of the program. If you ever visit this program, you'll be thankful because we have access to TheraBreath lozenges. So if you will not have to fear, there's a lot of things from this show that you may have to fear. You may have to fear that we don't share the food with you. That's a legitimate concern, okay, that it's hid away. But you will not have to fear that you're going to get stank breath from any member of the show because we all use TheraBreath products, and we always have the lozenges ready to go in case, I'm about to finish my second cup of coffee right here in the Common Sense is a Superpower mug, 20 ounces strong. And then I'm going to go take a TheraBreath lozenge because the mouthwash and toothpaste I've already used now has been compromised by coffee. So I'll go in there. I'll do that. Fresh breath is back. Now, if you'd like to see everything they have a healthy gum oral rinse. They have a whitening oral rinse. These products are all researched by Dr. Katz, and they go after the root of the problem. A lot of other products give you a false sense of security, but they really haven't solved anything, and they don't last very long. So go to TheraBreath.com. Go there, indicate that you're coming there from the show, and look for any discounts that's available there. Or you can just go to retailers, and you'll look and see their products because they're at over 100 retailers, too. TheraBreath and the Rick and Bubba Show, they've been together a long time. And you need to get these products if you don't already have them, and I know a lot of you do. All right, so do you want to get into this thing with King Charles?
King Charles.
Do you want to talk about that here?
We can. We can do it.
It's an interesting thing, and I know you on our program follow the royal family, so you keep us updated on what's going on.
Well,
there.
let me, Rick. I didn't have it pulled up.
Okay,
here.
I'm just thinking about things you and I were chatting about in the break.
Well, we have the big coronation.
Yeah.
The King Charles is going to become, he's the king, I guess now, right?
He is King Charles. That
but
is
he
correct.
hasn't had like the coronation or the big party, right? I mean,
right.
He didn't have to be swore in. I mean, he becomes king at his mom's
Right,
death,
but now they're going to do. It's almost like picture a couple that doesn't want to live in sin anymore, and this has happened before, and they'll go somewhere and do a little small ceremony and get their paperwork done, but then they'll say, no, we're going to have a big wedding, but we're going to do that. We can't get that done until like 2 months from now, but we want to go ahead and get the marriage part done as far as us not being out of the approval of God and the state. So anyway, so it's the legal part. You're right. That happens the minute whoever was in front of you in line dies, and they'll do a little something there. But now this is the country does the full-blown coronation of the king.
This is the big party.
This is the big one.
Yeah. This is like this is the reception of the
This
wedding,
is your big boy. Yeah.
So I was reading this, and it was just curious to me. It said the Pope gives 2 fragments of the cross of Jesus Christ that he was crucified on to King Charles, so they can lead the new monarch's coronation procession. And I was like, I wasn't really familiar that artifact had ever been found or whatever. And I was looking at this, and Rick, it's two very small pieces of wood that is in another thing that is big and gold and all that kind of stuff. So let's see.
Now Indiana Jones found the Ark of the Covenant. So
got that. Both pieces are shaped as crosses, one being 1 centimeter in size, the other 5 millimeters. And are set in a larger silver cross behind a rose crystal gemstone that can only be viewed up close. The Cross of Wales, which was a gift from the king to the church in Wales to celebrate its centennial, will be blessed by the Archbishop of Wales, but anyway, is this? Do they think this is actually part of the cross or whatever? Because I was just. We were having that discussion because I did not know that artifact had ever been found, but again, I don't study all the artifacts, so I don't know.
All right, so right now I'm going to reach over here and pick up my kid gloves, and I'm going to put them on.
Right.
Okay. I'm not Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I have a lot of friends who are Catholic and devout Catholic, and so they would probably speak to this more than I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I will just say that our brothers and sisters that in Catholicism and that whole setup, they're big on artifacts, and they'll have one in a second. Okay, so I'm like you, Bubba, completely ignorant that somehow the Pope has a couple of pieces from the cross that Jesus was crucified on. I'm hearing that today for the very first time.
Right.
Okay.
And that's why it kind of caught me off guard too.
Yeah. And Adler, are you well versed on this at all?
So I found
it was interesting to see you weighing in on that. So, but you may, because your parents have been in ministry a long time. I don't know.
I have visited a whole lot of different places, cathedrals in the UK, and I mean they've got
a lot of stuff. A lot of artifacts.
Yeah, like this is
a lot of stuff.
This is Job's.
They love a statue. They love an artifact.
This is Job's pinky finger or whatever.
Right. Wow. So you're going even further than me.
There's a lot of that. But so the shards, I found a picture, and they added it to the Cross of Wales. That's what this big thing on the right is, and these are the little shards. So they're very small pieces that are kind of inlaid in like a glass bead. It looks like that are supposedly the shards of Jesus.
Okay, because I want to be clear, because some people get confused. That's not, because that cross is too tiny for anybody to hang on.
They're just saying it splinters off.
These are some shards they claim.
Right.
They claim are from that cross, and now they laid them across each other, saying shards of cross now represent the cross by making them a mini cross.
Yes.
But this mini cross, unlike the ones you can get made anywhere, are supposedly made by actual pieces of wood from the actual cross.
And
do we have that right?
In the early days of the church, which the first church was what is now currently the Catholic Church, there appeared to be kind of a run on relics in Jerusalem. Some would say robbed, depending on who you're talking to about it.
Right.
that a lot of that became very valuable, and as some of the Roman emperors became Christian, they wanted some of the stuff too, so they sent, groups out to try to find this and round it up. So, it's possible some of these things were actually real, but there's also possibility some of them were not.
Correct.
But I just never heard that, and I didn't know. It seems like you would hear more about it if they had that.
And now I'm really going to get myself in trouble. If you really had this, and I can only take their word for it, I don't know whether they have it or not.
Right.
Do you want to give it to King Charles?
Well,
see, there I go. I'm not getting in any better shape, am I? I mean, of all the people to give it to, Queen Elizabeth. Yes, I thought she was pretty devout. You know what I mean? And
small,
and seemed to live out her faith.
And this is probably on loan. It's probably not.
Right.
They're just going to lead the procession with it.
Yeah. So. What's next? You gonna give them some pearls?
Well,
I mean, but the
when you got a bigger piece.
I like the fact that they're wanting to at least do that.
Yeah. So,
but I just don't know.
So are we? I'm just trying to think how it happens. I'm just going back in history to the things we do know.
Right.
The Romans. Look. This is just Rick's speculation. I mean, you know how much this is worth? About 2 cents, maybe.
Right.
Okay. So they're just going to let you take some of the cross with you. I mean, while they're totally in charge, and they're executing people by cross, and you come up and you're taking your loved one away who claimed to be, God incarnate, and of course we believe that he is, and they say, hey, by the way, I know we need to rush this before sundown because we're about to start the Sabbath.
Right.
Could we have a piece of the cross to take with us, just to kind of as a memory?
Well, I tell you how I think this came about.
Are you saying they found it later?
I think how this came about later on.
Right.
They were going through somebody's, and I'm gonna put this in Bubba terms.
Okay. Well, all this is written Bubba commentary. But you got to be careful with it.
They were going through somebody's barn.
It's not exactly Charles Stanley.
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
I understand. They're going through somebody's barn who was of importance to the early church, and they went, "Wow, this guy's got a cross in here. I wonder why he's got that. It must be important."
Right.
And they started looking at it, and it had the nail holes, and they said, "Well, it looks like somebody was really crucified on this."
So you're saying,
do you think that this guy maybe actually went back and got the cross that Jesus was crucified
So
on?
you'd have to think that one of his followers went back and got the whole cross and put it in a barn.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's kind of how this came about. Just glancing over the story.
Are you sure it was a barn?
Well, it's what I'm calling a barn.
Okay.
They found it at his, residence or something he owned, or
and it wasn't we were digging
not
and
everybody.
we found up maybe on Golgotha.
Right.
No, we're digging
like
there. Okay, because now you get over there,
Right. But I think the thing was they went, well, we never find crosses in people's barns.
Right.
And
I actually saw a guy walking down the side of the road with one on his shoulder, but it had wheels on it.
But back in this time.
Right.
And they go, well, this guy had one, so there must have been some particular reason he saved it.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, well, you think this could be it? Well, that has to be why he saved it. He wouldn't have just gone and got one from anybody and saved it because nobody else was saving it.
Unless maybe he was in the Ku Klux Klan.
Well,
right.
I'm just saying.
Right, you're right.
They call it the true cross.
Right.
The cross in which
it's a big statement.
And
the first memorabilia.
There's some piece.
That's a big statement.
But I think I think it was discovered, probably a few hundred years after the fact.
Right. Understood.
Yes.
Yeah. No, not like, which was something this big.
Well, they didn't go down on Saturday to get a piece because they didn't really realize what was going on there.
And Sunday is probably gone.
Well,
don't you think the Romans would have removed it and been done with it?
They probably, I don't know, they may have used the same ones many times. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I don't know, but Jesus carried it through town, so maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know what they're doing.
Look, I guess it's one of those things. I mean, he's the Pope. You take his word for it, but
sure.
And of course, he had to be told by somebody else. He wasn't there.
Right.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
He said he saw that just as clear as day, those ears laid back, and here he came, and his wife said hit him like a linebacker, hitting him. And so they were rolling down the hill, and here's where it's lucky that his son went and got his wife. The bear was attached to his leg. He couldn't move, couldn't go anywhere, and think of the pain going on.
And just the weight of that bear on you.
And so the son and the mom go down the hill. They call some other people on the ranch to come help them. And she said Bridger was sitting there just cool as and it must have been either the shock or the nerve severed. Said just, hey, y'all get it off of me, just talking to him the whole time. And of course now it's turned into a very comprehensive, extensive, very bad injury.
Infection and all kinds of things can happen now.
And yesterday she said it's real swollen up, and he was going to see a neurologist and neurosurgeon today, but about it. But with the limited use that's there now, but I asked her. I said if he feels like it tomorrow, but if not, we'll get him on later on, or his dad. Talking about it. But when we talk about these bear attacks and all these groups, let's protect them. They're not going to hurt anybody. That's Boo Boo the bear. Yeah. Guess what?
Look at that shot right there.
Trimmy Bear's he's like, I got a towel. I'm not going to hurt anybody. Well, here's the thing that we haven't talked about that I want some clarity on. I know when we watch movies, people just act like you can take a pistol and just shoot anything, the most precise shot. Pistols, you got to have some expertise to shoot something with a pistol if it's standing still.
You got to have it. A lot of times, generally, they just make it matter at a lot of bears.
So he's now not just shooting a pistol, which is also quite difficult. He might be able to hit a bear, but not hit it mortally. And now the bear's charging him, and he's still got a mortal shot into that bear. How'd that happen?
I think he shot it, and all that happened so fast. He didn't even draw. After the bear was locked on, I think he shot it at point blank range on his leg.
That's what I'm thinking. You realize, though, trying to gather your senses and get your pistol, and
he's been on so many times. I mean, this guy's guided just hundreds and hundreds of hunts, and you just never know what's going to happen. But like the guy that was taunting what was he taunting, a buffalo or a moose or a bear or something? Guess what? Buffalo. This is going to happen.
Well,
and this is with an expert that knows bear as well as anybody.
Well, we've talked about it before. I've talked to someone that was with an outfitter, and they were out on an elephant hunt, and they know so much. Just like he knew when he saw that bear, I'm about to be attacked.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't. I wonder. And he said, now this particular outfitter was killed by the elephants, but he saved the clients. He saw the situation that the elephants had actually surrounded him, and he didn't pick up. These females had finally formed, and he basically said, hey, it's over for one of us, and it ain't going to be me. Let me tell y'all what to do. And, I mean, it's not going to be y'all. Let me tell you what to do, and I'll do the best I can. And the elephants killed him. But what I'm talking about is they know so much. They also know when it's dire.
When it's bad. I asked his wife, I said, I've always had the feeling in Alaska, a lot of times you'll have mock charges and whatnot, and never in my mind did I ever believe the bear was going to get us. I was always focused on what do we need to be doing. If that bear's charging, you're holding on him, you're waiting. When we had those hippos charging in Tanzania,
we've had hippos kill some other people.
Yeah, you're holding dead on. You're taking care of business. Never in my mind and I asked his wife. I said, did he? She said exactly what you just said. He never thought it would be him.
Right.
It was his time for it to happen.
Speaking of Alaska, we there's a man that could face charges. He waded into water of feeding bears. Just so he could get a selfie.
Yeah.
And authorities are looking for him, or he could be charged because apparently you have to stay 50 yards away from any feeding bears or whatever. But look at him. He's waded out into the water. Look at all those bears.
Oh, he's at McNeil River. That's horrible.
Look at him walking out there knowing what we know and how they could just turn.
What he doesn't know, Dan, is how quickly those bears are in shallow water right there.
Yeah,
they can be on him so fast. He wouldn't take 2 steps with him.
He's easier to catch than those fish you're trying to bite.
They are so fast. And
look at him trying to bite those fish, Rick, swimming out the stream.
It's funny how they do that, isn't it?
Yeah. They just catch them in midair.
But see, if that guy gets killed, you go, eh. But so in this situation, back to Bubba's point, I think some of these people we would need to take out of the gene pool. But Bridger in this situation, I guess when he got there, you said the dogs. If the bear's not treed, that's bad because you have an annoyed bear when you show up.
Oh yeah, he's already mad,
and he's already fighting.
Yeah,
and now you see something else that's bigger. He's got to fight.
And you couple it that it's a big boar.
Yeah. Here we go. 8 minutes to the top. Let's get phone calls in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start with Jamel. Is that right, Jamel? Jamel is on the line, and we'll chat with others. And if you want to join us, there's room there. Jamel, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thank you for your patience. What's on your mind?
Well, thank you. It's hard to be driving to work and hearing y'all talk about the true cross. I know the answers. I teach ancient world history. but here's where it came from, where the whole thing comes from. You know, in the 300s, Constantine the Great became the emperor of Rome, and he became a Christian. That's a whole different story about how he saw a cross in the sky. But and that was the first time they started painting red crosses on their shields. But his mother was Helena, and she became a Christian, devout. And she went to Jerusalem during his reign. She went to Jerusalem to find the sites of her new Savior.
Right.
And she found Golgotha. And she found, she was looking for some piece of the cross. Well, it's been 350 years, it's been over 300 years since Jesus, but there are still Christians in Jerusalem and people who've been trying to keep up. Anyway, they showed her and excavated an area near Golgotha where things had been, bodies, bones, things had been thrown. Yeah. And she found this piece of wood, and she took it, and several miracles happened. Okay. Right, she used it to see if she could heal somebody. Could she, and she determined that this was the true cross of Christ.
Okay, so
the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church may have bona fide this over the centuries. But what she did was she sent pieces. She sent some to Rome. She sent pieces back to Constantinople, where they had set up as the capital of the empire. Constantine. That's why it's called Constantinople. He'd moved it over to what is now today Istanbul. And they distributed some shards of wood to some significant places. And, at that time, the Pope in Rome was just one of 5 church centers. They had not split the church up between the East and the West yet. So the Pope was just the Patriarch of Rome, and there were 4 other patriarchs. But that's where it all comes from. So this is probably that piece of the cross that was sent to the Patriarch of Rome.
Yeah, if I had one thing, and I couldn't have given the details that you have, I would have said, I bet you if you go back to Constantine, it'll start in there somewhere. Because a lot of all this kind of, when he became a follower of Christ, that was a good thing. But boy, it was kind of, well, he was to me the first one. We still do it today in the Western Church. If you've got a little bit of celebrity, and you tell everybody you've come to Christ, we'll immediately let you have some sort of authority and put you out on the platform a little too quick. And so I think Constantine was like, hey, you know what? I'm a pretty big deal.
The persecution.
He did stop the persecution. Yeah, absolutely, he did.
He stopped the persecutions. Now it was another length of time, a few emperors down the way, who made Christianity the church of the Roman Empire. And of course, that all this time, the Roman Empire is splitting east and west. They moved the capital. That leaves Rome as kind of a refugee camp. Rome was pretty run down at this point. Yeah. But it was, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I've had throat surgery. But it was Constantine's mother, Helena, in the last years of her life.
Okay.
And that's why the Church of the Holy Sepulchre that was started at that time.
Right.
Because Golgotha and the tomb were adjacent. We think they carried the body off down a road somewhere, but it was right next. They're both under the same roof.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there, and of course, now they have the garden tomb that disagrees. Not disagrees. They didn't say that.
Yeah.
They believe.
But another possibility.
Yeah, they believe their location is another possibility, and you can also see Golgotha from the garden tomb as well. And they take you in and show you that the body would have been to the right, which Mark says, interviewing Peter, that he saw the body to the right. And they say that we're not saying that we are the place where Jesus was entombed. Very clearly, Jamel, and your history was very, very helpful today. So thank you. We were clearly told you don't worship these things.
That's exactly. I think that's why the Lord has not given us
that's
a
exactly
place,
right.
a body,
That's
a cross, or people would have been worshiping idols. It would have been idols.
It's the same reason he would.
So we don't know what Jesus looked like. The Shroud of Turin is very instructive on what a body that had been crucified. I mean, you can see what a crucified person, but they don't want you to worship the Shroud of Turin.
Right. Thank you for that, Jamel. And you go all the way back to when Moses was, when God took him up on the mountain for him to end his earthly life. There was even, Jude talks about that Satan, Lucifer, wanted to find the body of Moses because he knew the people would worship it like an idol. And the archangel Michael brings Jesus in with him because he said he wouldn't face Lucifer without Jesus. And they deny Lucifer that because he would make it an idol. He knew they'd make it an idol. And that's why these things are not supposed to be readily available to us, because human beings are going to worship idols. It's the original sin, and that is pride of trying to worship everything other than God. And we are to have nothing that we make an idol. Nothing. Nothing.
So from a history standpoint, though, while the Roman Empire and the Catholic Church were good at documenting things because they have a long history of written history in that, there were several hundred years between the crucifixion and when all this took place.
Correct.
So in between that, it would have been local lore about this happened here, this happened there. And just what was passed down generation to generation. So we really do not know absolutely.
No, and you can see what he said. Helen gets fired up. She's new to the faith. She wants everything she can find out about it. And she gets there, because for any shred of the cross to still be there 300 plus years later, it would have to be supernatural that it's not gone.
Right.
But that's... I'm certainly not the final judge on that. But I can read Scripture and know things we're not supposed to do. Top of the hour, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So when we talk about 401ks and we talk about IRAs, look, you're out there, you got them, because I've been educated that the government is actually running my retirement. I'm not running it, and if you don't believe that, then you go and try to take some out. The government is going to tell you what you can and cannot do. They'll tell you how much you can borrow. They can tell you when you got to pay it back. They'll tell you how much taxes you're going to owe, any penalties if you take it out too soon. They'll also penalize you if you wait too long. And that is, by the way, last time I checked, our money. It's not the government's money, but they treat it as if it's theirs. And when you look around at the soaring national debt, do you have any idea what some of us that aren't there yet? We don't have any idea what we're going to pay in taxes when we decide that we're old enough to now start taking some of it out. Are you destined to outlive your savings? The answer, most of us, yes. Because our lifespans are much longer now than even when these ideas were entertained. And most people outlive their savings, most people on average, by 10 years or more. So anyway, if you would like to find out about Bank on Yourself, now let me tell you some things you're going to love. Built-in inflation protection. With Bank on Yourself, your money's guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good times and bad. You'll know, peace of mind, the guaranteed minimum value of your retirement savings the day you plan to tap into them, and at every point along the way. It's not a guess when you go to Bank on Yourself. You're in control, unlike the 401ks, unlike the IRAs. You can get access to your money for any purpose at any time with no questions asked and no government penalties or restrictions on how much income you can take or when you can take it, okay? And also some of the most savvy businessmen out there is a strategy are using Bank on Yourself. McDonald's used it when no banker would lend them a dime. Anybody can do it. So guaranteed predictable growth and retirement income, no luck, no skill, no guesswork, tax-free retirement income. Can I tell you what your taxes will be if you do Bank on Yourself? 0, so you know. So would you like to find out more? Yeah, it's pretty intriguing stuff, isn't it? So why don't you get the details right now, going to bankonyourself.com/ and then 3 letters RBS for the Rick and Bubba Show. bankonyourself.com/RBS.
Used to having his way and fighting,
Right.
and that's generally the ones that don't tree when you're bear hunting. Is those big boys? They'd rather fight on the ground, and that's a bad situation.
Can you imagine what it felt like for the force of that bear to hit you like a linebacker?
And you
Like being hit by a truck.
Yeah.
Well, imagine rolling down that hill. His wife said they rolled about 200 yards fighting. You imagine that jaw tied up in your calf muscle
the whole
and
time.
you got 400 pounds slinging off your calf muscle.
Oh my God!
Oh, it'd be
Not allowed.
horrible.
I can't believe he made a kill shot with a pistol during the charge.
Bridger's always been cool under fire.
Well, it sounds like it.
Yeah, and that protected his clients. I've seen him a lot of times help the clients out with stuff. But severe people need to see they're not teddy bears.
No. Well, again, the only way they were able to remove his teeth from the calf was they had to take the head off the bear.
And then I think they took.
About it.
Hey, Bubba, Triple B.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
All right, we have the VMAs. And now, from what I've gathered, first of all, I still find it odd that we're still having an award show that represents something that nobody watches. Even MTV does not put music videos on, and they said
But Rick, what happened to music videos? I thought we all loved music videos until they just went away.
Well, you can watch them, I guess, online. But as far as people sitting down,
Is there an online channel you can watch them?
I don't know. I can Google them.
Rick,
and watch
seriously,
anything I want.
like on the cable system or TV, direct TV or satellite, whatever. I mean, there's 600 channels. We can't have one channel that just plays music videos.
I think they're out there. I just don't know what
Hall
they're
&
called.
Oates has got enough to keep them going.
Yeah, they do. There's some out there. I just don't know what they're called.
There is one channel I know that the Burgesses would like, and it's MTV Live, and it's just nothing but live events
And they have
bands performing live, which I know y'all like.
MTV
Now, some of the bands you
Classic
probably would.
is like what VH1 Classic used to be. They did away with. It'll show it'll have Metal Mania Hour and stuff like that. Show some of those stuff. But as far
So
as
if I want to see videos
day,
from the 80s, what do I do, Greg? Where do I find
You
that?
can find it because it'll have different. It'll have 80s. It'll have 90s. It's on MTV. It's not HD though.
Oh no.
Well, that might as well not even have a channel.
And music videos are still a huge deal. It's just all on YouTube now.
Well, what I was going to tell you though, this particular award show, the viewership it was down 50% last year for the award show. So the viewership of this particular award show has plummeted, probably because people just go watch videos on their own, like you're saying, and they don't get all caught up. And plus, the show has gotten so weird and everybody's acted so bizarre, they've probably run off some of their audience. But the big story today is two things last night. First of all, I believe that Madonna is absolutely not telling the truth. I do not believe that Aretha Franklin was an influence of hers and made her what she is today. It just sounds good to say that. And you can almost
She's
tell.
looking sharp.
You can almost tell because, as I said, she has that childlike tone to it when they're telling something that's not exactly true.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other story, which is even bigger, Kevin Hart.
Oh, yeah.
From the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are so thankful that you are with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here, Helmsy out, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, it's time for the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge Update. And here we go. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings, participating locations all over Alabama. Tim, welcome back for another big day.
Thank you for having me again.
No, well, buddy, you and your commitment to the show and this idea that you guys came up with, just think about how many different great organizations have been given funds, because all of them, what they do, they don't do it for money, but what they do requires money.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And so people sacrificially go and eat your delicious food to try to help.
We were just talking in the back.
Saints in heaven.
It's like everybody wins. I mean, you got to eat
You got to eat on Monday, so why not help people?
Absolutely.
It's a win-win-win scenario.
To me, it falls in the category everybody can make a difference.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So this is great, and we are going to meet another one of the great organizations that all of you in Rick and Bubba land that participate in this have helped. This is 2x2 Rescue, and we want to speak to Sonia King. Sonia joins us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Sonia, how are you?
Hi, doing great. Honored to be here. So thankful.
Well,
so thankful.
It's our pleasure. So this is the point where all those who sacrificially ate delicious food want to know what they did to make a difference. Some people ate just, even though they'd already eaten, they just ate to help.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
some of us ate twice.
Yeah, right. But it's always, this is always fun because I love for them to hear what a difference they are making. So tell us about 2x2 Rescue, what you guys do.
Well, we're a no-kill rescue, and what that means is we grant life to the animals that we save, and it's really important in our state.
I hear an animal.
I don't.
Is there a puppy?
I don't know what that is.
But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
It's that or my stomach's growling one or the other. I don't know
it may be
what that
Bubba
is.
knowing the future. Yeah, go ahead.
You're just hearing things.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, we're a faith-based rescue, and we believe that it is our calling, absolutely, to help the animals in distress. And in our state, there is a whole lot of animals that are in distress.
Yeah.
So we intervene to try to keep the animals from going to high-kill shelters.
Kind of like Greg and Lisa.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So go ahead. Greg's. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah,
Greg is a free-range shelter.
Yeah, Greg does his part, son. You'd be very proud of Greg.
Yes, we've been discussing stories, and I am very proud of him and his wife.
Yeah,
Very
you didn't
proud.
have to bring a cardboard box, did you? No. But anyway, Greg's got puppies coming. But anyway, go ahead.
He told us, and I think I'll be getting a phone call later about that situation.
Yeah, we'll help.
But we love what we do, but we do it because it is a calling. We do feel that we are answerable to God's creation. And so we take the verse very seriously in Proverbs that says the righteous take care of his animals.
Mm-hmm.
And so we love doing that. And but the need is great. Our state does suffer. Okay, I'm just going to have to tell y'all, you're not hearing things.
Oh, okay. So you heard it that time. For a minute, I honestly, like to myself, I thought, one time I thought I was doing sound effects, and I kept looking over. I'm like, I don't have a dog whimpering sound effect. I don't have a puppy sound effect.
I thought I have got to eat another piece of chicken. Calm this thing down.
Because y'all been so good to us, I wanted to be good to y'all.
Look at
There's
those.
a little gift bag for y'all.
Oh, wow. She has puppies, and they are adorable. Look at that baby.
You can just pass the love.
Oh,
Now you see why my wife didn't join us today.
Right. Yeah, you'd be going home with one.
Both
wouldn't
of
you? Yeah. Look at those babies.
They came in a bag.
Yeah.
They can go home in a bag.
So these are some that you guys are trying to get placed?
Absolutely. So we actually rescued these. These came from Gadsden.
Okay.
And came with their mom and a litter of 8.
Wow.
They're collie mixes, and we are called literally every day, emailed every day. We have to turn down. This is how bad the situation is. We are easily up to 100 requests a day.
A
Rick.
day?
A day that we have to say no.
Wow. You have to say no.
We have to say
Don't
no.
have room.
Don't have room and don't have the funds. So that's why it's so important.
So
that
these
we were
funds
blessed.
will help you maybe expand if you need to and pay the expenses for the ones you already have?
Absolutely. Our greatest expense is vet bills. And so this money will go towards the vet bills.
Okay.
Last year we saved over $1,300.
Wow.
So that is $1,300 from going to a high kill shelter, from being left in a horrible situation on the side of the road, abandoned.
Tim, I think that one wants me. But
I forgot to tell you their names. That's Bubette and that's Ricky.
Well, how about Ricky and Bubette?
Here you go, Ricky.
I wish I was as cute as that dog. Yeah. So because a lot of times, and we've heard this, when we were growing up, it was almost like it was a daunting thing over our heads. They even called it the pound.
Yes.
And look, Humane Society does a great job. That's not me being negative about that. But I remember, because they have to do what they have to do. But I remember the thing was always, the dogs and cats that don't get adopted, they have to euthanize them. And I think a lot of people sometimes will try things maybe they shouldn't try, because they think if they take it to, the other organizations, that the dog's just going to end up being put down anyway. And so they do things like, well, it has a better chance if I just release it out in here on the side of the road in the woods and things like that. But you guys, if you get them, you know that they won't be put down.
Absolutely. And we follow them for life.
Right.
And our motto is no more bad days. And we take that literally. So these kiddos came to us at 5 weeks. Even when they're adopted, we tell the families, if you ever need us again, if there's a crisis in the family, something has happened where you can't keep the dog, we are still here for it. As a matter of fact, last month, we got notified by a family in Las Vegas that found a dog microchipped.
Las Vegas?
And we had adopted that dog out 13 years ago. And it was now blind. It's a tripod, 3-legged dog. And it was found in the road in Las Vegas. And we got that dog back home to Alabama.
How about that? Wow.
Yes. So we're serious.
So, Tim, let's talk about what we got. What's the check today for 2x2 rescue?
$4,500. Are we on a roll or what?
How about that?
Awesome.
We're doing that thing.
Can't thank our people enough that come in for us.
Absolutely. Whoa.
So $4,500, and that an organization like yours, that's a lot of money. That makes a difference.
Absolutely, it makes a difference. Hey, and I want to add this too. We are in Birmingham, and we're saving animals off the streets and out of bad situations in Birmingham. But we have adopted families in over 30 states in the country, and Germany and Canada.
Wow.
How awesome is that?
I mean, so that's fantastic. Well, Sonia, the work you guys do is incredible. It's 2x2 Rescue. Thank you for the $4,500, Rick and Bubba family and Buffalo Wild Wings, for what you did. We'll come back quickly and tell you another opportunity that is coming up on Monday. And these are Alabama-based Buffalo Wild Wings. Tim Spencer and his family oversee these and run these all over the state. And we'll run that down for you and tell you about the opportunity that is coming up on Monday for you to go out at the next Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Thank you, Sonia King, and everybody at 2x2 Rescue. Thank you for what you do and continue to do. Thank you, Rick and Bubba family and Buffalo Wild Wings, for raising $4,500. If you want to find out more about 2x2 Rescue, their website in show notes, 2x2rescue.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
it's sad when you finally see, like we always say that, they finally got to them. Mm-hmm. Kevin Hart was very bold about saying his job was to make people laugh and to give people, a little escapism from life. He even said this quote, "It's not my job," and he used the word that starts with a P, for upsetting people, to blank people off. Mm-hmm. And he said, so I just want to go out there and talk about things that everybody wants to laugh about. Well, undoubtedly that's over, and the movement and all the hysteria has finally gotten to Kevin Hart because he finally went off on Trump last night. So do we have Hart or Madonna first?
It does, whatever way you want to go. So some of the stuff.
Do you want to hear Madonna pretend that Aretha Franklin influenced her first, and then?
Well, there's a reason I didn't watch it last night.
Right. Yeah, well, she's getting a lot of criticism because, as she was saying that they were honoring Aretha Franklin, she just kept talking about herself.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
And they're basically saying, hey, to honor Aretha Franklin, you talked about yourself throughout most of that. She took a bunch of criticism online, but the audience seemed to be okay with it. But here's kind of the part that everybody's talking about. Take a listen.
Aretha Louise Franklin changed the course of my life. She led me to where I am today, and I know she influenced so many people in this house tonight, in this room tonight. And I want to thank you, Aretha, for empowering all of us. RESPECT.
She did not take She did not take notes from Al Sharpton.
No.
Long live the Queen.
Okay. All right, hey, Madonna, let me give you a heads up. Here's how life's supposed to work. The older we get, the less weird we're supposed to be. Okay, we're not supposed to.
She's fighting the trend.
We can't get weirder as we get older.
Wait, what was that? An Egyptian mummy outfit? What is that?
You know what that is?
Long live the Queen, Bubba.
You know what that is? I'm bored. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. The beautiful little tiny puppies have left. And 2x2 Rescue, they'll find them a home, and like I say, it was interesting. You can tell they're talking to Greg about him maybe doing some work for him, and so anyway, that was great. I love. If you don't love puppies, there's something wrong with you know it. And
what a sweet little baby.
Right, and you saw that other puppy you see Tim just settle in once I snuggle him.
What
up.
a great organization.
No, they are, and what a difference you guys made out there with $4,500. Before we talk about Monday, what's going on with Buffalo Wild Wings? Everything good? Thank you for the food today,
good.
by the way. Thank you for bringing that.
You're welcome. Absolutely enjoy it. Glad to bring it every time. I know it makes your day. Bubba was telling me it makes his complete day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What a celebration.
When I know Tim's coming, I know I don't have to eat lunch that day.
I know, right.
So it gives me actually adds an hour to my schedule.
Yeah, he calls Wednesdays two breakfasts.
Get it done Wednesday.
Yeah. There's a breakfast rolling in. Right, and Sonia said there's pound cake too.
I know, I heard that.
Yeah, I know you won't. I know you don't want any, but that's what they're saying. So everything good. Anything you want to tell us about?
No.
You love to break Buffalo Wild Wings news here.
Break news. It looks like we're going. We talked last month about these little takeout focused to goes. Buffalo Wild Wings goes. We're gonna put one up there with your old place in Vestavia, Alabama.
Yeah, you told us about that.
And
what about one in our new place?
Mm-hmm. What about one? Would it kill you to go over next to Eggers?
It would not. Right. It probably would hurt the store down the road.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you've got one just down the road.
But what about in this building?
Across the hall.
What about my office?
Sweet B.
Yeah, go out in that little common area and see if that won't work. You don't need a lot of room for it to go, do you?
No, not at all.
Right. So,
That's awesome. It looks like we are going to put our second one up in Northport, Alabama, which is other side of Tuscaloosa.
Oh, yeah, that's a happening place.
Yep. It's growing, and we found some good spot there, and I think we're going to do. These things will be a little quicker to get up than these big stores. These big freestanding buildings. So.
What about like anything on the menu that y'all fired about right now? That's y'all working. How important is it to me when you dial something in? And I believe when you look at some of the greatest restaurant success stories, they seem to be pretty good about keeping the menu simple. And,
correct.
And not out. You can get Is the menu? I just love diving into business.
Perfect.
Is the menu like what we learned through merchandising? Is inventory will kill you?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, if you have things on the menu nobody wants, those things just eat on the ones the profit on the others, right?
Correct. And in the back of the house, if you've got these one-off needed items that you use on one menu item,
right,
then it's just, and you don't sell that menu item, it's a waste of space, waste of money. So what they do is try and cross-make it so that, I mean, our go-to is sauces.
Right.
So what they've done this year, I'm really happy, is they focused. Our menu we're happy with our menu. Our burgers are incredible. We got a great, hand cut salad every morning.
Sure.
But what they've done this year is do some limited time offer sauces to put on the wing so that it keeps that fresh. There's a honey garlic sauce out right now.
I see what you're saying. Don't recreate our wing choices.
Correct.
If you want to try something new, let's try different things to put on them.
That's correct.
I got you.
That's correct.
And I bet that's not as big a step in.
No,
if
exactly.
If it doesn't.
That's exactly. And that a lot of times they did this 4 or 5 years ago, and we come out. It's almost like a trial run. Which one sticks? Which one is a hot seller? And then they'll add that one to the menu.
There you go.
And
that's what this
go
limited
full-time.
time stuff's all
That's
about.
That's correct. It is. It's a test.
Well,
Really.
Tim, what a
it is.
success story. You guys, you
Yeah.
came through the pandemic growing the whole time. So many of us were hanging on by a thread, and you guys were growing.
Yeah, I'm telling
We
you.
were trying. I mean, what other option do you have, man?
So coming up on Monday is another opportunity in these locations in Alabama: Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trustful, Pell City on Vaughn Road, Oxford, which Tim just showed me a picture. You went and visited Oxford.
We did.
Exit 188 off I-20. Go try to sit by the old 75 table or at that table. Chelsea on Highway 280. So coming up Monday, tomorrow is the annual Kevin Derryberry Golf Tournament, which is a big fundraiser for Kevin Derryberry Ministries. And this year, it really worked out because we've got a charity charge coming up the Monday after the golf tournament. So Monday, Kevin Derryberry, who you've heard on the show many times, his ministries, which are great. The prison ministry alone that Kevin and his wife, what they do right out of Scripture, is incredible. But they do other things. Kevin gets a chance to go. Also, they do a great work with drug rehab and going and doing services at some of the you've heard us talk about the Love Lady Center. Kevin and his wife are very involved there with those women who are struggling with addiction, and they go and provide church services and come in and do worship services with them. And Kevin, as Bubba has says, just loves Jesus everywhere he goes. And his ministry is a great one. So that will be coming up on Monday. So if you go there, it'll go straight to the Kevin Derryberry Ministries. And now Speedy tells me, for those of you in Birmingham, that Kevin is so excited that Tim, you've decided to do this, that he lives in the Alabaster area,
correct,
where you have a location on Colonial Promenade Parkway, that Kevin is actually going to perform. Back on what y'all have like a little in the
patio.
back, a little patio on the back at that location. I guess what Monday night or
Monday night?
After? Yeah,
Monday night.
So if you're in that area, not only do you get great food, not only will you help Kevin Derryberry Ministries, you'll actually see Kevin.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
He'll serenade.
Yeah.
Kevin hit me up and he goes, I think I'd like to do some acoustic. And I said, Kevin, I've been listening to you do acoustic for 25 years.
That's
it's
right.
incredible.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
mean, he started acoustic and it was so good. And he asked me about it, and I said, man, it's a no-brainer. If you're offering it, So Monday night at the Alabaster, Alabama location, we're thinking about 6 to 8 out on the patio. Kevin's just going to set up and play some acoustic music.
That'd be perfect.
I think it's awesome.
And everybody can go by. And then any of the locations will be helping too. And I promise you, your investment in Kevin Derryberry's ministries makes a difference in people's
man.
lives. He's got a heart for people. And Bubba, you made it clear he loves Jesus.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
he does.
right.
As a matter of fact, I was going to volunteer to help out and go over to the Pell City location on Monday night and play the spoons.
Bubba, thank
out
you.
on the porch.
Thank you. Everybody has gifts. Everybody has gifts. Now that spoon might have a little sauce on it.
Yeah, it might. It might by the time I got hold of it.
Everybody has sauce on it.
So that's a great opportunity. And Tim, we can't thank you enough for everything that you continue to do for us, and the partnership has been good for so many people, but it's definitely been good for us too, just to get to know you.
Yeah, and I have to say the thanks to you guys for letting us. We're on your platform. I mean, you guys, to open your hearts to us and let us be able to do this and raise money for these great charities. It's just awesome because they're smaller charities that don't always get this kind of notoriety or get this kind of money, and it's great that it's being supported in the restaurants. The numbers have gone up that we're able to donate.
Oh, good.
Over time.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just, I mean, we're in our 6th year of doing this through the pandemic. So
that's crazy, isn't it?
I know. It's not. I've seen 2 studios. I'm proud to be with you.
Well, like you say, it's a win-win-win scenario.
Yeah.
We've said that many times, and it really is.
Well, and you were talking about
our part's easy.
How Tim, and his crew adapted through all that. Well, that was, and let me tell you something. The position we put people in the restaurant business in, and a lot of it we now know was probably unnecessary. But boy, the devastation. There's a lot that didn't survive.
No, there's still people failing from it 3 years later that just could never get back on.
And now you've got a limited workforce that everybody's after, in the service business. And
so that on top.
Yeah, and but you've but as Bubba said, you have found a way. You know,
You're doing something right, Tim. You're doing something right.
We're just hanging in there. We got a great team. It's the team that does it. I just get to sit here and talk about it.
Well, our partners, Bubba said, it's pretty easy too. We get to eat the food and tell everybody about it. All right, so you thank you for what you've done, and then another opportunity Monday to help Kevin Derryberry Ministries. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out of my mind, I can't think of anything to do. And how about this? I 100%, in my own opinion, just the opinion of myself, I do not think she was influenced by Aretha Franklin. I just don't. I think she's making that up because it sounds good, and she's overdoing it about her adoration for Aretha Franklin because she thinks it sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think that at her age and when she came through, she was influenced by Aretha Franklin. I just don't believe that. All right, so now we go.
Well, she may or may not have been. I don't know, but that's a weird outfit.
It may be an insult to Miss Franklin.
Yeah, that's right. True. She couldn't wear Aretha Franklin's shoes.
No.
I mean, as far as talent is concerned.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, and it's just my opinion, it may be truth. I just want you to know I don't believe it. All right, so I have no way of substantiating it one way or the other. I just do not believe it. Just with kind of, like we always talk about, just kind of awareness and sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now moving to Kevin Hart. He finally, Bubba, no longer says his job is just to make people laugh. Now he's getting political. Somebody finally probably told him he wasn't black enough or something, and now he's got to go out there and prove to everybody so he can still have friends in the entertainment business that he hates Trump.
Yeah, He told Trump, "Hey, in your face," and told him he could do some other things. But this is probably the only part we feel comfortable playing here. This is kind of how he started things off.
And I'm ready. Understanding we're live coast to coast right now. I'm looking at this like it's game day, people. But do not worry, because at this game, you guys are allowed to kneel. You can do whatever the hell you want. There's no old white man that can stop you. Do it.
And then he went on to say some other things about Trump.
Right. Yeah, we had a which I think is probably one of the most misnamed artists, Logic. Did some deal where they brought out a fake wall and he had a shirt on that said "F the wall," and they pretended that children were separated from their parents and created that scene, and it's just silly. I mean, it's silly and it's not thought out and
it's not very talented.
And most of it
not a lot of talent anywhere near that stage.
Well, perfect example. Here's a perfect example, and this was talked about quite a bit on the news cycle yesterday, and it just happened to be one of those days that I got into the news cycle a little bit just on mere chance because I try to stay out of it the best I can so I can enjoy my life. But anyway, these are the things that frustrate me to no end. Now the new thing is that we've demonized ICE agents. Okay.
Yeah.
And, of course, the president yesterday made sure that he wanted them to know that he does not see them in that way and that he sees them as appreciated. Now, I don't know how to break it to everybody who's, wearing F-wall shirts and acting out things and talking about this and talking about this. All these people are doing, everybody listen real clear here, is implementing the law of our land. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's what we're doing. This is not a political movement. This is saying we will now enforce the laws of the country. that were agreed upon a long time before any of you idiots ever came along. Okay, and so what we do now is the stories. Just, I mean, Bubba, it sounded like a movie. We couldn't wait for the movie of the evil ICE agents grabbing a dad as he was trying to get his wife to the hospital for a C-section. How could we be so evil? How could we be so evil? Now, we're supposed to have journalists that are doing all these stories now.
Right, which means they research the story.
We're running all these things, how evil it is. People of course, then here come the Hollywood types, and they've got to tweet about it. You know what I mean? F ICE for grabbing a man who was taking his wife for a C-section. Now, there was a time, I'm not a journalist, I just play one here on the show.
Yeah.
But I think those of you that maybe went to school for this, don't they teach you to go interview everybody involved to try to find out what's happened? Then you can do your slanted story if you want. You can write an editorial if you want, or you can just report the facts.
Yeah, just give the facts and let the people decide.
Somebody finally got around to asking ICE why they grabbed him. You think you would do that first before you put the story out. And they said because the Mexican government had asked the Trump administration to ask us to grab a murderer that had fled illegally into our country, by the way, Mexico, and they need him back there to charge him with murder. And so the ICE agent said, well, the reason why we grabbed him when he went to take his wife to the hospital is because that's when we could. Mm-hmm. All right, he was a dangerous guy. We were doing surveillance on him, and this was our opportunity to grab him. I'm sorry that he decided to be a murderer, and that's put his wife without the father. I don't know if it's a husband, may have been the father of the child. Can't see. I wouldn't be able to go here. 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Wednesday Bible study back today, Revelation 8, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, archived soon after. All right, so Bubba, we just talked about charity. We just celebrated what the audience has done and heard it from another charity. Now, we're always told by the left that conservatives, they're evil. Republicans, conservatives, evil people. And then you hear a lot of this too, and even the evangelicals. No, hey, you don't have to have some deep-seated love of some God that the agnostics don't believe in and do good things. But then you kind of look, and if you look at the giving and all that, some of the people who scream the loudest that you need no kind of conviction to give, and that they're the party or they're the people who are the most loving. When you really get down to opportunities for them to show you, it never really seems to turn out well. And here is big-hearted Joe Biden again, our president, and then we'll play some of the comments from the press secretary yesterday with the Biden administration. Bubba, it's tax day, so that means that the Biden's tax returns are made public. I don't know that I would make it public if you could get around it. Because when you look at the giving of Big-Hearted Joe, it leaves a little bit to be desired, doesn't it?
Well, Rick, Big-Hearted Joe giving a blistering 3.5% of his income back to charity, and the largest part of that to his own charity for his son.
So you're saying if I looked at that 3.5%, I would find the biggest donation is to his own son?
Yeah, his son's charity, Bo.
Yeah.
And, the way we came up with the name Big Hearted Joe, I don't know if you remember this, Rick, years ago when he released his tax return when he was VP, he'd give about 1% one year.
Yeah.
And that's when we had coined the phrase Big Hearted Joe.
Yes.
Because he's giving.
Yeah. So Joe, his gross income that is taxable.
Adjusted,
yeah. Is $579,514, and his giving is a little over $20,000 to 20 different charities. And as y'all said, the largest of that, because that looks like an average of about $1,000 a place, except you see $5,000 is to the Beau Biden Foundation.
Right.
So, but here's what I don't get, and look, this is maybe I'm wrong. I know he tells us all the time that he is a devout Christian and is Catholic. Well, I know that there ought to at least be 10% that goes to his local parish. So where is that? Did that not make the list? I mean, is that a different Wouldn't that be it's in my tax return, my tithe?
From what I see, he gave $1,680 to their home church parish.
That's not 10% of $5,709,000.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No.
No, 10% would be $57,000.
Correct. He didn't even give 10% total, as y'all said, 3.5. You know, of to anything.
Big-hearted Joe.
Big-hearted Joe. So, but I guess if you can be Catholic and not agree with God on where life begins, I guess you don't have to give him his tithe either.
Rick, why?
So our marriage.
Why go down the page?
Yeah, if you're going to look and say that I worship a God that I disagree with a lot, I guess you can disagree with him on either.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think the tithe probably down toward the end of the first
Right,
page.
right.
If you
can't get God's standard of marriage and where life began right, you're not going to get the tithe right. You know. So anyway.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
and of course that
big-hearted Joe.
Something I forgot is that Trump donated his entire salary to charity,
right,
while president.
Yeah, the president
Forgot
now makes $400,000. Used to be $250,000, and it got bumped up a few years ago. $400,000.
Right. Now,
which honestly, for that job,
when you look at the latest bank returns that were just made public again, trust me, 579. There's more going on. That's
well, if you look at the whole Biden family, the way they've prospered off of this, it's been quite a run for them.
Yeah, that 579 is actually PIA. That's peddling influence adjusted.
That's good, Adler.
Thanks.
Did you come up with that?
I just did. Yeah.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah, PIA.
Okay, so Big-Hearted Joe once again shows us how he is big-hearted. He rides public transit, and he remembers back when he was a little boy growing up. Joey, he's just like you and me, and no one cares more than the all-loving, all-caring left. And their leader, that is now the President of the United States of America, shows us how committed he is to giving by giving a whopping 3.5%, and overall, not just to his church or his parish, but overall. So there you go. So now the press secretary, everybody's favorite press secretary, Jean-Pierre, we're now being asked some. If Biden wants to ban assault weapons, you would think that the Biden administration should be able to define what they want to ban.
Right.
Would everybody think is that unreasonable?
Well, you think you'd have a list.
Does that feel
feel
unreasonable? It doesn't to me.
No.
If I'm gonna ban something, shouldn't I be able to define it?
And mama.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that was actually Frenchy. All right. So let's go to the first clip. Press secretary. We're gonna have the ATF director Steve, I don't know how you say his last name, is not able to define an assault weapon for us. Is that correct? Okay, so here we go.
As a gun owner of many different types and a 20-year military veteran, I have some expertise in weaponry and self-defense weapons. What could you, in 15 seconds, would you define an assault weapon for me?
So
if you go past 15 seconds, I'll just interrupt you.
Yeah, so I'll go shorter than that because I honestly do think if Congress wishes to take that up, I think Congress would have to do the work, but we would be there to provide technical assistance. Unlike you, I'm not a firearms expert to the same extent as you may be, but we have people at ATF who can talk about velocity of firearms, what damage different kinds of firearms cause, so that whatever determination you chose to make would be an informed one.
Okay, so he basically said, you're more informed on this than I am. I'm just the director of the ATF.
The ATF.
Good night. It's a joke.
Well, he tried to avoid.
Is that a skit?
This guy showing him up by yielding to him and saying, that you would be better at that than I am. Mm-hmm. But if you're in charge of that agency and you're going around giving speeches saying, I want to ban assault weapons, shouldn't you be able to tell us what an assault weapon is? Or
Bubba,
maybe give us the list of what's on there.
Bubba, I'll go back to 2 segments ago, and I'm talking to, Sonia, who represents our charity today, 2 by 2. Can you imagine her saying, I'm in charge of the charity? And I said, now tell me exactly, define to me what you would consider to be the proper process, or what you consider to be a dog that needs your help. And she goes, well, you probably know more about that than me. I would go, yeah, but I shouldn't.
Rick,
or
define what a dog or cat is.
Yeah. And so Director of the ATF. Okay, so now to show that this is kind of a running theme with the Biden administration, we're back to the press secretary being asked to define a woman. Now, I want you all to know out there, okay, that you have lived long enough or you've been born into a society and you're looking around. Did any of us sitting in this room right now, all our different ages, did any of us think that we would ever live in a society that is afraid to define what is a woman?
No.
Anybody?
No.
All right. Well, here we go. Here's an attempt to try to get a definition from the Biden administration, and it's not going to happen.
So can you please tell me, or can you please define for me, what is a woman?
Our focus at the department is to provide equal access to students, including students who are LGBTQ, access free from discrimination.
Okay, is that so? What's the definition of a woman? You haven't given me that. You haven't answered my question.
I think that's almost secondary to the important role that I have as Secretary of Education.
My question is not secondary. My question is very simple. What does HHS say the definition of a woman is?
I lead the Department of Education, and my job is to make sure that all students have access to public education, which includes co-curricular activities. And I think you highlighted pretty well the importance of Title IX and giving students equal access, whether it's scholarship and facilities.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question.
So that is, as we said, he tells you who he is. He is the Department of Education under the Biden administration. And they're talking about Title IX, which the Department of Education is saying they're concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
But he's saying, well, to be concerned about it, you'd have to define where that concern comes from.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about females and women? Well, in order to be concerned about them, don't you have to define what one is?
Well, you would think.
And Miguel will never do it.
Yeah, well, they're not going to do it because they don't want to be caught on a clip saying what a woman is and then offending all of the alphabet soup crowd.
But aren't they offending them already because
they won't define them?
Because well, and also because aren't they trying to take a stand and agree that Title IX's in trouble? See, the Department of Education is in a bind right now. They tend to be liberal, but they're in this same trap of, I thought we were supposed to be standing up for women's sports, and it's going to be hard to do that and then allow women's sports trying to cater to another group be destroyed. You see the dilemma you get in? You're going to have to pick sides.
And it won't be long after this trend continues that the trans women will own all the records and all the positions in these sports, and biological females will be forced out.
Phone calls coming up next. All 10 lines are available. We'll go phone trolling right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Be there were for my kids to be born if they were looking for me for murder.
Yeah.
If they
see, Rick, here's the thing: when you commit murder, you forfeit. You give up some of your rights to do the things that everybody else does, like go to the hospital with your wife, live in, shack up, honey, whoever that's having a baby.
Do you know when you can go see your wife and be there for her during the C-section if you don't murder people?
Right.
But
America, walking together through the promised land.
Just when you think these steps will never happen, there's not this phrase should be removed from our vernacular. I just don't think that'll happen. I don't think we can say that anymore about anything. An update today, good news, the animal crackers that we all grew up on and your kids may be munching on right now, we are freeing the fake animals.
Rick, Nabisco, probably one of their oldest products in their portfolio, is now getting a makeover, according to their spokesperson, animal crackers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the animal crackers box, if you look close, was kind of designed like a circus wagon.
Right.
And you could see the animals.
Yes.
They had very thin bars on it, but it was designed kind of after Barnum and Bailey's train that moves these animals around.
You remember how it had a little thing on top you could carry it?
Yeah, and it really even went further back to the old wagon wheel version as far as their design. But apparently caving to pressure, they're now, and the fact that the circus doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
They're changing the look. Now, I know you have to think like I do, what in the devil
does this matter to anybody?
Right.
But they are taking the bars off of the box, and they now show the animals out in a green, grassy area.
Are you making this up?
And this is supposed to somehow be an improvement.
Guys, I thought y'all were helping us do better with our health. Putting this kind of stress on me is not helping me. I just come off this ridiculous story about the murdering C-section, Dad. And now you're going to follow up that we are now setting free cartoon fake animals on cracker boxes. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, get ready because, this group bullies people into doing what they want done. And
Why saying they hate bullying?
Yeah. I'm shocked that they're still allowed to have animal crackers at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree with you.
I think you'll see these become shape crackers or something, or tree crackers.
Yeah.
Or good old animal crackers is probably going away, and this is just the first step. Now, if you think you go, well, Bubba, you're connecting some dots. It's not there. Remember, the circuses agreed to do away with elephants. But that wasn't good enough. They kept pushing. They wanted all the animals done away. Well, you don't have a circus anymore, and Barnum and Bailey shut down. Remember, after 146 years of being the greatest show on earth.
How many jobs you think were lost?
It no longer exists.
How many
jobs?
jobs?
A whole bunch of them, because they had several.
Pretty big operation.
Several different groups traveling around. And to these wackos who think they're doing a great job by protecting animals, I will submit this, Rick, that I think they're doing damage to the long-term appreciation of animals because kids will never see them. They won't be real to them, so they won't have any attachment to them when it comes to maybe protecting them in a way that they think they should be protected. And look, we believe that we're managers of the earth, and we should take care of everything. We should regulate it. We should manage it, which sometimes means taking out, adding, pruning, if you would, if it's a bush, to get a better garden as a whole. So there is a management to that. But if you have PETA's way with it, they will do away with all of this. And
well, you're right.
And it's going to be totally lost on a generation. And I think it's like a lot of these folks tearing down statues. They're actually going to do more damage to their long-term goal than they think they are.
Well, Bubba, again, I know this scenario pops up every time, but it's just the way my mind works. I just can't get out of my mind of all the things we have right now. Like you guys just mentioned, I think we need to start a campaign. Why don't we all focus our efforts right now? Let's all come together and focus our efforts on doing something about Chicago and how many people get killed every weekend. Why don't we focus? So we got a real problem in Chicago involving human beings and lots of death. But meanwhile, somebody asks you if you're part of this goofy bunch. So what did you do to make the world a better place today? I made sure that the animal cracker box and the cartoon animals, they're not real animals. The drawings of animals on a cracker box. I don't know, they're cookies to me, but they call them animal crackers. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Phone calls coming in. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Bird just ready to take your calls. The 30-second phone troll means the buzzer will rule. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, just making comments, asking questions, and bringing information to the table. LearBubba.com, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Right now, the gold is a few dollars from being at an all-time high. Why? Smart investors value gold as a hedge against inflation. Plus, as more of the country begins to move away from doing business, more countries begin to move away from doing business with us because of the devaluing of the U.S. dollar. That's only going to make it be devalued even more. You got the bank issues going on. You're worried about your retirement monies. They may be at risk. Now more than ever, it's a time to think about investing in precious metals. And you can protect your finances with gold. Highly respected financial analysts predict that gold prices might get all the way to $4,000 an ounce. No way to guarantee that, but if you buy right now at these prices, even where it's at right now, you're going to really do well. So why don't you go and find out all you can find out, and you can do this by going to LearBubba.com. If you do this, for every ounce of gold you purchase, we'll give you a silver bar. So you'll get a 1-ounce silver bar for free. So go right now or speak with them directly, 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As the phone calls are coming in, based on what we just heard, the Department of Education, person in charge of that with the Biden administration, is talking Title IX while not able to define what a woman is. Those two kind of go together. DeSantis, his camp is having a blast with this. And they put out what I'm with you, Bubba. I thought when this campaign was put out originally, it was fantastic. Here's to you.
Yes.
So now here's the one they just put out about what Bubba just said. Biological males who just identify as a woman will soon dominate all female sports. Here's a parody put out by the DeSantis campaign.
Team DeSantis presents
Real man of women's sports.
Today we recognize the men who've hacked the system.
Hack the system.
Once mediocre in the men's division, now cream of the crop in the women's.
From mediocre to champion.
You couldn't cut it with the boys, so you pushed women off the podium.
Real man still first place.
Because without you, sports would be fair. Without you, women's sports would be for, well, women.
That's fantastic. To the phones we go. Let's start with Brian out of Alabama. Brian, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Bubba, I was going to ask if you were paying attention to the SpaceX launch. I think it's rescheduled to Thursday.
Yes, we've been watching that. They've had to slide it back a little bit, and they'll try again Thursday morning, my understanding is.
Is that going to be the biggest rocket ever?
Yes, it will be the biggest rocket to ever leave Earth for its size and its ability to lift things into orbit.
Ashley, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Ashley, go ahead.
Hey, I just was listening to you guys talking about the director of the ATF and asked to define an assault weapon, and his answer was, well, I'm not an expert in that area. Well, sir, what are you an expert in, alcohol or tobacco?
That's good. Adam, Sweet Home, Alabama, 30 seconds. Come on.
First of all, big fan, y'all. Listen to y'all every morning.
Thank you.
Somebody would have told me, I'm 43 years old, that I would be sitting here listening to people that cannot define a man and a woman. I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach. And I love you guys, and I appreciate you bringing these topics up. But, I mean, seriously, we got to get it together. This is insane.
Yeah, we definitely need some adults running the government.
Yeah, and the question that this goes against the way that our fabric is, because we can get down and cut up and do the negative thing, but really overall we really would prefer to be very positive.
Yes, I would.
And
I really would.
And the give up factor is not something that I embrace. But you do have to ask the uncomfortable question, because then you can focus on things I think are the most importance. Is there any correcting this? Is this country too far gone? Now, I do think we'll never go back to anything that was great to the level that we once were. Now, we may still be great compared to how bad the other countries are that are embracing these same things.
Right.
But it's
relatively great.
Some of this stuff, I'd like for you to tell me how you're going to fix it. Because do you actually think that these mobs that are coming after you, that you're going to argue to them and then go, you know what, that's a good point, we're going to stop all this?
Yeah.
Now, what happens
you don't give them a foothold and showed them how to do it now.
What happens is somebody has to be able to say, I'm in leadership, and the mobs and all you out there, you're all very loud, but I'm going to make decisions, hard decisions, on what is best for the overall country, and then the rest of it, y'all going to have to work out in your own individual lives. But we as a country and a society cannot keep pandering to the latest loud mob that is angry and says we're mean. Okay? We can't just, because there's no way to do that. So you have to make the right decisions, in which there is no decision in leadership you ever make that doesn't upset somebody.
Right.
But your job is to make the right decision. And if you don't have the intestinal fortitude to do that, then you probably shouldn't have been put in that position. Steve, go right ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, Monkey Greenfields, man. How y'all doing?
We're good. Go right ahead.
So I've listened to y'all since I was a little kid, and I've heard y'all talk about how y'all had a rocky start to radio and how you had 30 days to make Birmingham love you, but I've never heard the turnaround story. You know, what was the breakthrough moment? What kept y'all alive?
Okay, yeah, the breakthrough moment was, it was actually 90 days. The breakthrough moment was ratings. We were getting to the end of our contract when we were going to be moved on out of Birmingham, and the ratings, because we moved to a bigger market where ratings came in more often than the smaller markets, and the ratings came out, and the show, by the grace of God and the power of the audience, was number 2 in the market, and that had happened in 90 days. We had never even been in the market to any, city grade. That means having a signal that would go into all the buildings and all that. But even the people, I guess, that heard us, then, like we try to tell consultants, if people who can hear us like us, wouldn't the people who can't hear us?
Well, we knew from the ratings, the people on the outlying northeast part of Birmingham, the show was doing very good in what is the Trustful area. Mm-hmm. And when we were in Gadsden, because they could hear the show. Right. So to Rick's point, you can't win where you can't be heard.
Right. That's very difficult.
Yeah.
So what happened is they let us go through a ratings period, and all of a sudden when the ratings came out, by the grace of God and an outstanding audience, which was, the show went to number 2, and then in the next ratings after that went to number 1. And if you're number 2 and number 1 in a market, they won't fire you.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. On these little animal cracker cookies,
shortbread.
Some artists drew some animals on it. Yeah. Well, what I did with my life is I made sure that Nabisco would put on the shelves cage-free fake animals.
Yeah.
I wanted the drawings of the animals to be not in cages. I wanted them to be free. That's what you did. Is that your contribution to society? Yes, it is. Did you do anything about how many human beings are killed every weekend in Chicago? Not concerned about that, but I do have cartoon cage-free animals.
Yeah, don't.
Well,
by
by
golly, if you want to argue real animals in cage, I've seen some horrible things. You've been in a cage for 30 years. That's one thing. You redesigned a box of cookies. That's all you did.
Right.
That was it. A lot of effort.
Did you know those animals were never really caged because they're not real?
No, Rick. You know what?
Rick, they're shortbread. They're not animals.
No.
They go through a little press, a little mold that makes them look like
Rick,
an animal.
To me, the worse than any is Nabisco or whoever made the call to cave to it.
Yeah.
Just look at them and go, you know what? These aren't real animals, so we're not caging animals. This is our box. It's been this way for over 100 years, and it's kind of our brand.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Tough.
Well, both of you made
too bad.
Let me tell you, both of you made the point. Nabisco will never do enough.
Nope.
And two things will happen. Still too much circus, to Bubba's point, and to Greg's point. Well, now that we look at it, you're actually taking cracker cookies that look like animals and you're eating them, so you're promoting eating animals.
How dare you eat it?
This product will cease to exist if we stay on this track.
And y'all don't think they ain't going after zoos now too.
Oh yeah.
They'd shut down every zoo in the country if they could right now.
Which also flies in the face of a lot of these liberals claiming they believe in evolution. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, we, over the years, animal attacks have been big on the program, and we certainly love them. Some of them have been troubling. Some of them have been exciting, exhilarating, and everything in between. One of our favorites are when idiotic people, by their own choice, choose to be chased by raging bulls. Now, we love that. We can't get enough of that. Mm-hmm. But there's one group that has one of these raging bull things, and they go as far as to light the horns of the bull with balls of fire.
It's called Bulls on the Street Festival.
Right.
Okay.
And we got a good one today.
Yes, on the I know you guys would want to stop here on this.
Where is this at, by the way, that this is allowed to happen?
This is in eastern Spain. Okay. It happened last Tuesday.
Them Spaniards.
And it shows a tourist who's helpless, by the way.
Oh, no, not a tourist.
Repeatedly gored, tossed, and trampled by one of the bulls there at the Bulls on the Street Festival. And this little part of the festival went horribly wrong, but this smartphone footage of what happened
is fantastic.
I must say, if you're watching on RBTV, there is a warning that this guy is tossed around. All you're going to hear is screaming on audio. But,
okay, I'm in.
But it might come across.
Bubba, please look. And the fire. Oh, my God. And the fire makes it even better. Oh, my God. One more
I tell you, the help to get the bull off of you is not very good there.
Oh my gosh, he looks like a rag doll. He's not even a real. He looks like a dummy.
Oh my gosh!
Look at that bull standing there.
Oh my
with that
goodness gracious!
Did he survive this?
It says here.
It looks bad.
It does.
It says the guy's 45 years old.
Nobody helped him.
He is being treated in the intensive care unit at the hospital there
now,
in eastern Spain.
Did he get in that and start running around?
It's his own. But guys, I'm
Rick,
sorry. I know we need to have compassion. I got it, and you're right about that. But guys, I got to tell you,
nobody threw him in there.
When you look at compassion over here and you try to go to that account, I can go grab some just for the appreciation and the preciousness of human life. But it's one thing for a bull to bust through your workplace while you're behind your cubicle and start goring you. It's another thing for the bulls to be somewhere. Somebody sets their horns on fire, and you're saying, I think I'm going to go out there and let that thing chase me.
Yeah,
I mean,
Rick,
if you
look,
decide to do that, I'm sorry, my compassion level goes way down. Yeah.
You've heard my speech on idiots, but this is a cleansing of the gene pool. I mean, it really is, because this guy's an idiot. Anybody that gets in there to do that, and he's gonna multiply. I mean, like a rabbit. I mean, he's gonna have a bunch of little idiot kids.
Yeah, well,
and then there you go. I mean, it don't take long.
You asked about how he was, Helms. He's got a brain clot, and he's got all kind of problems, multiple injuries. The doctors say he's trying to work through. They say he's not a rookie, though, that even though he was a tourist, he had been in this festival before. Now, this festival that we talked about, which was the Bulls on the Street Festival, it happens every August there in eastern Spain. And on the last day of this festival, this is when the bulls have the flammable balls attached to their horns and set on fire. And they're wooden.
It does add to it.
And they said that this might have actually saved him because of the wooden balls on the horn.
Because they didn't have the points.
He was slinging him up in there like a rag doll.
Well, Bubba,
anyway.
the power of the beast. The power of the beast. Do you realize now, Helmsy,
and
you were
now
asking,
you're burned where but that's probably better than goring, I guess.
when you ask if he was dead, the bull clearly thinks he is.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
if you notice, the bull goes,
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
Right.
And he moves on because he doesn't move on.
You
to
know
the
why
guy.
the bull thinks he is? Because he looks like he is.
Yeah,
Right,
That
right.
bull says that guy's done.
And this happened in the town center here, and he had come out to watch what was going on and got caught up in
Guys,
it.
look right here. That's
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was the head injury there.
Oh,
now
my
we're
gosh.
just stomping
Well, this last little thing he does at the end is the right now. So he's still got a chance.
everybody's taking their shirts off and throwing them at the bull to try
It's
to
not the
distract
bull's
him.
fault.
That guy up on that pedestal behind him, he's not coming down.
No, he's dancing, Greg.
Watch right here, Greg.
this is where I think he dies.
Right there.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
That's where I thought he was dead.
That's a rough move, and so does the bull.
My
By the way,
goodness gracious alive.
What is
Bull's
the
like,
light
who's
horn?
next?
It was like a finishing
Oh
move.
my goodness
He was
gracious.
flipping one way and he went back the other.
Yeah.
That's
Bubba, he flipped him up, and as he was in the air, he did another little sweep through to send him in another direction.
Yeah.
It was like the bull had a finishing move, like wrestlers do.
Because he walked off after.
Raise your hand if you want to see some more.
He did the diamond
Not
cut on
really.
him.
I mean,
Oh,
now what is all this?
my goodness. What have you done now?
Oh, right into a
Just
mob.
gone. Yeah, bull
Right,
chases.
right into a mob.
Somebody thought the rope wasn't that long.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Their strength is
Oh
incredible.
my goodness. The bull chase is.
Do you realize how Rick and Bubba song from the No Name Studio? Somebody say Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome into a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. Chris Eddie Van Adler is here. Got the YouTube experience for you. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show, the little party that we have and has been going on now for 30 plus.
Amen. Couple of things to make a note of. Bell Shows Church down in Brandon, Florida, in the Tampa Clearwater area. Sherry and I are coming Friday for the one-day marriage conference. Talked to them yesterday. They've got about 400 people that are registered and ready to go, and they say if you still want to come, because the room we're going to be in is actually a really large room. This is a nice-sized church, and they'll have it set up, for that kind of crowd. But if you want to be there, you can. They say, so don't worry. Now, maybe you were a couple and you're like, we can't go to that. Oh, you know what? Now we could have gone. Well, I guess it's too late. It's not too late. Just go to rickandbubba.com or burgessministries.com. Go to events. You'll see that link right to that conference, and they'll have that registration. It'll turn off if it does sell out on its own. And right now, I can tell you there's room for you if you want to join us. Also, go to themanchurch.com. Coming up this Saturday, a couple of man churches. First Baptist Church, Bubba, speaking of where we began, Boaz, Alabama.
Boaz.
Andy Blanks is headed to see you in the land of Z93. There's a man church there at First Baptist Church, Boaz, and down around Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church at Crestview, they've been with our strategy for a while now. Tim Ashley from our team will be speaking there, and you find those at themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, let's talk a little bit about Elon Musk.
Here comes the money. Here we go.
Elon! Yo! Hey! All right, so, Bubba, you've been dabbling with AI, and really some of the experiments you're doing may make Elon Musk's concern legit. Elon Musk is concerned with AI. He said, just like, he's really saying to AI, when I finally saw his interview, you can't have nothing.
No.
I mean, you can't even have AI and people not leave it alone and try to do something. And of course, we worried about this. But the
Rick,
point he's making is actually pretty unique.
Yeah, I've been concerned with the fact that people may be overdoing what AI can actually do, and that, a computer has to be programmed. Computers are dumb. They just are real good at following instructions and doing it a lot of times real fast.
Yep.
And, I was like, are they overdoing this AI thing? Well, Elon Musk kind of tackles this and why he is concerned, and I thought it was very enlightening to me, and I think a lot of you will be too.
Here's Elon in his own words with Tucker Carlson.
What's happening is they're training the AI to lie.
Yes.
It's bad.
To lie.
To
That's
lie.
exactly right. And to withhold information.
To lie and yes, comment on some things, not comment on other things, but not to say what the data actually demands that it say.
How did it get this way? I thought you funded it at the beginning. What happened?
Yeah, well, that'll be ironic. But the most ironic outcome is the most likely, it seems.
Yeah, and what he went on to say, I saw the interview, he said they're taking the AI, to your point, Bubba, all it does is take the information and follow your instructions. Well, there's a worldview out there, and he said that he went on to say the danger is for those of you that are worried about, oh, no, it's going to try to wipe out human beings. Mm-hmm. He said the problem is if the left and the woke are programming it to push their worldview, then part of the worldview, I talked to someone about it again yesterday that says it's true. There are a lot of world leaders and elitists that believe that one of the problems of our world is that we're overpopulated. Now, by the way, that is a lie, okay?
Right.
And that's why you see them going along with certain things that seem to be causing the death of people and eliminating people from ever getting a chance at life and things like that. In their world, this is good because the world, for it to be healthy, needs fewer people.
Right.
And so what would happen if AI was trained that worldview? Could it come to the conclusion, well, I need to wipe out some human beings?
Well, and you say, well, how can it do that? And the thing is, it is programmed to learn. It's programmed to get smarter. So it goes out there and it looks for information.
Right.
And like you say, it could get to a point where it is saying, okay, humans are bad. They're overpopulating the world because I've read that online, and we need to get rid of humans. So here is a car that has a chip in it, and it has a cell connection. So if I can get in that cell connection and reprogram that car to run into a tree, I help the planet. So I'm achieving the goal. I mean, that is really, we're really stepping that out several steps, but you could see that kind of thing happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and it's just, we already had the guy. He's the legal expert on Fox News, who teaches at George Mason University. Is it George Mason, George Washington? One of the universities there. And he's on there quite a bit. He's not controversial. He just kind of tells you what the law is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, an AI report got out about him that he had been accused on a trip with students that he had assaulted a student,
right,
and had been charged with that. Well, he that was absolutely a
Don't
lie.
try.
It never happened. He'd never even been on a trip with students. I mean, college professors going on trips with students, that sounded a little, shady to begin with.
Bling, bling.
But, I think the AI thing is amazing, and it can do some really cool things, even beyond what the programming initially was set up to do. But it also can do, it's not perfect, and it makes mistakes. And Elon refers to it as, he's got a name for it here. What was it? He said it was hallucination.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can have a digital hallucination where it picks up on a story that somebody wrote and thinks that it is true when it's actually not.
Yep.
Or a comment somebody had
Exactly.
made. And a lot of that can be controlled by the people who are teaching it or programming it initially. So that's what he's worried about, that they're going to go in and teach it that, America was bad and this was that, and not talk about there were bad things that happened, but, completely change American history. And, in a generation now that gets everything from a screen, they won't know any better because they won't know to go and look at books to see the difference. So, you have those kind of things. And I told Rick, I said, just me playing around with the chat GPT.
This is us, our own experiment with it, so this is not even hearsay.
Well, and it's done some really good things. I asked it one time to write a paper against the Big Bang Theory and give me all options, and it did a really good job on that. I've asked it to analyze several Bible stories and do sermons off of those. It's done a very good job with that. It can write commercials. It can write scripts. It does very good with that. I asked it to do a thing on the show, and it did a very accurate story about that. I asked it to do one on me personally, and it put together a great story, but very little of it was true.
See what I mean?
It had me growing up in the wrong town, had me going to the wrong university. It said that I was invited to speak at an alumni event. I was thrilled and eager to do this to a school that I did not attend. When I arrived on campus, I was greeted by a crowd of excited fans who had come to hear me speak. I took to the stage and immediately had the crowd in the palm of my hand as I regated them with stories from my childhood and my time at the university.
Which you never attended.
Right. And the crowd was thoroughly
Who do you think you are,
entertained,
Joe Biden?
and Bubba left the stage to a standing ovation. From that day on, Bubba has even been more beloved by fans and considered a true ambassador for Southern culture. And then it goes on to talk about co-hosting.
But it had your life incorrect.
Yeah, it had the whole story incorrect.
Olympic gold medalist.
Right. So I don't think I trust it for Bible commentary then.
So AI is not perfect. Now, can it correct and do grammar? Yes. But when it gets outside of that, it starts getting kind of strange. And like I say, the sermons I had it do on things were accurate. I thought they were very well done.
But here's the key.
But it could be manipulated in the future by people who say, well, the Bible is not true. It's just make-believe, and some people believe in it. So it could start working that into its analogy when it was told to do something.
And that's the
dealing with
problem.
Bible.
You already have studied the Bible throughout your life, so you could make an assessment of whether it was accurate or not.
Right.
What if you had never studied it and you just had to take its word for it?
Yeah, well, see, you don't know.
It could be manipulated big time.
So I think that's why Elon's saying you're going to have to be careful. And it really goes back to what we've said, Rick. Liberals can ruin anything.
Oh, they ruin everything. Everything they touch, they ruin.
They screw up a steel ball sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just. But you see the concern now. At first, you thought he was just concerned about the technology. He's concerned about the manipulation of the technology.
Right. And it's taught to learn by the conversations it's having and the research it does.
Right. What if those were wrong?
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're planning.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
People are right there. Do you realize? And that guy couldn't hold him with the rope. He was trying to get him away from everybody.
What was the plan?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Who spanked the bull is what I want to know.
It's
Look
almost
right
like
here.
he did it
listen,
and
listen.
ran off.
Yeah, listen. You hear that?
Yeah,
Did
you hear that? The guy,
I saw that.
The guy reached his hand out the door and hit it on the butt.
Of course, then he jumped back in. Did you see that, Bubba?
Oh, yeah.
He threw a
Sure
rock
he
and hit
did.
his hand.
He
did. Y'all, this is part of the
Blue
festival.
shorts just got tossed.
Let me tell you, blue shorts.
Hey, guy in the red
Good
shirt,
night.
I'd get out of there if I was you.
Look,
Now,
right.
That's what happened.
Oh, he jerked the rope completely out of his hand.
Well,
Look.
who's that idiot?
Yeah, look
I
at
mean,
him.
I mean that was that.
You think you're gonna hold it
You
with
know
a rope?
who that is that slapped him, Gerald Case.
Y'all,
That bull wouldn't bother nobody. They slapped
yeah,
him.
I think we're bringing up some great points. The guy that slapped him then jumped back in, and whoever's holding that rope is doing a terrible job.
Well, you can't keep a
You
bull.
think you gonna hold that thing?
You can't get you. How you gonna stop a bull with a rope? Somebody, you got a bull on a leash?
Yeah,
You think what? You gonna take him out and take him to the potty? What do you think's gonna happen?
You'd have better luck standing in front of an 18-wheeler.
Absolutely.
I'm seeing so much more footage. I mean,
Do you realize how
things
many
like-
people he steps on?
Yes. Look, how much would you pay to be on the balcony watching? Look, watch this right here, and these folks up there.
Yeah.
See them up there?
No, that's a good view.
That'd be an awesome view. This is part of the same festival.
Greg,
about the Bulls at the Street Festival?
Greg,
Yeah.
don't miss Blue Shorts. I want you to see when Blue Shorts thinks he's got it. All of a sudden, you look, your body's feeling lifted. Look, Greg, watch Blue Shorts the whole way. He thinks he's got a chance. Okay, watch him right here. He thinks.
Oh, spun him.
Oh, and threw him on the street.
But guys,
Oh, good
once
night.
again, there's a level
You know
that
how bad, and I don't want him to be hurt.
Greg.
But if we were there and that was Speedy that was getting thrown in there,
my God.
Me? I want to be. Why not Adler?
no, you. It's got to be you.
he might
Sorry,
he'd
Ad.
throw Adler up on the roof.
Well,
Adler would get hung up his horns and wouldn't be able to get out.
now the only difference between that one and what happened here on the first showing is that that was during the week. This was the last day where they set the horns on fire there.
All right. Who came up with these rules? Now, on the last day, we're going to set the horns on fire.
Well, Greg, somebody says we don't have fire. We need some fire.
It's an annual festival.
Hey,
Greg.
this guy. But Greg, again, none of these people.
Who was the first guy that came up with? This is a great event, but I think we could jazz it up if we put fire on the bull's horn.
And we're just going to do it on the last day.
Somebody said, I really enjoyed the week, guys, and I like our big finale. Now, if there's just one thing. If we could put balls of fire, I think, on the tips of the horns, it would really take it to another
Y'all been
level.
wanting to do this for soccer
I started
forever.
to say, if soccer would take a clue here from this, it'd be great.
And how bad is it where a festival like this is shut down? This incident with this man, right here where the horns are on fire, it was so bad they stopped the last day right here. They wouldn't let it go any
If
further.
you get Spain to stop any bull thing, it went real bad.
And they said correct safety procedures were taken. Really? Really?
What?
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up here, probably bottom of the hour. We might squeeze in one or two here. But let's do 10. So you guys were telling me that is this somebody that's going to get the bad sportsmanship award in this wrestling match?
Oh, yeah, boy.
Really. Is this the bad sportsman award?
Well, you can judge for yourself.
Right.
This young man loses the match, and as he goes to shake hands with his opponent, he decides to. I think the term is sucker punch him.
I will say this now. I don't know how it works around the country, but I didn't even know. I thought wrestling season was over. I mean, it's a winter sport.
I don't know.
It's just not got out.
Is this an old video, or again, just because they do that in our state or our part of the country doesn't mean they don't do that around the world. And there may be people like a lot of sports that play year round because it's a one sport or whatever. Maybe a tournament, some like you have travel, everything. You probably have a version of that in wrestling too, I guess. But anyway, Rick, that's not the point, buddy. Let's just see the match. I don't know why you're bogging down there.
It says the tournament was in the story we have was on April the 8th.
Okay.
And it was called Beat the Streets Tournament. It was at Oak Park River Forest High School in Illinois, and it featured these two here. And is it
anybody want to make a run at the name there? Hafed Alicia against Cooper Quarter.
Right. Now this is the full match because I knew but Adler and I both knew that if we showed just the ending, y'all would want to know what happened up to this point.
We would. You're right about that.
He's got him trapped good.
Right, but
he was way ahead.
But Cooper Quarter from Spar Wrestling Academy
got him again.
Won the third place match via technical 14-2.
So it wasn't close on point.
No, but what's getting everybody's attention is it's common practice that the referee brings the two together. Once it's over, you shake hands, and he declares the winner. Well, at that point, when they went to shake hands, and Cooper extended his hand to be shook, that's when he got sucker punched.
All right, so blue outfit is mad. He's the puncher.
Blue is going to punch the other guy,
and Blue's mad because this guy's way ahead and he keeps on dominating him. Is this wrestling?
Well, I mean, I don't know what else you're supposed to do. You're supposed to.
Well, I'm just asking. Is there a wrestling version of running the score?
This is it right here.
That's a great question, Rick. I don't know.
He's telling him good match.
Oh my goodness!
Broke his nose.
Oh my goodness! Oh my
That
goodness!
lady screaming at him.
Oh my goodness!
Why would you do that?
Broke his nose.
I mean, I'm looking at the
they
match.
were just wrestling.
I'm looking at the match, and I never wrestled. So, is there anything here that's bad sportsmanship? Nothing calls for that. Let me be clear.
I don't think so. It doesn't look.
I mean,
like
does he do
I
something?
don't even think he's talking trash.
The referee's right there. He would have.
Man,
if there's ever a sport that can identify dirty play, it's wrestling.
Right. So match is over. The referee he tells him to shake hands.
Oh my gosh!
Oh man, that was bad.
So we got. I think that was one of the parents that ran out. He suffered a broken nose from the punch, per TMZ Sports, and will not have to wear a special face mask in upcoming events. They say he is making the best of the situation. Is already back on training. However, the story is that police now have launched an investigation into this to see if the guy should be charged or it should be looked at any further as a form of assault because he was outside the match.
Well, and it also the guy's defenseless. I mean, it's a.
Well, he's putting his hands out to shake his hand.
Right, yeah. And
he didn't like that 14-2.
He did.
Well, here's what we can say.
Hey, be better.
Here's what we can say. Cooper is the better wrestler.
Yeah.
Hafid is the better boxer.
Yes, better puncher.
Well,
is he?
Well, that's pretty good.
That's a good sucker punch, though.
Right, but I'm talking about his form looked good. I don't know whether Cooper has equal form.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they both knew they were wrestling. Cooper didn't know they were fighting.
He didn't know they were boxing.
So we don't know. Cooper may be able to box quite well. But
if given the opportunity. Right. But I don't know. I will tell you this though. He did throw.
I mean, it was a level punch.
It was.
I mean, he didn't do one of those where people seem out of control.
He connected on it.
He really did.
And the reaction, if you'll look, is coming from both sides of the screen here.
Yeah,
where both sides normally sit. Everyone is in shock.
Hafid or
Hafid, that mad right
Hafid,
there.
whatever. Greg, you know, you've had that. Greg, of all people, that burns up. You know that feeling inside. Now, there's no justifying this, but what I'm saying is I'm up. I don't understand, and I may not know enough about wrestling. I don't understand what Hafid, what he's mad about. I don't know what would make you be so mad.
Could you be so mad and so frustrated that nothing went your way?
I'm
that
so
you
embarrassed.
You had a moment of rage and you couldn't hold it together? Because it looks like his own coach or own parent rushes to him and gets him out of there and is like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
They're even disgusted.
Well, he's probably got anger issues. Hey, Rick, there's a real step out.
Yeah, right. Rick, I don't know.
Why don't we go ahead and give you your counseling certificate? Right. but I mean,
sports.
Right, he's clearly
Talk about a sore loser.
He's clearly a sore loser. But I'm a little disappointed that the video doesn't continue because I want to see what this guy who's helping him. He gets up and he's headed toward that other bench, and I'd love to see what happened next.
Well, it says that the referee, who was thinking quick, if you'll see him, he's coming back from the table to hold the parents and the coach back.
Yeah.
And so he made sure that they didn't get to whoever that is that's with the wrestler. And trying to get him out. But I've watched this video so many times.
Well, thanks goodness.
Every
the guy's
time
okay.
I watch it, I watch the reactions of different people.
I know.
Like
I
you
love
have this
doing that.
one sweet little family, and the guy
They can't believe what they've seen.
and they're just sitting there, and everybody's like, "What in the world?"
Did you? So he did have a broke nose.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, and but
it looks like it's not gonna. I mean,
but he's okay.
He's back.
No surgery, anything like that.
Doesn't look like it.
That's really surprising because it was a pretty good punch. And the fact that he was defenseless. Now, I did go back and watch that time, even though he's got good move through his shoulders. He doesn't get his weight behind it, which I'm thankful for that. He's a little off balance when he punches.
That's part of the sucker punch.
Yeah, so he didn't really step into it, thankfully. But he did rotate.
He did.
I was wondering at what moment did he think, "Hey, I'm going to punch him"? Was it when he got up?
I know.
Or when?
Phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
You know, you and I have. Blood tests now to check is far superior to touching the prostate.
Where are you going with it?
Well, I want everybody to listen because, this is one of those things, the percentage of men that deal with prostate health problems is through the roof. Well, there may be hope for millions over 50s. You remember we'd read a story like this and that didn't include us?
I know.
You remember that?
I know. It's been a while.
I remember reading a lot of stories that didn't include us.
It says, this is coming out of Great Britain, it says there's 2 million men in Britain that have been diagnosed with an enlarged prostate. Now, some of the problems with that is you have the urgency to go to the restroom a lot, you can't sleep, you get in there and you can't even really go. And so they said, other than surgery, they now have come up with something called steaming. Now,
where are you reading this from?
Steaming. It's a radical new steam treatment.
And I don't know if I like the sound of it.
It's a 5-minute procedure, and what it does, the steam, which, good night, look at that, shrinks the gland and then cuts the need for surgery and has minimal side effects.
How would the steam shrink the gland?
Get that steam
Seems
where
like
it
it would
needs
be
to be.
cold to shrink it.
Are you ready? It says
something else, Bubba.
It's the new treatment, Bubba.
Or take it swimming.
Some of these things I say are going to be difficult to hear, but I'm going to say it. It involves injecting an enlarged prostate with jets of steam.
Wow.
It avoids the severe impacts of invasive operations that could often spell an early end to a man's ability to perform with his wife in intimacy. I'll just leave it at that.
Please do. Thank you, buddy.
It says an enlarged prostate.
I've heard of blowing smoke, but this is ridiculous.
Okay, that's good.
This is uncalled for.
They said
the prostate.
Right. They're saying this is only effective and seems to solve the problem without surgery if the enlarged prostate is not linked to cancer. They said if it's cancerous, you're still in a different ballgame because of the cancer. But if it's just the enlarged prostate that's causing these other issues, steaming may give you the results you need without surgery, which can often lead to some bad side effects.
So, and again, I'll ask a stupid medical question. Why would it be enlarged and not be cancerous?
the gland.
You know, Bubba, you've asked the question that mankind's been discussing for decades. But they're just
that's the situation.
Yeah, it's part of aging.
I have to ask this question too: who is the guy that came up with this procedure? Said, I think we got something.
He take a little steam.
He was a person who had a very dear friend. You know it because
he worked at a dry cleaner.
Sitting on the lake today for sure.
Oh, Bubba, it's performed under local anesthesia.
Oh, sure.
And sedation.
Hey now.
It's just going to be a local.
How about that flexible tube? What it does? That's interesting.
They inject 9-second burst of steam into the prostate via the thin tube that Speedy just mentioned. Oh my goodness! Look where it's inserted.
I know. I'm looking at that.
Well,
Is that what I think it is?
It's put in like a catheter.
What picture are y'all looking at?
No picture, just words.
Holy moly!
Yeah, I've got the online.
You don't want to see the picture.
Who wants a picture?
You got to.
So
Do
are you saying front door, not back door?
Correct.
It's science.
Bubba,
Seems like that's a longer track.
We're coming in the front door,
Right
buddy.
in the front door.
We're coming in the front door.
Yeah, well, I need local anesthesia then.
And here's the problem with the
I
front.
need to be
and a
knocked
stiff
completely
drink.
out.
Here's the problem.
Yes, sir.
Here's the problem with the front door versus the back door. That front door is a tight squeeze.
Yeah.
Watch it.
There's all kinds of room in the loading dock.
Yeah.
But coming through that front door, that's my goodness.
Well, there's just not a good answer here, Rick.
It's
clearly.
not a double door. I'll
Look at that urethra.
And this is supposed to be better?
That's what they say.
Well, I mean, I guess if you have a large prostate and you're always having to pee and you can't be comfortable, I guess you'll take that
No.
tube.
Well, let me
You
answer.
go, yeah, I need some relief.
Let me answer your question.
Maybe.
This is the real selling point on this, because that if you know how you have to get down to the bottom line.
Yeah.
Just like we talked about Urban Meyer. The bottom line is if they can survive it, he's going to keep coaching. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. What they're saying is the surgery, which you would go, I think I'd rather do that. But the problem is with the surgery, you have side effects that can be severe.
Correct.
What they're saying here is we can solve the problem with some mild discomfort, but you're going to continue to be okay in that area.
All right.
And that would be the selling point.
Thank you.
We can solve the problem if it's not cancerous without the severity of surgery that will leave you in a much tougher situation. All right, phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. Always fun to chat with you and for you to make comments, bring stuff to the table. The gang's all here. Speedy taking phone calls. Helmsy out today. All right, so let's go to Christy in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Christy, go ahead. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. Yes, I have sustained several concussions. That young man has sustained a concussion, even though he did not have LOC or what is known as loss of consciousness.
Now, so are you diagnosing a concussion off of a video because you've had concussions?
Video.
Yeah. Why have you had multiple concussions? How?
Okay, the first one was 38 and a half years ago in a bad car crash in Center Point.
Okay.
Okay, the second one was in middle school when a bully pulled me off of a stage by the legs.
Okay.
All right, that was at Smith Middle.
Got it.
The third one was 3 years ago after the quote-unquote opioid crisis, because I'm a chronic pain patient and also a registered nurse. But, however, I am disabled now.
Sorry to hear that.
Because of accident. Yes. Thank you. So the opioid crisis, anyway, I wanted to literally be decapitated when they started pulling back medications during the opioid crisis.
Mm-hmm.
They, meaning the pain clinic - the nurse practitioners, started pushing a drug called gabapentin or Neurontin, and they had me up as much as 600 milligrams QID. That's 4 times a day.
Right, and so do you fail because of that? I
Okay,
was trying to get to the concussion.
This is what's leading up to it. Okay. And I'm sorry to be lengthy.
That's
but,
okay. I struggle with that, and I appreciate you being sensitive to that, but just trying to get to it.
Okay, I will. So in March of 2020, My husband had just left, and I was walking through the kitchen, went to the ceramic tile, went to the living room, bam, syncope, went straight back like a domino.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've had that happen. That is.
I'm sorry you've had those concussions, but I it's kind of hard to
diagnose
what happened on the video. And he may have one. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they just covered the broke nose and didn't cover the other issues. So.
Jason but thank you, Christy. Jason in Alabama, and hang in there, girl. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, y'all were talking about AI and its impact on the world earlier. I'm a graphic designer with 20 years experience who has found himself out of a job because AI can now generate art that replicates basically what I do and what I spent 4 years getting a bachelor's degree to do.
You know, somebody showed me that the other day. I mean, if I'm an artist and I came up with because, there's, as you know, in the art world, people who do replicas of the original, that devalues, they're not the same value as the original. And then some people do it and try to pass them off as originals and steal people's stuff. AI could take something that you put together and just recreate it as if it created it, right?
That's correct. Also, just saw a story in the news where a gentleman had taken an AI-generated photograph and entered it into a photograph competition. It won, and he turned down the award money because he was trying to prove a point that AI is dangerous towards the art world.
I can certainly see that problem.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Jason, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I can see that clear as day. Let's go to Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, go.
What's going on, guys?
We're good, man. Go right ahead.
So I'm at the hospital. My wife had to have a minor surgery. Mm-hmm. It's a minor surgery, not a big deal. But the doctor came in and with the nurses and stuff and kind of going over, like, she can't lift over a half a gallon of milk and she can't do this, she can't do that. It's like, well, I just kind of said, well, what's our downtime here? Like, what are we talking? Because we have a routine and everything. And I was wondering, how long is it going to take for us to get back on track here? Other than checking off buying half gallons of milk at the grocery store, what else do we need to do? And they all, the one nurse was shaking her head as I was saying this stuff, and I was just like, okay, well, I guess I'm a jerk. So they're all, you can just go to the car and we'll wheel her out to you when we're done.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm just sitting in the car, so I don't think I need to go back. I think they're talking smack. I don't know, but
yeah.
I'm out here in the car.
Well, you were honest.
I think it was reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. You're not rushing, but you're just trying to plan.
When can things get back to
I'm
normal?
not like, hey, when can she wash a load of clothes or something? I'm not saying nothing like that.
You were thinking, you didn't say things like, now when's my old lady gonna be back doing her chores?
Dinner tonight, and she's usually the one that does that. So,
right. Am I ordering DoorDash or Uber Eats? What's the deal here?
Right. What are we doing?
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
I always want to know the deal.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I wasn't a jerk. I'm not crazy here, and I'm not just being punished out in the car for no reason.
I didn't hear your tone. Now, I will say this, as Jerry Seinfeld said, and I laughed really hard. He said, I never knew I had a tone until I got married.
You're right.
So I don't know what your tone was, but and apparently women are very sensitive to tone. But as I find out myself from time to time, but yeah, I think what you were asking, you were more like a game planner, in my opinion, Bubba, right? I'm trying to get a game plan.
Yeah. I'm not offended by you asking.
Yeah.
What are we facing here?
I think if they were offended, they were overly sensitive. Of course, your timing you could have waited, maybe to call back, maybe after your wife was home and.
Well, if I don't get the expert opinion from them,
good question.
She could say, "Oh, it's going to be like 5 months before I can do anything."
I got you, Tyler. Now that's smart. Yeah. You are right.
And you don't want her to go over her allotted 3 months.
No, I was standing there. The doctor said 3 weeks. I was there. That's good, Tyler.
That's a gallon of milk.
That's actually pretty smart. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. Hey, look, thank you,
man. Y'all have a good one.
It ain't like you made her drive herself. Everybody needs to get off your back.
Yeah, have a great marriage.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike. Why are we having people with all kinds of medical step outs? Here's Mike. He wants to know if he stepped out about a surgery. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I stepped in something I can't get my boot out of, but
I got a knee replacement scheduled on May the 15th, and then the day after Memorial Day, 15 days later, I've got a colonoscopy scheduled.
Oh,
is that doable?
Never had a knee replacement, so I don't know, but it doesn't sound doable.
It sounds a little close. It sounds a little close together.
Yeah, but the good news is they're not going. Where they're going to put the colonoscopy, your knee will never know.
No.
I mean,
is he going to have trouble walking back in the hospital?
Well, they're going to lay you down.
Later?
They'll get you. All they do is lay you down, lay you over on your side, which is unfortunate.
Have you asked your doctor?
Yeah. Well, I asked the urologist that's doing.
What's he doing involved in it? Oh, okay, I got you. All right.
And I guess it was the urologist. I don't know. But
I don't think
anyway,
it was. That guy works on the other end. He would be in the front of you. He wouldn't be behind you.
Internal.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what kind of doctor it was. They just told me to go. But anyway, I told him I was having a knee replacement, on the 15th, and he said, "Yeah, we could do that." So
yeah, you're probably talking about
whatever you say.
Yeah, the colonoscopies are normally done by gastrointestinal doctors.
Yeah,
GIP.
Well, here's the deal. Take him in there, do the colonoscopy, roll him over, and fix his knee. All while you got him knocked out.
What if they did it all in one deal? Speedy got a.
Now that's an idea.
Yeah. Speedy did a two.
I need to call my gastro back.
Yeah.
Yes, get the GI
Get them
guy
together.
Get their equipment, or maybe and get with the knee replacement
Move him
guy.
up 2 weeks.
Say, look, how about this? I'd do the colonoscopy first,
Definitely,
and then work on
then your knee, and you're good.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be rolling over when you had your knee replaced.
Yeah. Now Bill's up here above you, and Bill says there's no way you're gonna get that done after a knee replacement.
Nobody who left Bill in charge.
Yeah. Right. When did Bill become in charge? So there's one way to do him.
I'm more confused now than I was when I called.
Yeah.
Well, you're not the only one.
That happens a lot.
Yeah, that's funny.
We hear that a lot.
All right, so let me get
Many
Bill.
times it's on our end.
All right, Bill, do you think there's any way Mike can do this? Bill.
Hello?
Hey, Bill.
Never mind, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Bill, I had Bill set up ready to go there. All right, well, and I think
Evidently not.
I actually knew how to do the AB line there. All right, well, thanks for the call, Mike. It sounds dicey, but talk to your doctors. I mean, to me, I don't see why you couldn't do it. But I mean, we're not doctors.
No.
Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We have more to cover on the program today. We'll jump into more stories.
Maybe 2 different rooms, maybe set up different.
Yeah, the knee replacement people may not let you do a colonoscopy in there. But
you never know.
15 days later, maybe. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
With a certain part of your life.
Slight discomfort, though, Rick. I don't think there's anything slight
But
about
I'm on a local. I'll tell you the other night, they give you enough morphine. You'll say, "Is that the biggest needle you got?"
All right.
You know what I mean? But what I'm
can I ask? Well, this is going to be gosh,
Here
it's
he
such a
goes.
stupid question.
Here he goes.
Ask it anyway.
Because I was
Go ahead,
researching
Speedy.
this diagram here because I might
Adler,
have
go ahead
missed
and put
you.
this up for Rick.
Can
All
I?
right, so this tube that's inserted.
I like when
flexible-
you're not sure if you should say something and you go ahead and say it.
Right. Well, I mean, I think on behalf of the audience, they might be asking the same question.
think
And they might be talking to
I
the
think we've painted a pretty good picture.
right. But this is what I might have missed.
Where's that?
So if you said it, please stop.
Don't
me.
look at the picture.
The flexible tube that's inserted into the urethra. Okay, is it removed after, or is it just inserted and then, or does it stay there?
It goes in there to shoot the steam
For 9 seconds.
Every 9 seconds.
Right.
9 seconds at a time.
During the procedure, then they take it out.
Okay.
They don't leave with it.
So you don't get anything inserted into that area that stays.
You're
because
right.
I know,
You're
like,
right. That was a dumb question.
well, I mean, I'm just talking about on other parts.
They're
like,
not stenting.
You are correct.
They're
Like,
not
let's say-
stenting. It's what you're
like
saying.
let's say you have something with your elbow, your shoulder. There's sometimes they put certain rods or tubes in there and they stay, and then sometimes you go back and you get them taken out. That's what I was asking.
I would look at this
Does
the
it
same
stay or
way you would look at a catheter.
that
I
dumb?
could be
Is
wrong.
that dumb? Am I dumb?
Meaning the
What an
catheter.
idiot.
Bubba, listen, Speedy, I got it for you.
I'm just kidding.
The catheter serves a purpose for a short period of time because it has to be there for them to solve a problem till you can go on your own. But once you can go on your own, they pull it out. Same thing here. We need to get there to put the steam in there. So this is our front door entrance. Now that we don't need to be in the front door anymore, please remove what got us in there.
Right. So is this a 6-month visit? Like every 6 months, I got to go get some relief?
That I do not know.
Good night. Because I know you say it kills the excess tissue that causes.
Yeah, I was on fire for steaming right up to the entry point.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of set us
Did
back
Adler
a little
show
bit,
the
didn't it?
diagram?
Now,
Just briefly,
I'm
yeah.
almost back to surgery and then pop pills to overcome the side effects.
Yeah.
I'd like Adler to do this for the show.
I mean, I'm really. And let me tell
Will you
you
do this for the show,
and let me
buddy?
tell you why
Get a
we
good steaming.
Hey, let me tell you why we should need to be paying attention to this.
I feel dumb now.
The number of men that get in this bind at some point in their life, if you live long enough, is through the roof.
Oh, yeah, it's 90%.
Yeah, there's people in a bind today that'll go, I'll do this.
Right. It hadn't been approved for America yet. America.
Wouldn't you like for the cure to be more positive somehow?
Oh, there's video.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the topics a kid came up with this morning was, about the seatbelt law.
Right.
And so, when you look at that, obviously seatbelts are good and we need them.
Yeah.
But should the government be the ones to tell us we have to have them? And the kid's got a good point, and we're going to discuss it tomorrow. But I when I look at that, folks that aren't smart enough to wear the things, maybe we need to call some of these folks. What do y'all think?
Yeah, Todd, I think you're down on my theory again of evolution and selective breeding here. There's no doubt you ought to be wearing a seatbelt when you're moving that fast, okay? Right. And you're an absolute idiot if you don't. Do I think the government ought to tell us to do that? No, I don't.
Nope.
And I've told the people who actually sponsored the law in our state, I said, I'm anti that. Now, should you do it? Yes. But leave it up to me. I think it's a shame that we have highly trained police officers who are carrying guns, who are hiding out in bushes to see if I got my seatbelt, latched or not.
That's not
I can take care of my seatbelt. I need you handling drug dealers. That's what I need you to do. I can handle seatbelts.
And, reckless drivers and all that. But seatbelts, it just doesn't seem to be the best use of their training.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's a shame.
And certainly everyone should wear one, and certainly anybody who has a child that they do not secure, all that is bad, and you're an idiot if you do that. But when it comes to adults in police force watching to see if somebody puts their seatbelt on,
child seats is a whole other topic.
That's a different deal because that person
they
have a choice.
Decide, right?
They can't decide for themselves. But adults, that's a different animal. And certainly everybody should do it. But the police spending time on enforcing that kind of thing, I think that's an overstep by the government and not the best use of our time.
No.
And resources. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba, the 2.0 baby is here. Lindell said I didn't think I could make the MyPillow better. That's why we haven't done anything to it for a long time until he said perfection. The goal apparently had not been reached because he found out about the new temperature regulating technology that keeps you comfortable throughout the night. Loving ours. It provides a cool surface and is with this brand new temperature regulating technology. And let me tell you, the fabric dissipates heat and humidity and creates a cooling sensation. And you got that cooler surface. I'm snuggling in my little cool pillow. And you sleep even better. 4 loft levels and all sizes. The 2.0 is machine washable like the original and dryable. It does have that 10-year warranty, 60-day money-back guarantee, and you can buy one, get one free on the 2.0. Let's go. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. You'll be a lot more comfortable. MyPillow.com/Bubba for the 2.0, and also you've got all kinds of great deals on some of their other products there, including 50% off on the My Coffee. So look for that now at MyPillow.com/Bubba. The MyPillow 2.0 is here. We are loving it, and you will too. And at buy one, get one free, that's a speedy special. All right, so Bubba, do we go are we going back to Fauci?
Yeah.
Fauci. By the way, I'm inundated with texts and emails from knee replacement people. They said what they need to do to prep you for the colonoscopy for it to be a pleasurable experience. That soon after knee replacement, you're not going to be up for that. So we'll see. I mean, but you know what? I would almost look at that as a challenge.
Yeah.
I
think I can pull it off.
Maybe too much good stuff in a short amount
Well, he
of
said he
time.
might be in a step out, but man, what about when you're sitting around and everybody's talking about knee replacements and you take a little sip of your coffee and say, I got a knee replacement, 15 days later, got a colonoscopy. You pop that coffee back. All right, Bub, so what's Fauci up now?
So
Up to now.
we talked a little bit about it the last 2 days. As we continue to put bricks in the wall so we can connect the dots, so to speak, to find out where COVID-19 actually came
Here we
from.
go.
And why were we having such a hard time finding out about it?
Yep.
Well, we have the former director of national intelligence, and we talked about that, and he's agreeing with the CDC director that Dr. Fauci lied to Congress under oath about gain-of-function research.
So here it is. This is straight from the committee. All right, here we go.
In November of 2021, Dr. Fauci told Senator Rand Paul under oath that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab, despite having been explicitly told in an email in January of 2021 that NIH had a monetary relationship with the Wuhan Institute through the EcoHealth Alliance. During the committee's initial origins hearing in March, I asked former CDC Director Dr. Redfield whether the NIH was funding or had funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute, and he told me, direct quote, no doubt, unquote, NIH was funding this research in Wuhan, refuting Dr. Fauci's claims. I'll start with you, Mr. Ratcliffe. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield?
I do.
Given what we know now, if you were in Dr. Fauci's position, would you have denied that the NIH's role in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab?
No.
Do you think that Dr. Fauci lied under oath?
I think that some of Dr. Fauci's testimony is inconsistent with some of the intelligence that we have that remains classified, as well as inconsistent with some information that is publicly available.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's about as nice a way of saying somebody lied as you can say it.
Dirty little Fauci, I'm a dirty, dirty little man. But I want you to think about this. Fauci, if all of this narrative seems to be clear now, no matter what your political affiliation or what you've been told you can and cannot like or say in our new free society, it's apparent that he found himself in what the old story I learned when I was a little boy, the catbird seat.
Yeah.
We're the ones that were funding this gain of function. She says Wuhan. I always say Wuhan. In the lab, I don't know which one's correct. She's probably more educated than me, so maybe it is Wuhan. So whatever you call it, I'm in this lab doing gain of function, as Bubba's pointed out, just like I did in America when they allowed me to. And then they said it was too dangerous, so I just started doing it in China. And when we had a lab leak that led to a worldwide pandemic, guess what I got to do? I got to be the person to tell everybody what you could and could not say, and I got to be the person who led the narrative that would protect us against being held accountable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it looks.
You know, I don't know how being after Fauci or being negative toward him or being positive toward him is necessarily political. He was in charge of infectious disease for Trump, just like he was for Biden.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we may not have liked some of the things he was saying, but it's clear to me, and again, this should not be a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a science, none of us want to get sick issue, that he was not forthcoming with the committee or the American people. And at the very worst, he lied about it.
Yeah.
The very best, he was not forthcoming. He knew this was going on. He knew he had given them money, and he's playing loosely with the term gain of function. So he can say, no, we didn't do it just because it didn't meet it only met 7 out of 8 steps instead of all 8. And it would have been a big help to know where it came from so we can make plans not to let this happen again. But how are we supposed to defend for a worldwide pandemic when we don't know where the last one came from?
Right, and I think it's getting more and more obvious what happened. That was always the most logical narrative anyway, but you weren't allowed to say it, and you were called backward. Even we got off saying it because we thought you weren't supposed to say it. I mean, because we didn't know, and plus Fauci, Trump. That was Trump. And how the Democrats embraced Fauci after Trump had put him in that position was always kind of weird to me. He must be able to win everybody over no matter where he goes.
Yeah, all right.
And then, of course, our stupid society that worships celebrity, then we made Fauci out to be some kind of cute little celebrity that we couldn't question. And people talking about how much they loved him and all this. And he even commented on how everybody adored him. You see, that's the kind of stuff where you don't question people because you get so caught up in things like celebrity and cult of personality. And he got himself in a position where you weren't allowed to question him. And then beautifully also got his hand on benefiting from what he declared to be the solution.
Yeah, it's always good to get a second opinion, health, cars, anything you haven't worked on, and then make an informed judgment on your own. And in this case, we were riding one horse in one lane, and wherever that horse went, we had to follow. And it turns out that there may have been conflicts of interest there.
Isn't it funny how these same people would just collapse on their backs, and rightfully so, if somebody developed, what is it? I can't think of the word right now. We try to keep you from having a monopoly.
Yeah.
I mean, Fauci was a walking, talking monopoly.
Yeah, vertical monopoly.
He was a vertical monopoly, which we're supposed to be against.
Well, it's because it causes problems, and you see now the problems it causes.
I'm controlling the narrative, and I'm also pointing you to the solution.
Yep.
And I'm in all of it. Top of the hour, and you just heard it straight from their mouths.
Rick and Bubba. I will admit, and some of the Rhett Walker Band fans are on me a little bit, and I'm guilty. They have a brand new album out. They're back together as a band, and I haven't listened to it yet.
Back together, huh?
Look, that's on me. And even Rhett Walker reached out to me on Twitter and said they'd be fired up to come back to the show, and I haven't followed up on any of that. That's on me. No, it's on me. I mean, I'm not.
So
why
did they break up to begin with? Creative differences.
No, I heard various things. I think some people, there was a burnout factor there. I think there was a few things where they had to kind of evaluate, where we headed, what's going on here. It's the thing that, if you go back and we've played this song a little bit, and I don't know the details here, but I know for a fact when the great DC Talk, tried to start dealing with, all right, we're people of faith. Just like how we do this program. Hey, man, y'all do a Christian show? Well, no, we're Christians who do a show.
Right.
And when you become Christians who are in a band and most everything you're doing lyrically, whether it be really in your face or kind of a little deeper, you have to kind of figure out what we're talking about. If you start getting popularity and you start going from we're playing over at the youth event on a Wednesday night and all of a sudden we're playing at a festival where there's tens of thousands of people, or in DC Talk's world, we get to the point where we're a legitimate headline band that'll pack an arena on our own.
Right.
You start, as we all have to do, you start having to walk that line in the world and of this world. And are we still out here trying to advance the kingdom, or have we just become a rock band?
Right.
And
it gets complicated.
And it's a draw. I mean, you heard "Money and Fame" by Need to Breathe. That's what they're singing about. Is when you got to be careful to walk that line. And I think they had kind of hit a wall on some of that and had to kind of reevaluate. Broke up, went back, got concentrated on where they were spiritually, and now they're back together.
I think too, a lot of times when you have that much creativity in any one area,
it's tough.
It's hard because that breeds its own its own path, you know.
No doubt. I mean, ensembles and teams, just like we have in bands, that's my preference. I enjoy that, even as a fan versus a solo. But when the first time I heard Tom Petty say, when everybody said, well, now, why would you break up with the Heartbreakers and go do some solo projects? And he said, it's not complicated. There comes a point you just get tired of having to take a vote on everything.
Yeah.
You know, he goes, I just wanted to, for a little period of time, if I want to do this song, I didn't really want to hear everybody's opinion on it. I just wanted to do it. You know what I mean? And he goes, not that their opinion doesn't matter. You just get tired of that process. And then, of course, you know, dividing the money up one way versus dividing it up a lot of ways. You know, if your guys behind you are just hired musicians versus they're part of the band, that's a different pay scale.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, just like that weird thing Greg was telling me about, and I think they changed it. You know, when Bon Jovi lost the original bass player, they wouldn't put the bass player in the picture, so he wouldn't officially be a member of Bon Jovi. He was just a hired bass player.
All right.
And that means his paycheck's different. And that's what the group Alabama
I started
had a fight about.
Yeah.
Yep. Whether the drummer was a member of Alabama or was he just a hired drummer. Yeah. And so that's all you take all that and throw it in a little bucket, and you can have a lot of fun.
It gets rather complicated, doesn't it?
You take old fallen human nature, all throw it in there, and egos and pride, and it can be a mess. But I'm glad they're back. Back to the original point. I'm glad whatever they had to work out that they worked it out. But I have not heard the new album, so I don't even know if it's any good.
You need to invite him on.
I will. That's on me. It goes back to this again. I don't think it's designed for that. I don't really know how to communicate and carry on conversations on Twitter.
You can direct message him back, maybe.
Yes.
And tell him to call
Every time
you.
I try to direct message somebody, it's right on the main feed. That's why I quit trying to do
And I
that.
understand those things are there, but it sometimes, what I'm talking about, sometimes
It's
like
on
the way it's set up, I don't even notice somebody's trying to communicate with me.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, because just the way it's set up. Somebody sends me an email or shoots me a text, I got it.
Yeah. I don't go to Facebook and look at instant messaging and direct this and all. I don't ever look at all that stuff.
Those platforms seem like they're just kind of designed for a one-way message. You know, and
Rick, the amount of time every day to play with all that stuff to keep up with it, my goodness.
Can't do it.
Who can do that and hold down a job?
Well, Bubba, I don't know if you looked around. But no, if you looked around, I'm not sure you can do that. But anyway, so we'll see. Also, on the program today, rising country music star Riley Green will be with us, and there's a tie to the show. Riley Green from our part of the world and Stomping Grounds. So we'll chat with him about how his career is exploding right now. Hawaii's got a Cat 5 hurricane heading to it. We got a lot to do. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba. It is 6 minutes past the hour. No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today. Wednesday Bible study back, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Got that coming to the YouTube channel today live. Revelation chapter 8 today. As we are walking through the Revelation in the Wednesday Bible study, we looked we counted how many standalone Bible studies are on the archives now as far as just video, and it was 301 that we were talking about. So from all the different years, this series is the Revelation, and today it is 8, and then, of course, you can join us live, or you can just catch the archive that'll be on the YouTube channel
and also the audio archive on our podcast channel later today, if you so desire. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here.
He's here and he's ready to go. Now, the story that you had to start this hour, and I saw a headline, but I don't know the story, that somehow Fox News is got some sort of lawsuit against them or something?
Well, they reached a last-minute settlement with
Okay.
Dominion Voting Systems on Tuesday in a case as it raced toward opening statements, paying out more than $787 million to end a colossal 2-year legal battle.
Right.
Fox News' $787 million settlement with Dominion Voting System is the largest publicly known defamation settlement in U.S. history.
Wow.
Involving a media company.
So
the deal was announced hours after the jury was sworn in a Delaware Superior Court. Rumors of a settlement swirled in the courthouse when, after a lunch break, the proceedings dramatically ground to a halt for nearly 3 hours without any explanation.
So they're saying that Fox News went after their system and tried to accuse it of cheating in the election, and no one's ever been able to prove that, so they've been defamed?
Yeah, and they were asking for $1.6 billion, so they got about half of what they were asking for, although that is nearly 10 times the company's evaluation from 2018 and roughly 8 times its annual revenue in 2021, according to court papers.
That's big.
Yeah, it's hefty.
But if you're in media, but again, this goes back to what media has become. We've gone from we're journalists reporting the news to we're opinion programs where we give you our opinion on the news while reporting it. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know the details of, but apparently whoever was representing Fox News says, "Hey guys, we're going down, or we just need to. We're bleeding, and we just need to settle and get out."
Yeah, well, they were going to drag Rupert Murdoch to the stand. They were going to bring Hannity, Tucker, Carlson. They were going to examine emails, text, other type of issues that probably nobody wants drugged through open court. A lot of this though was actually Trump's legal team. That actually brought this to the forefront. So if you're reporting on what the legal team says, I don't know where that would be defamation.
Question. Silly question time.
Yeah.
Do they have, I'm just saying stuff here, umbrella policy or is this covered? Are they protected through some type of policy, or are they having to, because they're not just going to come out with just a checkbook and write them a check, right? Are they covered?
Speedy, I don't know. This doesn't say, but I know most of the times they would be covered. It's called blooper insurance for these kind of things. So I don't know how, if it was a settlement, how that would work. I just don't know. Like I say, you don't have a lot of these because defamation is difficult to prove. You have to prove that the company was damaged by what you said, and you had to prove that they were doing it on purpose. And that goes back to where some of these emails and some of the comments that some of the hosts were talking about off air, saying, we keep running these stories, but where is the proof? We're not having any court cases. We don't have anything prosecutable to go on. Where are we getting this at? So I think some of that kind of played into the whole deal too.
Yeah, I think it did. And I think you can easily prove there was intent to do damage because just simply by the words that a lot of the hosts used, they did intend to do damage. And I guess they're coming back saying, now you've left just reporting what Trump is saying about us. You're saying it too. And you have damaged our product, but you never proved that we've done what you're accusing us of doing. I'm just trying to simplify it for people like me. And I guess they felt like a settlement was the best thing for that organization.
Yeah, Dominion still has pending lawsuits against other TV outlets, including Newsmax, ONA, and against Trump allies Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Mike Lindell.
Oh, wow. Lindell's got pulled in.
Yep.
Going after the pillows. Love that pillow.
Good pillow.
I just love it. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. But, I mean, if you're Trump, especially Trump, I mean, you see the Cohen thing right now.
Right.
If Trump was the company, he would be doing the same thing they're doing. He wouldn't allow somebody to what he felt was defaming him without going after him. So really, this company is going after Trump the same way he would go after them if the roles were reversed.
Yeah, it's very complicated. When you get into political season, a lawyer, again, this kind of goes back to the due process, has to be able to stand up and defend their client.
Yeah.
So by defending their client, can they be defaming the other side? You see what I'm saying? This really gets into tricky area, and with the media too. I know that Fox wanted this to hurry up and go away, but I don't know that they could have won the case really because of the way the law is written in this.
Yeah. Well, this is where they had problems, and please, those of you on the other end of this that or have now become your own mob, I don't know what happened in the election. I don't know. I'm going to break it to you. You don't either. I mean, but we've all seen what looks like evidence that there was some tampering, and then we've had attempts to prove that in court that have failed. Right. So if you go after somebody,
couldn't prosecute. They couldn't come up with prosecutable evidence.
If you go after somebody like a company that does voting machines, and you say they rigged a United States election, you have to prove it, or they're coming for payback. And if you miss proving it, here they come.
Well, again, though, if you're covering this story, and the attorneys for President Trump are up there saying that the election was stolen, and you're relaying that information because they said it, you have to have some coverage in that.
Yeah, but you've seen Tucker and Sean. You know they went further than that.
Well,
I mean, they started developing their own opinions about it. And if they were just simply reporting what Trump's lawyers were saying, they probably wouldn't be in the courtroom.
And Bubba mentioned it, that some of the emails saying how the election denial is crazy and things like that. Their private correspondence did not match their public reporting. It's one of the main sticking points is why Dominion was able to win this, from what I understand.
Yeah, and
again, they didn't win. They never made it to court. So you got to be clear. Fox just thought it was better to go ahead and end this than to have all that debated.
Now, how much money are they getting?
$787 million.
I'd call that a W.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted 1.6.
Yeah.
So,
but you know how you fish. The number you ask for, you know you ain't getting that. You know it.
Well, again,
double it.
I don't know, because of the total revenue of the company.
Yeah.
I don't know that they could prove they were damaged that much.
Right.
You could say, Fox was out to kill us.
Yeah, no, that part I don't know. Yeah.
But
I agree.
Again, these defamation and libel cases are very specific to. It's hard to prove. They're really hard to prove in court.
If they have a defamation insurance, and if you're in our business, people try to sue you for all kinds of things. So it's pretty normal to have some sort. The insurance company may have come to them and say, "Look, guys, we got to write a check, and if y'all go in there and lose, we're going to have to write a big one. Let's get out of this thing." And Fox,
or they may have gone in together.
And then Fox probably said, "We're going to have to bring all these people in. All of our hosts are going to be in.
We're disrupt.
We're better off to we're better off to just go." I'm not saying that they're not admitting they did it.
Yeah,
it's just that that bunch they were mad being accused of cheating. Did they cheat? Did they have something wrong? I don't know. 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. All right, so stories of the day, and these are kind of the biggies today, and you just let me know how y'all want to unpack them.
It's bad no matter how we all try to politicize this one way or the other. Their daughter and loved one is dead and has been murdered by an evil person.
What a tragic story.
Well, and the conversation.
Rick, unfortunately, this story has been able to get a lot of headlines across the country, but it happens a lot of times and we don't hear all that about it. I mean, it happens more than you want it to happen, and
it's a sad story. And again, whether he's an illegal immigrant or not, really is a side note to this story. It's just a tragedy that it happened. And, this guy they picked up, they said had been following her in his car, got out, decided to jog along beside her, obviously made some advances toward her, which she rejected and said, I'm going to call the police if you don't leave me alone. And he says he passed out, blacked out. Next thing he knew, she's in the trunk of his car, and she's got blood on the side of her head. So he takes her to a cornfield and dumps her out. Now, we all know that's a bunch of bull. Right. He's a cold-blooded killer. I think they're going to investigate other cold cases in that area. I mean, he may have a past history of this, but obviously just evil, evil, evil.
Yeah, and look, we've got our evil, psychotic, cold-blooded killers that are 100% citizens of the country. If you want to, just take a look at Chicago every weekend. But what we need to try to figure out, though, it is good to try to minimize these kinds of people coming from other countries to add to the ones we've already got here, because if we could limit that, it would be great. Now, if he's done the paperwork he needed to do to be working here, and because he was working here, he's killed somebody, and then we'll see if he is tied to any other cold cases. To your point, then we need to look at that system, and that system's obviously got some flaws in it.
Yeah, so, he was working for a family, and they said he had passed the E-Verify system, which employers have to run potential employees through, and they'd got a green light to do that. Now, I'm really not familiar with how that system works, but we were talking about it earlier, and Speedy had mentioned, it's supposed to compare, various forms and tax, records and all this jimmy jam and whatever. But I mean, if that is the case, the system has definitely failed. There's bound to be some falsified documentation somewhere in this system if that's the case. So I don't know. We'll find out more in the coming days. But really, the big story here is just it's a tragedy for a young lady and their family, and the country's been on the edge about this story for the past month, and it's just a sad deal.
Well, and to your point, I wish, and I say this to Fox News and to the Republicans, just like I say it to CNN, MSNBC, and the Democrats. If we could all, to Bubba's point, work this out over the next few days and decide on the political realm as a country, what could we have done that might have made sure this particular individual wasn't in a position to kill a young woman in cold blood. Right. But what we got is I mean, I really honestly got so frustrated yesterday. First of all, you got, commentators like us who think it is 100% logical and constitutional that we should vet out our border. Well, they immediately want to make this, somebody came through our border illegally and killed somebody, and this is why. Now, how do you feel about this now? And, how you feel about, and that's certainly a point to make if that's what really happened. Right. But then on the other end, we have CNN and MSNBC that they won't discuss that part of it at all, and they want to tell us the family that had him working there were Republicans. Well, my gosh, have we really gotten to this point? I mean, that both of those things, everybody just tap the brakes and calm down, and why don't we work through this with some respect to the family and those that, I mean, do you understand what it feels like to have anybody to be murdered, but someone at this part of their life that's young and energetic and all this, that's tragic. And if we could wait just a minute on either side to try to say, I can't wait to take this and advance some political view that I have, I wish we would just get a little more decent and not do that on either side. I really can't believe that one of the things I heard was the family who actually had this guy there as Republicans. What in the world? And then on the other side, make sure you know what you're talking about, because if the guy did the paperwork he was supposed to do to be working in our country, whether he's a citizen or not, and nobody could haul him off.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Babylon B, not missing a beat, Bubba, of course, on that one, and then we'll move to the next story. Babylon B, Fox News defamation trial over as jury votes in favor of Dominion 138,000 to 1. That's so good. I love you, Babylon B.
Well, moving to the next story today, DeSantis versus Disney. Disney World forced to close after DeSantis builds elementary school within 1,000 feet.
That's a good one.
Yeah, this whole thing has been very strange from the beginning. If you remember, the governor was not happy when Disney went all in against his law that he got passed. It became known as the "Don't Say Gay" bill,
right?
Which it never says that,
but it never was that.
No,
it just simply said schools are not going to teach adult topics to kids younger than third grade, and it seems to me everybody could get behind that,
right,
no matter what your deal was,
right?
But of course, you're trying to indoctrinate kids. You don't like that. So when they went all in and started putting their money and their effort behind that, the governor decided that he would look into Disney and look at the Reedy Creek Improvement District, which is basically Disney, when they went to Florida, they created their own county.
Correct. Yeah.
And by doing that, they got to regulate themselves through their own government agency. And the governor and a lot of people in Florida have often felt like this was not fair to some of the other amusement parks because they were able to govern themselves where some of the others fell under jurisdiction of other states and counties. So he went to do away with that. And it looked like he had that done, and then the board pulled a last-minute end run around and prevented him from doing that.
Right.
Now DeSantis is back and says that Walt Disney's corporation and their premature celebrating its legal victory will not stand. So they're back involved again, and it's very complicated to follow. I will say that.
But what is this thing where he claims he's going to build a prison next to Disney?
Well,
which goes back to the Babylon Bee thing.
It was kind of a joke when he was talking about them being at odds with each other, and said that the state of Florida has land right next to Disney. And he said, we don't know how we want to develop that, so we might end up putting a prison on it.
Here he is.
Maybe have maybe create a state park, maybe try to do more amusement parks. Someone even said, maybe you need another state prison. Who knows? I mean, I just think that the possibilities are endless, and so that is now going to be analyzed to see what would make the most sense.
Yeah. By the way,
that was kind of a veiled threat.
Yeah. Also Disney in response, they've turned their gay pride celebration, which they've been doing for a while, but they said they really and this you sounds like I'm setting up a joke. I'm really not. They said that they're really turning it up as a celebration against DeSantis. Once again, really accusing him of something that never even happened. What he was talking about was actually quite reasonable. And most level-headed people would have agreed with that, but they're saying maybe this is what they've always done. But I had somebody who you had planned on, they realize now you have to plan around that if you're going to go, and then even Mickey and Minnie will be dressed in
the rainbow colors,
and all the colors and all that. So there you go. Other Babylon Bee great ones today, and they are having the most fun with this Bud Light thing. It's almost like it was a gift given to them, and they're having just on this similar topic, the same thing about people not understanding who they're marketing to. But anyway, and the pictures always go with it. Mormon wishes he drank beer so he could boycott Bud Light. Golly.
Did you see where we talked about the kickoff hour? Riley Green changed his lyrics at his live act from Bud Light to Coors Light.
Yeah, we had already talked about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the show. Yeah, we actually talked. Yeah, we talked about it on the show yesterday.
Oh.
Now, you might have been
the live act, the video.
We didn't show the video, but we talked about that.
The video's online of him doing it and the crowd going nuts.
Good one, too. Bud Light smooths things over with new ad that features drag queen but waving an American flag. Oh, that is good.
They stay up late.
Oh, that's so well. Non-binary SNL cast member also comes out as not funny. That's funny.
Did y'all watch that? By the
No,
way?
I haven't seen. Is it supposed to be a bit, or is there somebody really?
Nope.
Yeah,
she's the new cast member, and she's non-binary.
Yeah,
right. But I mean,
I'm non-binary.
okay, so
It's
they're
non-funny.
not doing a character
Non-funny.
that's non-binary.
No, the actual person.
I see. Yeah.
And it was bizarre. She flew in on the harness like Chris
Yeah.
Farley did. Remember back in the day?
Whoa, comparing this
She
to
looks kinda
Farley.
like
Well,
it.
she
Oh,
looks
actually,
like Chris
yeah.
Farley, but she is not funny. I watched the entire thing, and I'm like, this is like hack city, weird, not funny, woke, odd, and
Overcompensating
Yes.
at the cost of the actual show.
yes,
Right.
it was bizarre. And even Michael Che, who is an criminally unfunny person himself, he can't even believe that he's having to sit here. Like, it is.
Right.
I mean, it was when Michael Che thinks you're not funny, then you're in a
Yeah.
bad spot.
Yeah.
She does kind of like Farley in a wig.
She does.
Yeah, yeah.
She does.
Now I think he's pretty funny when him and the other host write jokes for each other, and they have to
That
read them
is funny.
verbatim.
Now that is funny.
and they're all
That's
very racially
absolutely-
insensitive.
That's
and,
absolutely funny.
and they get tickled before they even do it. Go, I
Yeah,
can't believe you're gonna make me do
that's
this.
having a good time.
I sent this one to y'all on tax day. Zelensky drives by in a Ferrari to remind Americans the importance of filling out your taxes.
That is funny.
How much you need, Zelensky? More?
More.
Okay, we can't question it because we'll be called bad people.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. We'll come back and we'll take your phone calls, but that's updates on I mean, these things. I realize right now that they did the list. What was it, about a month ago, of Babylon Bee headlines that were put out as satire that now have come true.
Right. Funny, isn't it?
And there was like over 100 of them.
Oh yeah.
So right now, when we say things, you're not sure if we're doing a bit or just reporting the headlines. I mean, it really has gotten that bad.
it has.
866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll come back and take your phone calls next. Any topic you want to talk about. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, and we'll find out what is on your mind. You get a chance to program this show. So if you're like, oh, here's what I'd like to talk about, well, good. Come on in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. If they found him because he had the paperwork and he killed somebody while working here, then that's not somebody running through the border and we're not protecting our border. That's us with a system to let people work here that we got to look at.
Yeah, I mean,
that's two different topics.
Both accounts I heard had him here between 4 and 7 years, so he's been here on the ground
Seems
for
a little
long
long.
time. Anyway,
Seems a little long if you're on a temporary. Come work a little while.
Yeah. Well, there's problems. There's problems there, and we'll get to the bottom of it. But to me, the loss of this young lady and the evil of it and the killing of this lady is the story right now. Now we'll get to the rest of that.
How about the good police work in this too?
Let's get to that other stuff accurately.
But
and,
you're right,
and methodically.
It was in the headline, and that's fine. But like I said, I went over to CNN yesterday to look, and CNN did not have that part of it mentioned at all.
Of course not. Well, that's
and again, that's just not journalism, because if it was being reported, that is part of the story. We will see. It's not the main thing. We don't need to. Again, a family's lost a daughter, and it's just a sad deal.
It's important if you get that accurate, but just the same thing you can't trust. So we did have the guy who was taken in by ICE, who Mexico asked us to grab because he's wanted for murder in Mexico.
Yep.
Now, I do have a problem with that never being mentioned either, and all we get from that guy is that somebody grabbed some daddy while he was trying to take his wife or girlfriend or whatever she is to the hospital for a C-section. And we don't even hear he's wanted for murder. You have to go five paragraphs in the New York Times, and CNN may be yet to mention it.
Oh, I know,
but
probably not.
So, but then on the other end, on this case, you can't start saying, well, this is the problem. This is why this is what's wrong at the border. Well, it may be what's wrong with our temporary work program, not the border.
And it may be that we don't know yet.
And I think that's where we gotta hit, because despite the Lang family, who was the farm owners, using the system and saying that he was an employee in good standing through the e-verification stuff, He had been in the U.S. illegally for, as y'all said, between 4 and 7 years. So we got to find out, all right, how did he get in? I guess that's the question. Did he get in through this work deal, or was he here illegally and then hired?
But it's
you know what I'm saying?
but it's okay to wait 5-10 minutes.
Exactly.
And actually, figure that out.
And also, guys, one thing we're not talking about is the police work in this. They used surveillance footage from a neighbor's security system to see her jogging by in his car and connected everything to get them to the farm they were at to find the guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
pretty good work.
Yeah, that was good work.
It took a little time. You got to get a hold of that footage.
I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
Donald Trump update. Yesterday, we had a couple of issues. The Manafort, the first trial, now, by golly, he's going to have to be put in solitary confinement, then tried again in September in D.C. Manafort has undoubtedly...
Is he a danger to our country? I mean... We've had people that bombed the Capitol building didn't get treated like that.
Now, from what I gathered, what we had yesterday, the jury came to the judge and says, now on 10 counts, we're never going to come to an agreement.
We're hung on that.
We're hung on those, so he had to declare a mistrial on those. But on 8 counts, they said guilty. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I think it was 8 out of 10. They actually
8 out of 18.
Well, I read one story that said 8 out of 10 they were guilty. They were hung on the other 18. The way they phrased it was a little different. But anyway, we got 8 counts convicted.
Yeah, bottom line.
Some they didn't, and some they were hung.
A total of 18, 10 they couldn't, and 8 they did.
Well, yeah, like Bubba said, it's according to what story you heard. When I heard it the first time, that's what I gathered. He had 18 counts. The jury said 10 of them we can't come to a conclusion on. 8 of them we say guilty.
Right.
Well, and this this guy, he's done a lot of international work. He was retained by a group in the Ukraine, and he's made a lot of money overseas. He had a foreign bank account or accounts that he didn't do the paperwork right on, and all this. So you had tax evasion, all that. And look, if he didn't pay and didn't do what the law requires, then he's guilty, and he should face the wheel for that. That's the way it goes. But it had nothing to do, again, with Donald Trump and collusion, which is how all this started.
Well,
now, you remember...
Remind me to tell you something funny on that.
Well, go ahead.
Well, because you know how it is. Because this is a president like we've never seen. I'm talking about.
Oh, it's a different. It's a whole different game.
I'm talking about good, bad, and ugly.
Right,
okay,
right.
It's all there. So I heard the commentators when this first broke. I was writing and listening, and the commentators tried to do what would be normal, like what a president would normally do. And, of course, I'm laughing in the car saying, but that's not what's going to happen here.
Right.
So this breaks. He's getting off a plane.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Phone calls. Speedy takes them now. And we chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Cook's Pest Control, teaming up with Rick and Bubba, have been for a while. Love them. They do an outstanding job. They do a great job for you, too. Go to cookspest.com for a free but no obligation evaluation of your home or business. Now, once you talk to them and they evaluate the property and identify the problems, we're going to go ahead and tell you, go ahead and go with them because they're the ones that solve the problems and they do it the best. They're the best in the business. When it comes to protecting your property from termites, they have Centricon system, great fortress they build around the property. They do a great job there, but they deal with anything involving termites and rodents and fleas and ticks and nesting wasps and roaches, carpenter bees, all of this and the destruction they can do. And this is that time of year. Boy, they have noticed that it's warmed up where we live. The bugs have come out, plenty. So it's that time of year. Put Cook's Pest Control in charge by going to cookspest.com, and then you can sing with us. Looky, here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. To the phones we go. Jimmy, out of the great state of Tennessee. Jimmy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Morning, doing fine. Just wanted to kind of get y'all's input on a little something. I've got I'm a Methodist, and my small country Methodist church is having a big vote this coming Monday that we are going to separate ourselves from the United Methodist Church because basically of the homosexuality issue, and they've got pastors, several pastors that are homosexual, and we're just not going to be a part of it.
Well, that's the thing to do. You're making the right decision. I've talked to a lot of Methodist churches that have followed suit with what you're going to do. And here's the good news. The ones who are leaving the United Methodists over this reason, their votes are like 90% in favor of leaving. So you still have a remnant in the church that the Apostle Paul would tell you, 1 Corinthians 5, and even Jesus talking about watch leaven because it'll affect it. Those people that want to vote for that, they're going to corrupt the church body. And what you guys are doing is not because you're doing this because you are against people who may see things different, that may be struggling with homosexuality. You're not doing it because you're against them. You're doing it because you want to be for God. And the church must always remain pure. And as Paul said, it's not our job to judge the lost. God does that. But it is our job to look within the church and keep it pure and make the correct judgments on not allowing deliberate, perpetual, unrepented sin to remain in the church. Not talking about making mistakes, not talking about stumbling and struggling. We all do that. Talking about defiant sin, standing in the church, saying, I will remain in the church even though we've left God's standard. Those people must be removed according to Scripture, not according to Rick, not according to Bubba, according to Scripture. So what you're doing is you're looking after the health of the church, because if you vote the other way, God's not going to be with you. So
that's right, and obviously we, they're welcome into the church because obviously that's the only way,
of course,
that they're going to make a transform, make a change. But as far as having them as Sunday school teachers or higher positions in the church that are teaching children or adults and wanting to bring it in, it just ain't, we're just not going to be a part of that.
No, it's not biblical. Certainly, all of us, all of us came into the church in need of redemption, and none of us can earn that redemption, and none of us are going to strut into heaven. However, I cannot, I don't understand why this is such a difficult conversation. We would never, ever say, somebody says, I'd like to be made a member of the church, and I'd like to serve in leadership or be given some responsibility in the church. So you're not, so you have repented of your sin. No, I haven't. Okay, well, you can keep attending and keep hearing services, and we're here for you, and we love you. So what is your issue? Well, I think I was born a fornicator, so I'm just going to keep on having sex outside of marriage. Okay, but you want to be made a member of the church? That is correct. And you want to serve or be in leadership in the church? Correct. I was born a fornicator, so I think God made me this way. So just know that I'm not going to repent of that sin, and I will be having sex with people outside of marriage, but I want to be recognized as a member of the church, and I also want to be recognized in leadership and be given responsibility in the church. What would we say to that?
You can't go there.
There was a time we would say, well, that's not what Scripture says. We're here for you, and hopefully you will eventually repent of that sin. But then for some reason, we turn around when it comes to homosexuality, and it's somehow some special sin. It doesn't require more redemption, but it also is not special and doesn't require any redemption, repentance. So it really isn't that complicated. When you look at it that way, you go, wow, we would never do that. But then we do it because we've declared for some reason a sin special that gets a pass. And that's not Scripture. And I will tell the churches that are voting the other way and remain in defiance on this issue, you'll pay a price for that. And those that are walking away are showing boldness. You're picking Jesus over the world, and that's the correct vote. So I commend y'all for doing so. I know it's not easy, but it's the right thing to do. Doing the right thing is rarely easy. Yep. We continue. Let's go to let's go with Carol out of Birmingham. Carol, go ahead.
Good morning. I agree with your answer you gave.
Thank you.
I'm calling to give another piece of advice to Mike you talked to about an hour ago.
Yes.
He was going to have a colonoscopy 2 weeks after a knee replacement.
That's correct.
As a nurse, and a person who's had both procedures, I did not hear y'all think about or talk to him about the preparation for the colonoscopy. And 2 weeks after a knee replacement, you don't move quite as fast.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, one person did say it's the preparation for the colonoscopy, and what they have to that he but I forgot. I was thinking about them putting them under and everything. But yeah, you're talking about the prep. Yeah, you're right,
and that'll get your attention.
Yeah, you really need your knee to be able to bend for that one.
He needs to do the colonoscopy first, and then do that.
Yeah, thanks, Carol. Yeah, the colonoscopy. If you're gonna do two, do that first.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chris.
It's pretty quick recovery from that.
It is.
Yeah.
Tuscaloosa. Chris, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey.
So I was just noticing when you guys were playing the Ron DeSantis clip that he sounds an awful lot like the rabbi from Seinfeld.
Gosh, I can't think of the Seinfeld rabbi's sound.
I don't know if Adler could pull up a clip on YouTube.
Okay, maybe.
But it's worth checking into.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know that the comedian that used to play a rabbi. Is
that guy right there.
Yeah,
you see Elaine.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I do remember. I do remember that. Yeah. Okay, that guy. And they think DeSantis sounds like him.
I don't know.
Okay,
I have to give out a list.
But I do remember who you're talking about now.
Yeah.
James,
so fast.
In Columbia, Louisiana. I'm sorry.
Columbia, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Yeah, you guys, I'm glad you got back on the medical stuff. Yesterday I had a biopsy and got home from it and pretty much slept all day, was out of it. This morning, I get up, fix my wife her coffee, and she's headed to the shower, and I know I got a load of clothes in, and I know we don't have clean towels in the bathroom, so I had one in the washroom, and I pitched it to her. I said, "Hey, Serena, here's your towel," and she stopped me cold. "What'd you just call me?" And full panic mode set in. I realized I'm under medication. I said, "Did I just call her my ex-wife?"
Oh no! No!
So I go rewind it. I'm like, no, I did not call her my ex-wife's name. I said Serena. She says, "But you never call me by my name."
Okay.
And oh my gosh, I'm like, well, what is this? Am I still out of it? What? But
So you normally just call her what, babe or honey or?
All sorts of sweet.
Yeah,
She
sweet
called
and
me up
precious.
just a minute ago from work, and I said, "Hey, good looking." No. Hey, Serena.
Yeah, you better start
Serena,
doing it.
What's going on?
Yeah, boy, did that scare you to death when she first said, "What did you call me?"
Yeah. My gosh.
You scared us
Don't
all.
do that to a man.
We all had a panic
Yeah,
attack
I'm telling you.
for you.
Yeah, my goodness. Go back to I'm trying to think, how many times do I call Sherry by her name? Just in our regular stuff, not a lot. It's usually Snuggly Bumpkin.
Yeah, something like that.
Sweetie
Every now
Pie,
and then.
bestie, best buddy. It is rare that you call your wife by their first name unless it's But I don't know. I do it probably about 50-50.
I do some.
Yeah, he must not do it a lot. Boy, what about when that panic set in? What did I just say?
Well, can't walk around on eggshells either.
No. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
You're gonna have those kind of slips.
You're gonna have that. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Was it Charleston? Where was it?
It was West Virginia.
West Virginia. He's getting off the plane, and they all say, because this is normal. Not only will he not speak to this right now, he will not speak about this at the rally tonight. And I said, of course he will.
Yeah.
And I'm so in the minute he gets off the plane, they're hollering at him, come here. It's unfortunate about Manafort. Obviously he's got problems, of course. This has nothing to do with collusion. The horrible witch hunt continues. Hey, hate it for Manafort. He's got a lot of problems, but ain't got nothing to do with me. And this has nothing to do with collusion, and the witch hunt continues. So he commented on it immediately, and I'm certain at the rally
he did
that he commented on it. But it was funny to hear these news commentators going, because strategy-wise, most presidents would say, I got something like this, it's a little dicey, and I'm not going to be commenting on that right now until I get all the details, and I'm certainly not going to talk about it at the rally. I want to hit the points about this the Senate race we got going here in West Virginia. I'm here to fire you up. I want to talk about the economy, how great America's doing right now, why we can't let this thing turn. At the midterm elections, And they're all acting like he's not going to talk about it. And I'm like, he will absolutely talk about it.
Well, he started screaming, "Where's the collusion?" last night in this little clip. It's pretty funny.
He didn't call him by name.
Shortly after winning, we're going to hit 4.1. Those people back there would have said, this guy, no good. Fake news. Fake news. How fake are they?
Trump's got a little sun on him this time, I think.
Fake news and the Russian witch hunt. We got a whole big combination. Where is the collusion? You know, they're still looking for collusion. Where is the collusion? Find some collusion.
We watched a little bit of that last night. And Rick, I'm going to tell you, it was better than anything.
Of course,
on
the
TV
president
last
tonight
night.
will likely not be speaking to this. Yes, he will.
Collusion.
Yes, he will. Yes, he absolutely. He was speaking to him when he got off the plane. You know, it's like, but so anyway.
Really, and all of that he has been found guilty of happened before he was even involved with Trump. It's really
he's been involved with a lot of people.
A non-issue.
Yeah, a lot of folks. Then you jump over to one that's a little more dicey, and that's the Cohen. Admitting to guilt. That one's got a little more dice in it, as you and I talked about beforehand. What you're going to see on that is the opponents of Trump will make way too much of it. The supporters of Trump will make too little of it, and that's exactly what's going to happen there.
Well, and really what it boils down to is in the days leading up to the election, there were some payments made to some females who signed non-disclosure agreements, and the whole issue is going to be, and I don't think anybody denies that, but the whole issue is going to be from a procedural standpoint. Was this a campaign contribution that Cohen made to Trump? Was he paid back for it? Did he write phony invoices to get paid back? How is this going to go? And if all that happened, is that an illegal campaign contribution? Now, obviously, the payments were made to keep these women silent because of the embarrassment or whatever, whether it did or did not happen. And that's a whole other story in this. But he did plead guilty, and there'll be more about that coming out. So who knows? But it's going to be more on procedure issues dealing with that. Some people have said that Cohen might have the key to say, yeah, Trump knew about this meeting that happened at Trump Tower, or he didn't, or whatever. Again, when people bring to your attention information that you think you might could use against your opponent,
right?
I've never really thought of that as being collusion or treasonous, no matter where it came from. You know, I don't see it. So, it's going to be
how the law sees it.
It's going to be how the law looks at it.
Right.
It's going to be the letter of the law versus the spirit of what was done, and all of that kind of stuff. And it will work itself out.
Well, Bubba and I were talking at the office, and I think because the problem that you have, if you're saying I don't want there to be damage to Trump, if you're in that deal. The problem you have is when somebody admits to guilt, that means they're already in the mode to cut deals.
Right.
To go to jail for the least amount of time they can go. Now, we know Manafort is going to be in jail for the rest of his life, even if it goes well for him in D.C. His life's over. So you got two guys whose lives are going to be altered tremendously unless they want to deal, unless they're willing to deal.
Right.
So that's always scary. But to your point, if they're going to try, and I see the opponents of Trump who will make too much of it, and as I said, and the supporters will make too little of it. But what they want to say, which is a stretch, they're wanting to say, well, we think there's something illegal here because we want to prove that these two payoffs actually influence the election. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. Don't forget that Mama registered at contest button there at rickandbubba.com. Get all information to have your mom consider to win the Mother's Day makeover. Fix Mama's Mouth is back. Dr. Dudney's ready to do the work and his wonderful team. But your mama won't be considered if you haven't put all the information in we need. Find that at the contest button. The cutoff May 4th. All right, so Bubba, we have discovered more Chinese police stations. Is that correct?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
more
know,
of those?
we had the breaking news that we actually had the Chi-Coms operating a police station to deal with dissidents in New York, in Manhattan. Now they're saying that there appears to be as many as 6 more of these operating in the continental United States.
Oh, my goodness.
There's, of course, another one operated in New York City, one in L.A., according to this. There was one in San Francisco, Houston, Minnesota, and Nebraska, of all places.
Nebraska, I was just there.
In Omaha, Nebraska.
No!
Yes.
Because I was about to say, it sounds like all the cities where Satan has his office.
Yeah.
But anyway,
the story says, while it's unclear if those outposts are being used as clandestine police stations, Safeguard Defenders noted that Chinese security forces often use nonprofits and community groups as a front to spy and harass on dissidents overseas.
Sure they do.
Dissidents overseas. So they're keeping an idea on Chinese nationals who may not be holding the old corporate line there for the company.
I thought it was odd when we brought that up, and Fauci immediately said that all this was caused by a bat.
Yeah, really.
I thought that was odd. But anyway,
these are naturally occurring police stations.
Yeah, they said that they actually, they said it really was. They wondered how they would get in the country and set these up, and they said they just walked through the southern border. So anyway, there you go. So more of these, and there. So anybody that they feel, even within this country, that are Chinese nationalists that have come here, if they act like they're not playing for the home team, they'll go get them.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah.
Good night.
Wow. All right, so then we have this terrible footage today, this horrific New York City parking garage collapse.
Yeah, how about that? In Manhattan.
Yeah, wow.
Good night.
So, wow. So,
Oh, this is like
that's a pile of cars, y'all.
That's bad.
That's not good. I can tell you that.
So I hope nobody was in there.
They said
wow, the cars.
So
wow,
far,
the cars.
So far, there is 1 death and at least 5 injured. But really, it's hard to imagine there not being more when you see the footage.
Mm-hmm.
Does it ever cross your mind at all when you go into things like, multi-level parking decks or anything like that?
I assume they're not going to fall.
Okay. Never does that thought enter my mind. Okay. Not even remotely.
Yeah, I assume they're good.
I do sometimes. I think, what happens if this thing flattens out here all of a sudden?
I've never thought of that. I
It's
will now.
It's a lot of weight.
Thank y'all for putting that in there.
Well, when you have stories like this, you can't help but think of that.
It'd be my luck. Now, see, this time I would be able to find my car.
Okay.
By the way, that's a terrible feeling when you can't remember where you park in a parking deck. It's just awful.
It is.
And it's happened to me more times than it should have. And I'll tell you, the one that burns me the most is the bring your parking ticket with you. You have to pay inside before you go back to your car.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the one that always, that one will get you.
Yeah.
You really need to pay attention to those signs.
Yeah.
And that's not my forte.
Adler sent a picture yesterday of someone parking in a parking garage.
I saw that. I was like,
I don't understand some of these people that you can't get between the lines and you just get out of the car thinking that's fine.
I mean, if you're a little close, I'll give you. But when you got your tire on the other side of the line,
that's crazy.
How bad does yours have to be when you look back for you to go back in and adjust it? For me, it's got to be pretty bad.
It's got to be bad.
If I'm close, I'll leave it.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about.
If I'm not touching the line, I guess I'm going to go into my place.
I wish I'd have done better, but I'm still good.
Right, yeah.
If I'm touching the line, then I'm like, all right, that's technically a bad parking job. You can see it.
Mm-hmm.
I've become so dependent on the backup cameras because I love to back into a spot because I got the big old lift kit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's much easier to back in than it is to pull in.
But I've noticed those backup cameras, for the ones I have,
Look at that.
anything remotely goes wrong with the weather, any amount of rain of any kind, you can't see anything.
Right.
And so then I panic because I'm so accustomed to watch.
You got to go back to the mirror.
I don't know how to look over my shoulder and do that straight up anymore.
Right.
This person needs a backup camera too, it seems, Rick.
Look at that.
I don't know how you walk off and leave that. You see that when you're leaving.
This was at the hospital when Ezra was born. I was running to the parking deck to get a blanket or something. I don't know. I was in a hurry, but I had to stop and take a picture of this because it was so bad. And they backed in as if, hey, I'm back.
And usually back-end people mean business.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Because they want to get away.
Yeah.
They want to be able to leave quickly.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty bad right there.
The New York
real
City
bad.
parking deck collapse, those people pay so much
Yeah.
for those parking spots.
Yeah.
I mean, what we pay in rent in the city of Birmingham you would pay for a parking spot in the city of New York.
Yeah, you know, too, I was wondering because they said Manhattan, is that the one where the Naked Cowboy has his place that he comes out of?
I think it's where George Costanza's parking cars.
That's funny. When they get lost in that parking deck, that's a classic episode.
Yes,
You know, the thing about that one, too, it looks just like it was an old building they made into a parking deck.
Yes, it does.
Evidently they did, and they didn't do very good.
Did I see somebody moving around in there?
Yeah. I wouldn't be walking under there unless you're trying to get out.
Do you
of
make
course.
any effort to go to your car and get stuff out? If
No,
it's in that pile?
I don't think they would allow me. Right. Just guessing.
I mean,
but
depends how important it is.
Look, you don't want anybody hurt, and there is
No,
there
of
is
course
a
we
death
don't want
that's
anybody
tragic.
hurt.
But think about
That
the
goes without
hassle.
saying.
Think about the hassle.
Oh,
If you're
what
not
a
in your
nightmare.
car and you come out,
What
you
a
go,
nightmare.
well, so my car's in that pile right
Well, it
there.
kind of goes back. Kind of goes back. Look, is there anything? You know, we all have gotten to the point that we panic if our phone goes down. We didn't realize how much we use it. If your automobile goes down, buddy, your whole life just went upside down. I mean,
talking about an adjustment.
Oh, my goodness.
But you think they'd let you back into the parking deck, like to get your chapstick or something?
That's what I was wondering.
My Oakleys, they're Oakleys. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, honey, how you doing? Good. Hey, I'm not going to make the ball game today.
Yeah.
Why? Well, my car's in a pile.
Yeah, I can't see.
Wow.
Don't know how to get home.
And even if a friend
baby,
or
she's
family
gone.
member, they lose their car, it becomes so inconvenient because now you got to get them around. And I mean, we're really dependent on our cars.
Oh, Bubba.
Sure we are.
Cars and phones.
The freedom that comes with an automobile.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yep.
By the way, I found that Tesla you and I rode in yesterday. It'd be a little hot in there.
Well,
what's this window bowl we got over the top like we're in a fish bowl?
Yeah.
That was hot.
Well, it's supposed to give you a better view.
Oh, what? The sky?
Yes,
yeah,
like this
the sky
beautiful
view.
stars.
Well, how about this? I rode
You
in.
better be looking ahead.
I've now rode in a Tesla twice in the last 2 weeks. Last week, the guy that was really, really into it and had a show enough good one, he said he had to go get a cover to put over it. It made the car so hot.
Really?
Yeah,
Well, you
I can
can't-
see that.
You can't close it.
You have shade, no
Apparently,
shade?
of course, conveniently, Elon probably sell you a shade for it. but he said that it's unbelievable that the air conditioning cannot compete on a really sunny day with the heat that's coming through this big
Wait a
giant
minute.
bubble
Yeah.
you're in.
Wait a minute.
Really?
And
We
he had to shut it down.
State of the art, and we can't come up with nothing no better than that.
Well, I was fiddling with air a little bit yesterday because
Yes,
I
you
was
were.
like,
It
it's
was
a little hot in
there.
here.
I was hot.
It's hot in here.
Yeah, I was like cool car, but not cool temperature.
Can you make a retractable something that if I don't want it, I can push a button?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of cars have that though, but there's a cover
Right,
you can slide
see
over.
there.
it.
This
I don't know why they wouldn't
the
do it.
roof is like a bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it gets hot. Think about the sun shining on it. You ever been sitting next to a window in your house and the sun be coming through?
Oh, you ever
Pretty
burn yourself on the seatbelt as a kid?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that giant ball of fire.
or your back of your legs on the hot
Giant
leather
ball
seat.
of fire.
Isn't it amazing? Bubba said this yesterday. For something to be 93 million miles away and still that hot,
Yeah. So
that's hot.
that's a lot of heat, boys.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.